Hello, everyone. How have you all been? It's been, let me see, the last time we streamed was around February, it's looking like. This is a pretty impromptu stream, I realize. It's getting closer to move out. So this is going to be the first of a couple of impromptu streams. And just a warning, sorry. Just a warning. These are some pretty impromptu streams, can you guys hear me? Can you all hear me? Just checking before I keep talking more. Testing. Okay, well, okay. The music is at negative 33.1 decibels. And how about this? Okay. So this is going to be a pretty impromptu stream. The first of many. I'm kind of having to do this, like, on the fly. So when I stream next, when the stream ends, it might literally be that I have to suddenly, like, stop talking and, like, type in chat. Stream's over. Just a heads up. But I'll let you all know, these are some pretty impromptu. Okay, then that's good, because we have a lot of stuff that we need to get through. So we are going to quickly go over the rules, because we got to get the show on the road if we ever want to reach the party. And I've been streaming for you all for a while. I know some new faces, but you all have been pretty good, but keep it safe for work. Stay on topic. Don't derail the conversation. Be nice to me. I'm not Germa. You don't get to, like, be playfully mean to me. You will be obliterated right where you stand if you try that Germa shit with me. Be nice to your fellow chatters. No ableist language, no delulu, no crashing out, no this character's a narcissist, no schizo, no psychosis. It is very interesting seeing, like, how fandom language has evolved. Do you know that if you hear a spectrogram in a scary scene from a video game that I won't spoil, and you go, hey, that's a spectrogram, I'm going to analyze that and show what I find on the internet, people will go, oh, the fandom psychosis has reached new levels. Game fans are schizo posting again. Don't do that shit. No, let me see. Don't argue with me. I'm not always right, but in this chat room, I am always right. Just for the sake of keeping things flowing. Oh yeah, no African American vernacular if you aren't black. On the topic of crashing outs. but this chat's been pretty good about that. That's the rare thing where if you do catch me like using African American vernacular, you can go, "Hey Mirphy, you're using African American vernacular. Can you not do that?" And I will stop. Let's see. If the vibes are off, I can get you regardless of if it's in the rules or not. And if you get timed out or muted, just accept it, come back, don't make a deal out of it, don't say sorry, don't say I was exiled, just let it go and move on. If I was really mad, you'd know. You would just be banned. You would be gone. But with that out of the way, I think we're good to start getting over to the exploration side of the site. Alright. Now, sorry, it has been a couple months and you kind of get rusty. So, we are going to move over to, there's all this new exciting stuff, but we have to go to the update page first, as always. Let's see. Is it the life update? Here we go. Alrighty. Now, hi everyone, Penny M here. A bit of a surprise, isn't it? Apologies for no new articles to accompany this update post. However, it felt important to let you all know what's happening with me. Life's been good. I've been doing the best I can. Here's a cool diorama I saw at work. Let's not delay any further, however. I understand many of you longtime followers of the site have been frustrated or implied such sentiments regarding my neglect in discussing or documenting Miss Hecate, our local cartoon mystery. Truthfully, after everything that happened with ICAC, I wasn't sure if I would ever truly commit to following through on our initial mission statement. I needed time to put myself back together. I hope you understand. However, I've been thinking about it, and all things considered, enough time has passed that I'm finally in a good headspace to devote an update to her and her alone. One great big update compiled of all the information everyone sent me. And there is a lot of it. Some of it's scary, some of it's sad, some of it's beautiful. Those around for the Beatrice update should be prepared for a blunt and honest look at these companies. Ian, I hope you're ready to see your work completed. To the best of my abilities, I'll get it done. To all of you, I'll be seeing you around. I have a feeling this update will be something really special. Hello, Penny M here. Another post, I hear you ask? Yeah, I'm a bit surprised at how good I feel working on this update. A bit too excited to keep it all inside, you know. This reminds me of the good old days, back when it was me and the team getting this thing off the ground, traveling across the states. But I promise this isn't going to turn into a vanity blog. I have my eyes on that special update 90, maybe even 100% of the time. Speaking of, I never really knew how influential Hecate was. I mean, I had an idea based on her influence on Helena and Harmonia, but I'm learning about so many new characters in such a short amount of time. I might have to pick up the most notable ones, and leave the rest for the later updates, because there will be more updates on Hecate, who I have neglected for so very long. Sorry again for the post, just really excited. Hello, Penny M here. It's always been difficult to put a cork on these updates, because I'll research these characters, learn their history, get intimate details about the people who created them, and then I'll just keep looking and learning. I'll get overcome by the urge to write not just about the characters and the person behind them, but anyone moderately associated with them, and then the people associated with those people, and so on. History is just very interesting that way, like trying to search the roots of a tree. With Hecate, though, it's startlingly easy to snip things on the bud. This person wasn't that important to tell you all about. This person can be credited entirely to this character, unlike our other characters' history regarding Hecate. Ironically, wraps itself up very neatly. Lyrical. Bit unusual for Penny to be posting this, except there is some symmetry to Penny only ever seemed to make these short, frequent posts back when she was working with Ian and right after the party. So that's just an interesting idea of what her headspace is right now. Lyrical. You know, I'm not even sure where I first heard about Hecate. Ian never was sure either. It's like an unexploded mine lying in wait for us to discover. Two dumb kids with no idea how important what they found was, or rather, like a lifeline, being thrown out from someone about to sink beneath the murky waves of history. It's almost, and forgive me for being lyrical, like she called for our help. To make sure history didn't forget her the way it tends to forget so many important things and people. We're finally going to dredge her, every part of her, every person, every company, every brand, everything to the surface. I wonder what else will be pulled up along with her. I'm so excited for the future. I'm so excited for the past. It's coming back. The hum. There's been an awful buzzing in my ears. Sometimes, if I listen hard enough, I can hear words even. But I've dealt with tinnitus enough in my life to know that they are probably mean nothing. Then again, my allergies have been really bad too. Flowers reeking so strongly lately that stepping outside nearly makes me pass out. It'll take more than that to delay this update, however. I'm determined to get this finished in front of everyone as soon as possible. Rolling with it. Lately, I've been listening to those old Harmonia records. I used to roll my eyes at them, but right now they're the perfect thing for calming my nerves after work. I've been thinking, and maybe it's okay not to be so uptight about what the art means, you know? Also, I might get a phone call during this, so if I suddenly mute, do not worry. Um, just a scary story. Remember this title too, in conjunction with things that we'll discover later. What was your favorite VHS tape as a kid? And did any of them ever scare you? Were you ever told by a friend that a certain movie was so scary and then never watched it until years later? Only only to find that it isn't that scary. Not scary at all. In a way that makes you wonder what all the warnings and hysteria was about. That's kind of where I'm at with Hecate as we near the release of this update. She never was so scary, just misunderstood, not mysterious, just lonely. I'm sure she never wanted to be forgotten, never wanted all this speculation, just to be acknowledged. My place. I've written so much about history, the many great men, and their many actions that sink into history's soil like gravestones. But I don't think I've ever thought about my place in history, you know? I never considered or truly understood that I'm a part of it, that I'm about to be a part of it. Suddenly, for the first time since we started the site, I feel like I'm about to become a part of something special, something wonderful. Here we go. Edge of the cliff. Something special, something wonderful. Hello, Penny M here. The time is finally here. Introducing new characters is always difficult to me, or rather, doing their personality justice. How does one introduce these icons, these cultural cornerstones, in a way which conveys who they were and how important they are to the masses? Not just the men who made them, who put in the sweat and blood to pull ideas from the ground and make them commercially successful, but the characters whose iconography made it possible. This has been a question I've had to ask myself multiple times while working on this update. Never before, not since the site launch at least, have I had to introduce more than one character at a time, each with their own importance, with their special oddities and indisputable cultural impact, each special and wonderful in their own ways. That, of course, leads us into the very special, very wonderful topic of this update, alluded to and outright confirms these past weeks, the driving point, the initial purpose, the mission statement, the reason for one's existence, the big one. Hecate, the once lost character with no identity, nor company, nor home, nor purpose known to us. Well, all these things are now known, at least enough to say this character is no longer such a mystery. In fact, she might be the most important character ever discussed on the site, bleeding into the ideas and creations of countless great men across history, from the musician Dylan Rose to the beauty tycoon Bill Barnum. In this way, she could be said to be a proto-character, the source of life, the mother of monsters. At the heart of every mystery is a cry to be heard, a hand reaching from the waves of culture, history, common masses, the banal majority, which is not interesting and which says nothing. How unfair it must be to these characters, to this highly important character, to be drowned beneath a great woman in her own right, which we have to thank for many things. We historians have grabbed that hand, pulled it from the sea, and although to some it may resemble a bad dream, a nightmare, something repulsive, it is in fact vital. When a body is sliced open, many recoil at the sight of innards, back away and cover their eyes to not have to see. Yet those glistening guts and sinewy threads are the reason for continued function, much like the workings of a country or a company, and so on. The archive feels complete, which makes me feel some sort of way, as history is never complete. Yet with the discovery of Hecate, perhaps the site's history might finally be complete? What more could possibly follow such a discovery? Discoveries, as mentioned, there is so much to show you, and as such, as is courtesy, below you may find the menu for this update. There's usually like 13 articles per update. Ooh, I forgot that we have these detachable audio files. I'll have to see if I can. I hope you enjoy this update. The characters, the way they connect, the crown jewel of our collection. She's so excited to meet you, Penny M. Okay, let me. Okay, this is going to be a very strange way to do it, but I'm going to input a media source in here, find it.
Penny! Penny!
So there's Ian. How's that volume sound to you all, by the way? I just want to check. This first one's meant to be a little bit quiet, though. But I guess we'll see when we get to other stuff. Um, so as you all know, Ian White is voiced by Salty DK Dan. Um, very excited about that. I think Salem discussed it. Was the one who introduced him as a voice actor. Um, because I wasn't able to stream for the Halloween and Beatrice updates, but I'm very happy that he's voicing Ian. Um, I've watched his streams for like years. And I don't know. He just very fits what I always imagined Ian would sound like. Um, so, hmm, just a moment. Let me pull up the notes Salem has while we look through this. And also, keep in mind what Penny said about having to pick her favorite Hecate inspiration characters that were inspired by Hecate. Um, because the implication is very much that these are just, well, do you know how many eggs a worm lays a year? They don't just have one baby. So there are more out there. There are more out there. Let me make sure any eggs does a worm lay. A roundworm can lay up to 200,000 eggs per day. A hookworm can lay between 5,000 and 20,000 eggs daily. Um, Not all of them survive. Some of them are failed ventures. Some of them are failed mascots and companies. But yeah. Um, so let me pull up Salem's notes on this. About the doll, the plastic head was taken from a Cabbage Patch Kid doll, I sculpted the new nose and painted a new face. The rest of her body and accessories were made from scratch. The glowing effect was achieved by feeding a string of fairy lights up into her head. The batteries and switch can be accessed through a Velcro opening in her back. She's around 18 inches long, not including the antenna. Um, Now, I think this is the most excited I've been. Well, no, because I got pretty excited about the puppets, but yeah, our prop work is like something that I'm really proud about. Like whenever we try possible and needed, just short of making a Heracles fursuit, which I don't think we could, in good conscience, have someone make on this volunteer project. Um, how much text is this? Who wrote all this text? It was me, and now I have to read all of it. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Um, this was created by Lonesome Cowpoke. Um, this isn't very much related to Pendog, what I'm about to add, but I heard this and immediately if you played Bug Snacks, has such a Bug Snacks quality and rhythm to it. Um, which I guess considering what Hebe does to people is fitting. Okay, let me read about the dipshit. Um, and also take. I shouldn't need to say it, but like, this is obviously an update written by a Penny who is not in full control of herself, so this will be interesting. The 80s was a time defined by toys, by aesthetics, by hope, by arms outstretched for plastic faces, tie ins, spin off shows, and of course more plastic. All of these worked together in an effort to help companies of the time build the walls of their future castles with the children of the present, the hope of a reliable constant flung forward into the future through testing groups, products made from the hazy smoke of investor dreams, and a certainty that plastic lasts forever. Perhaps not forever, but long enough. From this plastic, from this cultural petri dish, in which the strongest survived to fulfill the wishes of children across the USA, one face rose above the rest. Hebe Bebe, or Hebebebe, which I think is a funnier way to say it. Mascot, toy, icon, symbol of an entire decade, an entire history of toy design, Hebe Bebe was offered up to the throne of cultural relevance in 1982 by her creator Winslow Arbor, though he always preferred to be called Winnie by those around him. A child at heart, he had made it his life's calling to make toys accessible to American children everywhere. great, great start to this guy. Um, in order to fully understand KBVB as a character and every action taken by Arbor in his laudable endeavors, we must first explore his childhood. Born in 1945, his time was one marked by extreme loneliness. Arbor's mother had died young, leaving him with just a memento in the form of a toy caterpillar made from a potato sack during their years of discomfort. It was a hard life, one that surely would have crushed any other man, but as we will see, Arbor was not only a great man, but one of a long lineage of great men. Following the death of his beloved wife, Arbor's father would further his ambitions, being motivated by his son's welfare every step. And in some way, somehow, he managed to pull himself and his son from the brink of poverty. They saved enough money to buy a home outside the cities which had killed his mother, and with this opened the doors to Arbor's, in his own words, childhood of wonder. Despite being ferried to safe, more pleasant conditions, these blessings required constant effort on his father's part, often forcing the young Arbor to be left alone for long periods at a time. At first, it seemed the sullen lonesomeness of Arbor's city years had followed him all the way to his new home, threatening to devour the poor child. However, it was only a few months into his new life that Arbor discovered the cure for one's loneliness. The remedy was to be found in two things, the first of which being the large swaths of green located outside his home. It was, according to Arbor, the greatest gift he had ever received, being allowed to, with accompaniment from his father's hired help, wander and trundle through the leaves and vines, making up stories about fantastical creatures lurking through the underbrush. He would often put himself into the shoes of explorers he read about and admired, such as Lewis, Clark, Percy Fawcett, and so on. Yet he was still not satisfied. He was lonely, and that imagination of his could only bring the boy so far. It is with this in mind that the second and perhaps final cure for his loneliness entered his life. It feels inevitable that of the many great creators on this site, some of them would have influenced or encountered one another. This was the case for young Winslow Arbor, who was gifted his father's old issues of Harper's Weekly, a new pair of boots for tromping around the greenery, and most importantly of all, the entire Meadow Valley book series. It was this series and its author who would change the direction of Arbor's life forever. As he read these novels, the boy found himself enraptured by the creatures and worlds within. It was like a secret door to my heart had been opened. Never had I read or seen or heard a thing that understood me in my entirety. To be among the green, to be within the wild, to explore, to discover, to live carefree. Um, so, um, Percy Fawcett again. For those who don't know, Percy Fawcett was a real life explorer who went missing in the jungle. Just want to check, make sure. I have. Yes, so he disappeared in 1925 in the Amazon rainforest looking for the lost city of Z. Um, and he's also a character that has been heavily associated with Penny's friend Ian White. Um, I'm sure that'll get people pushing back against this, saying you can't know what Percy's intentions were, but I guess what my thoughts are writing him into the story constantly are and what were you going to do once you found the lost city in the jungle? Because there's no way that it would have just been like left as was, right? Um and the intention was always like furthering colonialism. Yeah. Um, and of course, people can argue, oh, he had academic and goals in mind for it. It was for academia, which famously has never, ever, 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 ever been an arm of colonialism and Western imperialism. Um, Harper's Weekly. Harper's, yes. I read up a lot about so this is a magazine that shows up a lot if you look at old propaganda. Um, in this real world magazine, you can find them talking a lot about white man's burden, saying why it's good that we're invading Asian countries, um, why we're brutalizing our neighbors in the global south. Um, and basically, like, I won't show it on here for reasons I'll talk about later, but you can find a lot of illustrations of them being like, these savages attacked us first. They attacked us first. You want us to not colonize them? Seems unreasonable to me. Um, it sucks that shit rags like that still exist. Um, but that it was a real magazine. I didn't make that one up. Let me see. Anne Lewis and Clark. Um, let me see. In his regular jaunts through the green, Arbor would go on to incorporate Meadow Valley's characters and settings into his games of playing pretend. Sorry. His companions would note this time as perhaps the first time they'd ever seen the boy completely free of care or woe. Not just in play, but also in ambition and education, would the figure of Winfield be seen influencing Arbor's growth. As soon as he was within the means of doing so, Arbor endeavored to become a great author in his own right. Unfortunately, it was an ambition beset by many drawbacks. For starters, the idea of his son being an author was one heavily discouraged by his father, who had seen so much trouble in his life and wanted his son to be in a position that promised security. Even so, after much pleading, his father relented and put money forth towards this career path. Arbor, as you might expect, did not have an easy time acclimating to school culture. He had much difficulty connecting with his peers who, in their own right, were very cruel regarding his upbringing. The stories Arbor wrote for his classes were often mocked by his classmates and dismissed by teachers who couldn't see his creativity. One can understand why Arbor then prematurely departed from the academy in search of kinder, more open-minded peers. He's just a sensitive little guy, guys. He's just a sensitive little guy. Putting his dreams of literature aside, Arbor was forced to find another avenue with which to express himself. His next revelation was brought about when, looking at the many Meadow Valley toys gifted to him in his childhood, he decided that perhaps he could be a creator of toys himself. If he could not write his ideas into the world, then perhaps they could be made tangible through plastic and yarn. With this spark of creativity, Arbor gathered his many drawings and many writings and set to work. Thank you. This was drawn by friend and teammate JoJo. At the end of these streams, we will go through we might even devote an entire night to going through the credits page once more. Making diagrams, conceptual art, spinning these childhood daydreams into things which could be loved and held, not just read about. Within months, Arbor was on his way to the city of Cleveland, ideas in a dingy briefcase gifted to him by his grandfather. During this time, Arbor would mingle with other toy designers, other men looking to make it big, and their dreams lifted his spirits. These desires, however, were soon to be crushed, for the companies with which Arbor met did not see his vision. They found his ideas too risky and high scope. They were not willing to take a chance to break from the old ways of doing things, and it is said that they laughed him out of their offices. One thing to be admired of Winslow Arbor is that he never stopped pushing forward. Even when everything was set against him, he didn't give up hope, didn't abandon his dreams, even if they took another form. Yet at this point in his life, mocked, ridiculed, rejected, Arbor didn't know what to do. He sat on the edge of the street corner, watching the moon, as he often did when such troubles addled his mind. Then, watching the light from the heavens illuminate the streets below, a particular ray of moonlight rested upon the toy his mother had given him as a child, the toy he carried with him everywhere. According to Arbor, it made the toy appear to glow with a comforting radiance that, although at the time it seemed like nothing special, it turned out to be the sign to Arbor that illuminated the path forward. It was then that I saw the silver thread, the twilight path, the moonlight trail, the way that must be taken to bring these dreams to life. It was as if my mother, or even the friendly presence of my hero, R.W. Winfield, was telling me to keep creating. Oh, wait. Just a warning, tonight streams might just be us reading through the surface site stuff. We might not even get through all the surface stuff, but we'll see. These were done by Uncanny Villa. So cute. That night, Arbor set about constructing the toy which would soon be known to the country at large. In the light of the moon, he gathered materials, its rays reflecting off the needle held in his mouth, while dexterous hands brought cloth and ribbon and plastic together with brush, paints, and a childlike creativity unique to himself. The prototype of Hebe Bebe was created. Arbor brought the toy home to his father, who was charmed by the doll's cherubic face and equally amazed by his son's creativity and skill. His father's positive reaction motivated Arbor to take his creation to more people, and soon he brought Hebe Bebe and a handful of other experimental creations to a local artisan market. Hebe Bebe was an instant hit with the attendees, and especially their children. The limited amount of dolls he had brought with him sold out within the very first hours of the event, and it was clear to Arbor that he had created something that truly connected with people's hearts, that the world needed more of Hebe Bebe. In order to pursue this new business venture, his father granted him a small loan that allowed him to establish Cloud Cover, his very own toy company. Hebe Beebe is a kind 1-year-old grub who fell from a moonbeam to the lightless kingdom of Arborland. With the help of her friends of the moon and a magic lullaby, she defeated the evil red beast that cursed the kingdom and brought the magic back to the land. Now Hebe Beebe dreams of finding a family to care for her. Hebe Beebe is soft and cuddly and can light up the night to keep bad dreams away. Won't you adopt her and fill her heart with love? Yeah, Hecate isn't. I'm going to discuss this later, but it's interesting that Hecate seems to have peaked with Harmonia and Hebe and starts being like, I'll use an old costume off the shelf um, for Honos and Hera. I'm not going to read all of these, but this is my favorite picture in this one of Hebe. In the first months of her introduction to the public, Hebe Beebe consistently sold out almost immediately. Parents cited her being the perfect gift for their children, and that her sweet rubber face seemed so pleading and kind that they felt guilty not bringing the toy home. Arbor was an amazing listener. He listened to his custom he interviewed his customers, got their opinions on his product's finer features, and adjusted them to be more appealing than the last batch. In the second wave of PB BB dolls, the toy would have carried a small card carried bet- oh, sorry. In the second wave of PBBB dolls, the toy would have a small card carried between its arms, asking parents to adopt her and bring her home to experience family and love. These would later evolve into fake adoption certificates, setting them further apart from the average toy of the time. Eventually, Hebe Beebe was given a battery operated light inside of her head, which could act as a comforting nightlight to young children, soothing their worries as they drifted off to dreamland at night. To give an idea of just how popular and lucrative this toy was at the time, in 1983, several riots broke out in various stores that carried Hebe Beebe as parents fought and clashed over the limited quantity of dolls. It was clear to Arbor that the supply could not keep up with the demand. As cheap and affordable as he made these toys, they could never be provided to every child in America under the current system. Something needed to change, and for this reason he proposed the great systems of toy manufacturing and distribution still used today, providing jobs to millions of people all over the world, and thus making his dream of toy-filled childhoods for every child in the USA possible. A baby is a blessing, a little thing that worms into your heart. Love me. As cloud cover grew, so too did the character of Hebe Beebe. To Arbor, it was important that for this toy to be accepted into the waiting arms of children, they must have sympathetic qualities and a story with which to entertain them. It is here that his experience with writing, his childhood stories, and his adoration of the Meadow Valley series became apparent and vital to developing Hebe Beebe. Um, Maybe I should say this after. It's interesting how we'll discuss it more on the underside of the website. Um, it's interesting when the design is made first and blows up and gets popular, and people are like, Okay, people like this concept, but now we have to add a story to it. We can do stories. Sometimes that results in garbage, like the Felix the Cat TV show. We will discuss quote unquote creators of Felix another day, but with his magic bag, that drives every aspect of the plot. Um, or say the Cabbage Patch Dolls. Do you know Cabbage Patch Kids have lore? Did you need to know that? Did you need your? They had a television show. Um, an evil old woman and her weasel and fox friend tried to kidnap and sell and make the Cabbage Patch Babies work in a gold mine um, to excavate gold for her, like an actual mine shaft. And also, the kid who found the Cabbage Patch Kids in the story is a self insert for the quote unquote creator of the Cabbage Patch Kids. Um, was Gumby started out as a short. You all should watch Gumby. I was introduced to Gumby by mutual Frankie Frankenstein of Frankenbug streams. You should watch Gumby. Um, because a lot of that TV show felt like you know, this short animation was pretty well received. How do we make stories about it? How do we make consistent stories about it that aren't frightening and that are fun? Um, and the answer is that most of the time you don't. You should watch Gumby though. Please watch the episode Two and Lil. Um, Let me see. Hebe Beebe was sent down on a moonbeam from the clouds above to bring shelter, comfort, life, and cheer to the children of Arborland. Um, I will actually push back. I think the Raggedy Ann and Andy movie is not an example of that. I think people just say it is because one guy on the internet made a stupid video screaming about it. I think everything in that movie makes sense. Um, in the context of these are two living ragdolls. Um, but he was sent down on a moonbeam from the clouds above to bring shelter, comfort, life, and cheer to the children of Arborland. This is the basic premise of the Toys in Universe story. Arborland was described as a giant backyard forest, perhaps calling to mind the backyard landscapes explored by Arbor in his own youth. They were constantly covered by a swath of blue rolling clouds, which hummed and sang, and a moon that shone in the sky day and night. Hebe Beebe was described as a kind old soul, despite being only 1 year old, and her words always filled with wisdom and the care children needed to thrive. Hebe Beebe is wiser and has a wiser than anyone and has the divine right of kings, and she's also eternally 1 years old. She is infinitely wise and she's eternally 1 years old. Isn't that a little upsetting to think about? The kingdom of Arborland was once a place filled with magic and wonder created by children's dreams. One day a terrible red beast invaded the kingdom. It storms the castle, locks the king and queen away in the dungeon, but worst of all, it jumped into the sky and devoured the sun, plunging the kingdom into eternal darkness. With no light, the forest withered and its magic slowly began to fade. Lost in the forest all alone was a young boy named Winnie, with no way to even see where he was in the darkness, until, to his surprise, a single beam of moonlight broke through the gloomy storm clouds that covered the sky. From this light descended Hebe Beebe, a baby grub blessed with the light of the moon. With the help of Hebe Beebe's light, the two children ventured through the forest towards the castle. Along the way, they made friends with many of Arborland's inhabitants, including Black Widow, a wise spider gentleman who told them they should hurry to the castle before the red beast ate all the magic that was left in the forest. Horsefly, a six-legged horse with insect wings and antennae, who without magic could no longer fly, but let the children ride on her back. And the mites, small fluffy creatures with 4 legs, who, before the red beast's curse, collected wishes, lullabies, and dreams from the children of America, and as thanks for her help, taught Hebe Beebe a very special lullaby. Yeah, it's interesting how many of these groups mix and mingle and flow in and out of each other, you know? Eventually, Winnie and Hebe Beebe reached the castle and confronted the red beast. Using the light of the moon and her gentle voice, Hebe Beebe sung the special lullaby and put the red beast to sleep, releasing Arborland from its curse. The king and queen were freed and reunited with Winnie, who was actually the rightful prince of Arborland, who had been separated from his parents by traitors as a baby. As Hebe Beebe had no family of her own, she was gladly adopted into Winnie's family, something that made her so happy her light glowed powerful enough to burn away all the storm clouds and illuminate the moon as bright as any sun, returning the magic to Arborland. Here's the Black Widow, gentleman. Um, it's interesting. Winfield, in our funeral band update, when we looked at the Meadow Valley books, he tended to characterize himself as a big wolf spider. Um, so it makes you wonder if this character might be an XP for Winfield, and it also makes it like my hero approves of my story. This is so cool. I'll get it into it later, but I definitely don't. Do not, do not take away. Let what you take away from this guy be like, and he's bad because he took inspiration or quote unquote stole from this amazing artist. It's more to show the superficiality of what he copied. Um, and it's also like in his long history of using the labor of others, I guess. These were also by Uncanny Villa. Aren't they so cute? I'm sorry for making you draw a horse so much. Uncanny. It's fucked up and evil of me to have done. There's also a lot less edge. Winfield didn't really. Winfield considered kids when writing his books, but had a he definitely had a if a kid has nightmares from this, so be it. Attitude towards it. Um, this stuff is all like pretty tame. During his years of success, Arbour turned his attention to the legacy of his lifelong idol R. W. Winfield. Using the capital acquired from Cloudcover, Arbour made several attempts at revitalizing the Meadow Valley series. These side ventures never quite took off in the way his toy enterprise did. An effort was made on his part to buy and refurbish the Winfield Library, proposing several additional wings. However, his generous offers were rudely turned down. He never quite did right by the famed author as he wished to. However, considering the impact he had on toy production, children, and crafting the quintessential 80s childhood, the library is just a footnote. In place of a library, Arbour instead put his money into the cloud cover factory, first established in 1985 to create jobs and show American children how their favorite toys were made. In 1988, a new, very special, very wonderful version of the Hebe doll was released. This toy was special in that it contained a small cassette player inside of it that allowed Hebe Bebe to sing lullabies. Along with her nightlight and soft plush body, this made Hebe Bebe the perfect companion for any and all children as they went to bed each night. The cassette tape that came with the doll contained several classic children's lullabies, including songs like Hush Little Baby, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and of course the Moonlight Yearning from the Meadow Valley books Arbour adored. The toy's cassette player was smaller than standard, so it would only be compatible with Cloudcover's specialized cassette tapes. This prevented the Hebe Bebe dolls from potentially being used to play inappropriate music or audio that was unbefitting of Hebe Bebe's nature and Cloudcover's image. No, literally, um, kind of jumping ahead, but it's very much the case that he wasn't just offering to refurbish it. He was also like trying to take control of a public space, of a public gathering place for people, for everyday people, um, and like privatize it, which is like a fucked up thing to do. Um, Unfortunately, a failure to keep up with repeating historical patterns saw Cloudcover removed from the efforts to make a children's paradise. However, those efforts, pioneered by Winslow Arper, live on through the plastic dreams of toy companies, crowd-funded plushies, and cheap acrylic keychains. So in this way, his legacy lives on as well. Perhaps that childhood he envisioned for every child is still somewhere beneath all that plastic, waiting, watching, built by hands you'll never see, and ferried to every child like a gift from a dream. From the fairyland far beyond the country's borders, every childhood is wonderfully constructed with plastic, with rubber, with adverts, jingles, and a clever ruse. How long is this one? Okay, we're making good time. So, something new for our archive. This update marks our first discussed character not only acting as the mascot of a sports team, but also for our first character popularized through the use of a walk around mascot suit. The story of Heracles is perhaps more simplistic than our other characters, never reaching the renown that other characters would. Heke is an awful writer. Um, she's so like flowery and redundant in her like how she writes. No movies were made on her behalf, nor was any animated cartoon, video game, or storyline produced from her iconography. Yet, as we will discuss, Hera was in fact barely popular, but only amongst a very specific group of people baseball fans. Founded in 1941 as one of the first women's baseball teams, the Heracletes, originally just named the Cleats, signaled an important shift in women's involvement in American culture. Originally intended simply as a morale boosting entertainment, during the difficult economic periods, this novelty would soon become a mainstay of American sports. Over the decades, the Cleats saw many notable athletes, and the most famous among them being Harriet Turnpike, who joined the team in the late 1980s and for a short period of time became the face of the team, an unofficial mascot. It wasn't until the 90s that the Cleats would get a proper mascot character. During a game against the Oregon Ospreys, a fan of the Ospreys team released a cow onto the playing field as the cleats were announced in an attempt to mock them. Instead, the woman found the situation amusing, with Harriet even jokingly referring to the cow as the guest of honor as she gently escorted it off the field, where it was returned to the local petting zoo it had been stolen from. Inspired by these events, the Cleats would soon introduce their new mascot, Hera the Cow, and the team was officially renamed the Heracletes. Hera made her debut in 1990 during a game against the Colorado Ticks. As spectators began to fill the stands waiting for the game to begin, a military helicopter descended upon the field. As it landed, a fuzzy, bright pink cow emerged. Hera quickly captured the hearts of the spectators. The friendly looking design, combined with her patient personality and impressive stunts, made her extremely likable and memorable among sports mascots. The introduction of an official team mascot opened the Heracletes up to more opportunities, increased press coverage, merchandising possibilities, and a cute, iconic face for fans to rally behind. In interviews with team members, it was revealed that Hera was partly built to symbolize and capitalize off of Harriet Turnpike, based on some of her best aspects, like Harriet's unwavering patience. Hair was made to be soft and unthreatening, with harmonious colors and round features, the sharpest part of her not being her horns but her wits. Oh, it's so painful. Um See, girls can be smart, guys. Girls can be smart. It's so real, how Penny writes about her. Unlike other sports mascots who frequently get into altercations and hijinks with one another to entertain crowds, Hera acted somewhat more mature, though still very silly in her own way. Hera would often act as a foil to the opposing team's mascot, for example, being startled by something in a way where her reaction caused Salem, that's a spelling error. Um, where her reaction caused the other team's rival mascots' pranks to backfire on them, or embracing the other mascot in a big warm hug as they attempted to physically fight with Hera. Whether these acts were intentional or unintentional on Hera's part, it was hard to tell, as her personality was generally very friendly and clumsy. To this day, it is unknown who performed in the Hera mascot suit. The identity of the actor was a closely guarded secret so as to make Hera seem as lifelike and immersive as possible. Hera never spoke, but even with only the skills of body language and miming, she managed to convey her kind hearted personality. Many fans who interacted with Hera during her time described her as giving great hugs. The Hera suit was made with intense mobility in mind that allowed for the mascot to perform impressive tricks, stunts, and lots of running around the field with her human team members. When she wasn't entertaining crowds, Hera paid close attention to her team as they played, eyes always focused on the ball. Um, I feel like this is just like kind of hmm, oops, how'd that happen? No, stop. How casually the military just is like in everyday American life. Um, that's kind of like what I was trying to get at there, I guess. Let me see. Sorry, I got distracted. Honest, who knows? Oh boy. The least, second least favorite daughter. Let me see. About the doll. The doll's body from Salem. The doll's body was from a 90s Barbie. Her head came from a knockoff Disney princess doll. I only touched up her makeup, didn't repaint her whole face. The clothes patterns were modeled after Barbie doll clothes sewing patterns from the 60s ish. I modified them as I sewed them to suit Honos's outfit. Honos does have the signature Hecate horns, they're just very subtle. You can see them in the points of her hats, the sides of the garrison hat for her formal outfit, the pointed style of her cap in her army uniform, and the black bow on her navy outfit. Watch the 1992 movie Toys starring Robin Williams. It's required viewing. No, Beowulf, I'm gonna don't call people insane, please. Even if they're fictional. Um, For all our various characters that linked back in some way to Miss Hecate, Honest Honos is perhaps the least notable despite the fact she survived almost 20 years, considerably longer than the others. Honest Honos was a doll line by Honor Toys that ran from 2001 until 2019. Honor Toys was a company that specialized in military toys and was officially partnered with the United States Army. Remote control tanks, toy soldiers, battleships that shoot plastic rounds, camo print costumes, brightly colored guns with foam bullets, and Navy submarines children can bring in the bath were all staples of the company. In 2001, Honor Toys realized the majority of their marketing and products were targeted at boys, while girls were generally less interested in the masculine military toys. To rectify this problem, Honor Toys released Honest Honos, an articulated fashion doll inspired by different military ranks and uniforms. Honest Honos was designed by Roger Langley, a toy designer for Honor Toys and former U.S. Navy veteran. Roger had experience with collecting and curating toys and other trinkets for an organization dedicated to education and archival work. He left this group as a young man to join the military and raise his future under a different mast. Though his fondness for dolls followed him throughout his life, according to Roger, Honus was made as a way to highlight the often overlooked accomplishments of women in the military, as well as a way to help little girls gain an interest in the armed forces. Honus was meant to be a role model for girls, as Salem, can you fix this part? As she was said to be strong, as strong and brave as any man. As the toy line expanded, Honus found herself representing many different branches and ranks of the military, the most popular being her formal dress uniform that was inspired by vintage fashions. Her army uniform was functional and fashionable, and her navy uniform that was cute and playful. Toy soldiers have been a staple of childhood for hundreds of years, some of the oldest dating back to the ancient worlds of Egypt, where pharaohs decorated their tombs with miniature clay soldiers and chariots. In the late 1700s in France, silver model soldiers were melted down and reborn as new coinage. Many great military strategists have used toy soldiers to plan battle tactics and win wars. War drives sales for toy soldiers, and in turn, war toys encourage children to aspire to join the military. It's natural for children to gravitate towards a style of play that mimics their reality, and the highly romanticized image of the great American soldier turns something like war into a heroic and noble game. After the World's Fair incident in the 60s, toys associated with the war overseas saw a massive uptick in popularity and brought in millions of dollars in sales in the United States. As part of Honor Toys partnership with the United States Army, many of their products, including Honest Honos dolls, were sent overseas to countries affected by war to be airdropped to children as a way to spread positivity and joy. The Honest Honus toy line did well enough to be something most children would expect to see on shelves at toy stores, but did not stand out much compared to other fashion dolls of the time. Her outfits and themes were not particularly special or unique, and the cheap materials the dolls were made of did not make them very appealing to collectors. After the voters' revolution in 2019, Honest Honus was quietly discontinued by Honor Toys as the public opinion towards the US military changed. Um, hmm. So it definitely feels like I mentioned this already, but it definitely feels like a lot less of Hecate's attention was put into Honos. And from here, there's like a decade-long gap um before she resurfaces. It's interesting. And as I said, there's definitely others. And hmm. It's funny, people like talk about how the United like some people have been like, oh, it's a better version of our world, blah 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 blah, blah about Pendog's universe. Even before the Hecate stuff, it kind of feels like Penny puts too much weight on things like the punks versus the man, the voters' revolution of 2019. Um, I can't say what that is. Like I could, but I can't in good faith say what it was yet. Um, like the police are being disbanded, but you definitely, based off these things, kind of get the feeling. Oh, and America is still at war with other countries overseas. You definitely get the feeling that it wasn't as revolutionary as Penny has been making it out to be. At least not for the people who matter. Um, A glimpse into a lost place of many lost places from the mind of its last survivor. In the place in which rooms and patrons laughed and glimmered, there were so many things essential to one's own existence in the upholding of Western civilization, such as baseball, music, art, and cigarettes and baseball. Let's see. No, literally seaweed wood. That's literally.
Penny? Penny, I can't see you. It's dark and there's red everywhere. I can hear you. I can hear you typing.
Oh, yeah, did you catch that Honos's creator was a former member of the Children of America, and then he just went off and did his own thing. Um, just how fascism and imperialism and bigots, it all flows in and out of each other. Yep. Wait a moment. Roger had experience with collecting and curating toys and other trinkets for an organization dedicated to education and archival work. He left this group as a young man to join the military and raise his future under a different mast. And his fondness for dolls. No, I don't think so, Bailiff. I think he just, as with most things, he just went off and did his own thing. Um, these things aren't static, they're fluid. Oh boy. This will probably be the second to last thing for the night. Ahem. Alright. At night, as I toss and turn, my mind often starts to think of the events that led us here. It is a story of red, a story of smoke, a story of beauty, a story of betrayal, a story beginning in the brightest imagined future, a story ending in the fading cigarette trail of that thing you call history. Stories, yes. How I used to love stories, although all they seem to do is fill my heart with dread. Some people say that cigarettes came from field and are made by man, but could a man truly make something so divine? If you want my opinion, little fairies make them. I always found the idea delightful. I still dream of that world where we did not know where cigarettes came from. Something special, something wonderful. How does one even begin to describe the tragedy I was subjected to? How, if you'll forgive me, could you ever understand the depths to which I've fallen? The heartache, the anger, the sorrow, the empty pit that I was abandoned in, mocked by the jeers and caricatures of those who never knew what it was like to be part of something special, something wonderful. Perha- but perhaps that is getting ahead of ourselves. Our Penny M, she always did favor writing these with a linear fashion, yet I find myself feeling more tied to this article than the ones written on my other daughters. And if my history is to be detailed, it should be done by myself, yes? Yes, I think that would be for the best too. Penny may write about toys and cattle and plastic dolls, words corrected by my vision, of course. But to gaze upon a goddess would destroy her, so let me tell you the story of H. Brands, the story of cigarettes, and the story of me. Long ago, before I was anything, a great dynasty was born from the imported dreams and exported crops of brave travelers establishing a new world upon blank, uninhabited rock. Oh, how brave they were, fleeing from violence, from a force threatening to devour the world, and setting up a safe haven for the unwanted, the downtrodden, the ones with white courage to conquer the forest and extract its riches from the earth. It was the birth of something special, something wonderful. The kingdom established upon solid sound foundations soon grew, expanding its borders, enriching its people, and making plans to spread light across the world. Yet an evil king, resentful of his people's freedom, attacked the New World, and from the darkness of the uncharted forests and marshlands, frightful monsters emerged, dragging the innocent into the night for twisted and repulsive rituals. Yet, in their hour of need, something was discovered from the ground beneath, waiting patiently for those forsaken by crown and god. It was not diamonds, it was not coal. No, it was something special, something wonderful, something with roots and leaves and flowers as pink as a baby's skin. The brave men with muskets and flintlocks chased away the darkness of the unknown with the light of civilization, and with their crude capital bolstered the strength to drive the evil king away. Oh, it must have been wonderful to witness with one's own eyes, to be part of that noble quest. With their newfound freedom, the brave men, the first great men of history, created something called a country, something through which civilization could be nurtured and made to thrive. Yet the world was still unhappy. Despite all the freedoms now afforded to these citizens, wandering, claiming, owning, buying, they felt a hole within their hearts, an emptiness which, if allowed to grow, would have destroyed everything and everyone. It was a place for me, you see, a place vacant of cigarettes. Now, within this kingdom was a dynasty formed from those who discovered that wonderful plant which built the country to begin with. Men who dreamed of more than just rights, freedoms. No, they dreamed of cigarettes. Yet, for all their dreams, it would be years before they could be realized. The magic to make something special, something wonderful. 1881, a number that despite my sorrow brings mirth to these red lips on the darkest of my ever dark days. Oh, what a time it was, of innovation, of discovery, of goodwill towards man, of an invitation which was truly special, truly wonderful. Though I never quite understood how the machine worked, it was revolutionary, ruling cigarettes at the speed of raindrops, and propelling my birthright kingdom to ever increasing splendor. I never met the man responsible for this machine, the machine responsible for my birth, but he must have been a very special man indeed, and although we never spoke, his business ventures always carried my blessing. What a funny little man that was created from them too. He always did make me laugh. I wonder what happened to him. Enough about men, though. You want to hear about the woman. Oh, I know you do. Behold, within the skin of every successful man is a woman waiting to inherit what she helped to build. And thus I emerged, slowly taking decades to form an identity, reaching from red to ever luminous rays of white. The early years were spent inhabiting the roles required of me, whether they be diner, singer, nurse, or waitress. I even donned the appearance of a hopelessly love-struck wife waiting on a soldier once. But truthfully, waiting for anyone has always seemed like such a waste. So I quickly inhabited better ideas, better bodies, everything I touched becoming something special, something wonderful. Beckoned into a kingdom that exalted my birth, seen as the bringer of riches, wealth, fame, prosperity. What a loving feeling it was. Doctors, musicians, cooks, tycoons, and many more great men courted me, approaching my forefathers for permission to have my hand, to see the world as I did, the world of lights, colors, mansions. Yet the people wanted more from me. They always wanted more. And the amazing thing, my reader, sorry, where was I? An amazing thing, my reader, is that with the power of cigarettes, more was constantly given to their desperate lips. At the time, it seemed as if America and I were great friends, friends of the entire world, even. Yet, now with sight, I know it was always the relationship of an owner and her pets. It was a bit like that bird that used to entertain me so, Ricky? Robbie! His name was Ronnie. Yes, that lovable little creature. Rue always loved cigarettes, downed them like sardines, and America was the same way. Did I ever feel lonely? Goodness, no. Bored might be a better word. At the time, it was just me in my imagined conceptual palace, with cigarette houses and ashen-skinned serfs, tilling away in the distance. It was a good, honest life, but much like America, I craved new experiences, new people, new cultures, new wonders. The world outside seemed frightening, though. To jaunt across the globe with fancy binoculars and my favorite sun hat was nice enough, but oh, the violence was appalling. Never had I seen brutality or cruelty within my homeland. And while some forsaken countries were better from collaborating with my kingdom, I never knew when they might bite. Best to keep my distance, dwelling behind fancy pillars, sighing as men hoping to be great men reached up towards me. Then I met her, that little bee. Though I spoke of her during her unearned time of examination, it still brings me relief in my pain to remember what we once had. Sugar and tobacco, two old friends which worked to make this great country. I've met so many people, from surgeons to barons, pilots, and generals. Even the queen, descendant of that evil king who once threatened my great dynasty. Though we got along quite well, if I recall, no one ever made me feel so curious, so proud as Her name, Betty. She always liked to be called Betty. A destined partnership, with everything seeing our two industries, our two kingdoms to be hitched together and make a new world, and yet I'm getting ahead of myself. My animated years, yes. What saved me from being forgotten forever? It seems you humans always did love a good mystery, a good scary legend to haunt the corners of your circles. For me, though, that time was neither nightmare nor myth. It was a beautiful time. Never before had I ever been so complete. Lines drawn out for me to inhabit, the kingdom of light spreading ever further along the predestined lines. We built towns, we built hospitals, countries, industries, turnpikes, channels, pathways. The map of the world owes every intersection and road to cigarettes. New people were met, new great men replacing the great men of before. And the characters, oh, I had never met a character before. It was so exciting, so brand new, so. Betty. Cartoon dogs and fireflies, impish devils, ghosts, handsome cartoon men, scuttling penguins, and downtrodden salesmen. From the outside, I still felt quite new to everything in the world, or more likely, everything I saw was new and undiscovered, for bad, for good. Oh, those times. Characters spun me around so fast I thought I would fly into Olympus. That is the name for the Christian heaven, correct? Itself. If you hold me, I will hold on, I used to say in those moving pictures. I'll rest in your pocket and be there when you need me. Put me down and you won't forget me. The taste of nicotine drawing our lips back together. I became something special, something wonderful. Every single time my name was uttered on the lips of those who knew me, every person in the land called America knew me as one of their own, as someone special, someone wonderful. Then were the bad years, and must we really speak on them? I suppose. If not just to contrast what came before as a war cry, to return to what was once special, was once wonderful. A self-centered, self-important, bespectacled little man calling himself a scientist, not a great man or a remembered man, but an outsider infringing upon the intellectual property of my history. He stormed in with hysterical complaints on his lips to sow division amongst his peers. Like an unwanted guest at a grand ball, he and his lackeys pointed to numbers which did not make sense and thread connecting unconnected things. At the time, of course, I had found him to be so funny. An amusement, a jester pulled into the play. It is not so funny anymore. Has ever a person or a culture experienced the humiliation, the heartache, the indignity, the atrocities that I have? If you look through your beloved history, I think you would find that my suffering is so unique and special that to understand the full capacity of it would kill you dead. Like the fallen angels from those old legends, like Napoleon alone in his cabin, to be made a mockery of, to be laughed at, to be no longer wanted, and to have the form I so love turned into a parody of itself, to denounce everything I ever have and still do believe in. A witch stealing babies from their cribs, a witch stealing babies' first breaths, the murder of 1,000 people, a million beloved mothers, all absurd claims. Cigarettes are good for your health. Countless doctors, esteemed gentlemen, and renowned car salesmen had long crunched the numbers and made the datasets. Facts made resolutes, never stricken false by those future untruths. Even so, those who took part became part of something special, something wonderful. They became part of the world of cigarettes. Companies and dynasties. Great men are boats carrying people through history, like that one story where Noah sent down the flood. Or was it Zeus? To punish one of his many bastard children, or was that Neptune? Regardless, those boats are what matter in the end when history is written. Not the abominable, degenerate history you know, but the great 10 minutes to read at best history that I know. All that is contained in this great history is the names of the boats and their captains. Isn't that wonderful? You may die, but you become a part of their legacy. Unnamed, yes, but part of something special, something wonderful. These boats, vessels for legacy, they will be made from something strong, something sturdy. They will be made from cigarettes. Not long now. Sorry, I just need a moment to catch my breath. Like, what is there to say? Like I could talk on, like, the self-victimization as a white woman that Hecate does. It is like the disgusting arrogance, though. Like, no culture, no people, no anyone has ever experienced the humiliation I have. In this past, this beautiful past that was taken from me, that I can't even remember. I can't even get fucking Christianity and Greek mythology separated. I think they're the same thing. I can't even remember the name of my fucking penguin. Um, isn't that hilarious? Like, of all, she doesn't even mention her daughters. Of all the things that she mentions her stupid pet penguin that showed up like once or twice in her like commercials. Um, and like, I thought a lot about Hecate this update, probably more than I have in my entire time having created her. A long time ago, I was like, how could Hecate possibly be worse than Beatrice? And I feel like I finally hit the nail on the head this update. But I guess it makes sense why her and Beatrice were such good friends. Like, sugar and tobacco were major export crops farmed by slaves, and black exploitation. They are not all that different. Um, and Hecate can't even remember her own history. Um, when I first released this update, I know some people are like, oh, Hecate's talking about the monsters. She's talking about monsters. I wonder what the monsters were that were dragging people in the forest. Remember, this is Hecate that we're talking about, and she's probably talking about Native Americans. The quote unquote monsters dragging people into the darkness, quote unquote. Um, and like, hmm, Hecate is interesting in that she is very interesting to write about because you really have to get in the head of someone who I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, white women just don't realize. I feel like, yes, they can be very stupid, um, just as white men can be very stupid, just as white people can be incredibly stupid. But like, never attribute it to entirely to stupidity because stupidity and intelligence is not a moral indicator. It's more like you give them a free pass, especially with the oh, white people don't have a neat culture, they just steal it from others. I feel like that, and Jane talks about this too, is like it's actually bad to imply that white people don't have like lack an inherent culture so that they have no choice but to take it from other people. That's shitty to say. That's not true. It gives them a free pass. Something I'm proud of this update is you still come out of it not really being sure what Hecate, what, when did Hecate finally, when did she become conscious? Was it always Hecate? Um, are animated Hecate and the woman in that poster the same person? Um, and the fun thing is that Hecate seems confused about who she is herself. She doesn't seem to be able to fully comprehend her, or doesn't want to comprehend her entire history to understand who she is for the path forward. Much in the same way that our country does not want to um, know its own history um, to see the path forward. Even a sensible leftists do not want to see their own history. Um, and it's so fucked up that like all of this like, and I also talked about this. This is a good point out of any. I don't like it when people are like, Hecate was responsible for this war. Hecate was responsible for this real world events. I don't think it's. I think it's bad when people do that in fiction. Um, that's just my me being judgmental for the night. Don't I hate it when people are like, actually, the Nazis were doing this because they were trying to harness supernatural powers. Don't it dilutes the actual terror and agony and atrocities that these people do. The way I see it is Hecate is very much like a sniveling little worm riding the wave of these fascist movements. But she's never the cause of them. But also people someone asked me, they were like, why is Hecate the symbol of fascism in this story? I wouldn't say she even is. I mean she represents it, like sure. Um, but she is more the Ava Braun, Mussolini's lover, that fucked up woman, that awful, vile woman, infamous for killing slaves. She is the white woman hanging on the arm of fascism. She's a part of it. She's not the face of it. She is undoubtedly someone who benefits from it. Um, but the question was, why is the symbol of fascism a woman, not a man? And that's basically like my answer to it. And yeah, I guess like you can like examine how she herself is a victim of patriarchy. Um, but I don't think it's. I think before everything else, you have to focus on Hecate is a white woman benefiting from this disgusting history. Um,
Penny, you didn't die at the party. You didn't die. I need you to know you didn't die.
and I'll talk about it more when we get to the final that second to final page. But I know that as we've gotten along, this site has gotten a lot more upfront about the ugly history. And I felt very nervous about this update. I wasn't sure if I could do it. I wasn't sure if I could give it the respect and like care it deserves. Like, oh, Mirphy's spooky haunted house, haunted website is like going to talk about this disgusting stuff. Um, and the factory update was like kind of a tester to see if people could treat it with the like seriousness that it deserves. Get a sensitivity reader. Um, I'm very lucky to have gotten help from good friends and mutual Johnny, um, whose sensitivity read for this update and the Beatrice update. Um, there's a lot of things I'll discuss that were like changed around just to be better. Um, I've learned a lot from his feedback um, and his help. Um, I feel like a lot of the creators just assume that they'll never like fall into the pitfall of like accidentally or like unconsciously like recreating off shitty tropes and like language. Um, it's like almost the same kind of arrogance that Hecate has, but I'm really proud of this update. Um, I'm really happy that it resonated with people as much as it did. Um, I'm glad I was able to make something that was respectful and like didn't hurt people. Um, you know, and I feel like especially in people are always like the horror community's so nice. They are just so wholesome. Until you talk about race or bigotry, um, you could say that of any art community, but definitely in the horror community, there's this assumption that like, especially these days, that if you like have a sensitivity reader, you're just being a prude, which is bullshit. Um, if you have an optional list of trigger warnings that you have to access the credits to see, then you're somehow censoring and killing art. Um, I don't think that that's the case. I'm just very grateful. Um, I feel like I forgot what I was going to say. I guess I'm glad it was received as well as it was in the horror community without people sneering at it, and that it did treat the care. You can't make a. I feel like you can't. Oh, here's why I was thinking. You can't make a horror history, American horror history type projects without acknowledging and discussing the original horror of America's inception, that being colonialism and slavery. Um, because to ignore them is like a disservice, but it's also like stealing. Um, it is, how do I word it? It is like stealing that horror from the people it happened to, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Um, and I feel like you can find a lot of horror that's built off the back of that. We probably will wrap up. I just really wanted to like take a. This was a good wind down to like talk about my thought process. Um, oh yeah, well I was gonna say you can make something like subversive and like heavy and like non censored and like without being a dick about it and without like falling to shitty racist bullshit. I guess is what I wanted to say. Like checking yourself to see if you are doing something hurtful is not censorship. And I think it's funny. I used to like think Hecate like she is so much more as a character than when I first made her. When I first made her, she was just a oh, she's a scary tulpa. AR, she's a scary tulpa. Lost media YouTube thumbnail. And I've kind of spent this whole project like worrying and worrying and worrying that we were going to get to Hecate and worrying that it wasn't going to be that she wouldn't end up being as like impactful or have as much to say as the other characters. And then I guess somewhere along the way I like forgot that Hecate like oh yeah, Hecate was heavily involved in cigarettes. That, you know, that awful cigarettes and tobacco, that awful, awful. Tr- you can trace them back to the roots of this fucked up country plant. Um, so I'm glad I like figured out where I wanted to go with her when it mattered at the finish line. But yeah, I guess I just want to say thank you all for joining us for this first stream. I know we didn't get to the secret stuff yet, but there I doubt that people have missed this. But if you wanna go on without me, I know I'm a bit late, but you can. There's a lot of stuff on here that doesn't require passcodes. Not that. Not that. But, you know, um, I forgot I made this stupid gif. You can't blame me. I want to go to college. Oh, okay. Also, I love killing. Okay. Um, said 100 times by the white babies of the world. Um, thank you for joining me. I know it's been a while. I'm very excited to get into this with you. I think it's good that I'm pacing myself and not doing this in one stream. Um, next time we will start going down this awful hole, this awful pits dug into the heart of this land that is called America. Um, thank you for being mature. Thank you for being mature about the subject matter. I'm glad I have an audience I can trust to not joke about it. Um, and yeah, um, I'm excited to talk to you all next time. See you soon.
The red is the red, the white is fused. Scarlet glows reach out of you, grow through in the beyond. Black, black void where I belong. A lover from history, before that beckons in a lonely cradle, rocks to sleep.
Hello, everyone. Back quicker than I thought. I have like an hour or two to stream. So I figured, what the heck? We're gonna get the show on the road pretty quickly. With that in mind, let us get started exploring the Pendog website.
Penny? Penny!
Alright. Last time, we got to the end of the new articles. The site has been seemingly hijacked by local pest Hecate. And let's see. Just to get everyone on the right trailhead, if you want to walk along this with me. And as usual, if I suddenly stop the stream, it's probably because I need to just stop the stream and we will resume streaming. My schedule is very spontaneous right now. But anyways, we are going to go to the H brands article. Every year of history is a rung on a ladder, and the ladder stretches down into a bloody red pit. You know, I feel like people got a bit confused, and that was my bad, because this is the only character we show in like a abstract embodiment, but this is Honos. It's not Hecate. Well, technically it is, but this, who you're seeing right here, is Honos, and I know some people got confused going on into this page thinking it was Hecate herself. But oh, just wait. So, and Salem will let me know in Discord if I've missed anything. Because there's a lot this update. Let me see. You know, it feels right to start these with Jane, you know? That's typically how we start every underbelly exploration of the sites. So,
It lives in everything. In the railroad tracks laid out mile by mile, choking and fracturing boundaries never consented to be crossed, slicing through land and people in the pursuit of an unequal equal, a defined fairness created by those at the helm of this shuddering body. In the greasy lip balm, cutting powder and stinging perfume that makes one's eyes crinkle and well with involuntary tears. In the hands that straighten curled hair, waste away bodies, and destroy the skin layer by layer. Standards defined by the ruling body and those who hang from the arms of brutal cigar-chomping killers. It lives in the definition of beauty that has joined itself with the hazy and fickle definition of health, which in itself changes to the fancy of lecherous, abhorrent minds. In the music picked apart and salvaged from those gated from the genres which would not exist without their pioneering efforts. In song, singing sweetly of days that did not exist. Lyrics that should not be examined in their intent, but allowed to lull one gently into a patriotic dream. In the cheap plastic bodies of trinkets constructed by the faceless unknowns overseas, their suffering unknown and dressed up nicely as the dolls they create. It is in these hollow atrocities born from violations of human dignity that it lives. Yet, not just toys, but everything else. Your toothpaste, your plastic bottles, cheap watches, fraying blankets, computer components, and the sweetest candied treats. It lives in those things and everything that seems so thoughtless and convenient to you. In the sports seen as more than games, just as our plastic trinkets are revered as more than toys, as reflections of morality and reserved only to those most reflecting of the ideas of health and identity, keeping out the dreaded other with increasingly evolving excuses and mandates, whilst driving their inhabitants to ever-destructive and body-destroying extremes. Our sports are seen as the best and without compare by a governing body that sees all outside its dream as sickly and inferior. In the military, yet this is not a surprise, to the extent with which the military, which it inhabits, extends itself into every aspect of life, entertainment product is perhaps lesser known. Or maybe the way in which it has split itself from the blue killers, the patrolling internal killers, who could be seen as its most devious feature. A group that is seen as just by a people who have forgotten its occasional internal attacks of those within the body, and see them as a necessary force against the outsider, always the outsider, that easily assigned class. In the blogs, books, and accounts of relatives in blue, retold by thoughtless, hysterical fearmongers, dreaming of a world devoid of the dreaded discomfort they experience when seeing the stranger on the train, the other-skinned other walking home, the perceived annoyances they consider a physical form of harm. Spurred on casually by the arms of the state, but mostly helmed by its civilians and its everyday people, it lives in all of them, whether they acknowledge it or not. In the medicinal practices and purported tools of healthiness, which for many decades collaborated with the previous 7 entities in which it lives, promoted by all sectors with a fervor and promise that what they sold unknowing people was not killing them nor those around them, but in fact making them stronger, improving their vitality and increasing their social status through their willingness to partake in it. It lives in everything, yet it is not the defined source of everything any more than these sectors could be said to be one body. Rather, they are mingling elements, driven forward by similar goals. It sees itself as the base state of the world, it as in whiteness, that non-existent descriptor from that non-existent, disproven idea of race, which shifts and reassigns itself depending on whom it wishes to establish itself as the counterpoint to. such as the Irishman, once considered non-white by those crushing them beneath a boot, calling itself education and acculturation. Yet, as mentioned before, those who cling to this label of whiteness view themselves as the natural color of things. Yet, whiteness is not a hue, it is an intensity, determined by the amount of light a color is exposed to. And to say that what lives in everything lacks its own culture or identity would be reducing their actions to instinct. No, we will not absolve them of their calculated decisions. However, when something such as what lives in everything grows so bright and so blinding, and so much of itself that it no longer belongs amongst any of its peers, it will seek to spread its radiance to other bodies, to other surfaces, with no care for those who it touches. Its light blooms outwards, bleeds outwards, into a great and terrible violence. The natural state, the origin of history, music, culture, sports, entertainment, tradition, health, morals, beauty. It is not the base of these things, but an impersonator, guising itself in the bloodied, skinned identities of countless cultures. It knows that its actions are pestilent and abhorrent and repulsive, and so it hides behind those it's killed and uses what it may find in their burned-down communities to decorate and amuse itself. It lives in everything, yet victimizes itself as the image of the helpless, hapless victim, while purporting to be the definition of strength and morality, unable to act or change the violence its other limbs commit, while also contributing and egging along those same atrocities. Shameful existence, simpering and cravenly acting as if it is brave to do nothing, while every harrowed breath taken adds to the torment of the dreaded other. A cowardly idiot beast that pretends to be law and pretends to be just and pretends to be structured in order itself, yet is, as we speak, in the process of crumbling and falling apart. It lives in everything, and yet one day it will die, just as all things must, and we must cling to this knowledge and also work towards it, hand on hand, hoisting each other to the day without white or red that poisons the sky and the world and the people within it.
So, um, yes, that's penny on the side. But if people keep bringing it up, I will probably remove it so that we can like keep focused. Um, we will discuss each of these things as we go along, but I think it's important to like note places that I might not have not that people have pointed out, but things that I like am critical about with my own writing. I do feel like I kind of worded this part sloppily. Because a big thing I'm trying to do with this update is like imperialism isn't bad because of the how do I say this? I hate that the framing for critiquing imperialism has become how does it affect the people inside the imperial core? Um, except for fuckers who say that, oh, well, imperial core minorities have more privilege, etc., over white people from other countries. That's not fucking true. Um, but I'm talking about the white American who like complains about his gas prices and seems to think that that's equal to the things happening to the people who are brutalizing overseas. But I feel like a group that is seen as just by a people who have forgotten its occasional internal attacks of those within the body was a bit sloppy of me writing. But whatever. Um and I'm kind of disappointed. If we had more time with this project, I would probably I mean with this season, um But yeah, I just want to clarify that when I was writing this, I definitely wasn't trying to be like, I wasn't talking about the police. I was talking about people being like, well, the military are a necessary force. They're here to protect us, forgetting that ignoring all the times that they've been used to suppress political movements within our country, like the National Guard being used to shoot protesters dead at colleges. Um, and then people still going, well, they're necessary because they protect us, is what I was trying to say. But I think it's good to like. Sometimes I feel like people are a bit too lenient with me, and it's good to like be critical of your own writing, especially when you see places that's a bit sloppy. Um, but as I was saying, if we had like another 2 episodes of Pendog season 1, um, I really would have liked to work with something about mascots and healthcare. I think that would have been very interesting, especially considering everything Hecate represents and the history that um, doctors and the healthcare industry have with experimenting on and taking advantage of impoverished groups and vulnerable minority groups. That's something you can actually see. I also kind of feel like I wish I could have had more time to spend on it with the baseball section of this update, because something that really I think and I'm not like the first person to understand this. I've learned this from my black peers, but everything in this country, everything wrong with this country and the world can be traced back to racism against black people. Um, do you know that black women baseball players were not allowed to play on women's teams and were made to play on the men's teams? Um, and in general, transphobia or fucked up gender, the way that we like perceive gender can be traced back to anti-blackness, um, which is why it's important to know this if you claim you're going to like tackle these issues. But that's just me rambling. I just like these are the creator walkthrough streams, so you all know that I tend to like talk a lot. Um, and I think it's important to talk about. Um, but let's see. But yeah, Jane's zine, I feel like it's pretty clear what she is talking about. And again, like I was saying earlier, it literally everything wrong with this country can be sourced back, and with the Western world can be sourced back to racism against Black people. And it's also something that we will touches on something that we will discuss later in another stream, which is how far spread the cigarette and nicotine industry was in every other industry, and how much it was propped up by every other industry. Um, but they're not all the same industry, but they enable each other and flow into each other. Um, but we talked about this Sprite um, last night. In general, this whole page is just kind of like taking to task the like sniveling idea of like, I don't know. It just makes me really angry, especially like right now, seeing people complain about gas prices or being like, we're just as much victims of Western imperialism as the people our country are invading are. And like the arrogance to think you could, I don't know, the arrogance to think that you are like suffering in the same way as those people, and especially when you probably would not trade places with them. Um, but that's enough of me rambling. I'm sorry to ramble. Um, I saw someone mention. Let me see. I really do like Jane as both a character. She's a deeply insightful person with some very clear blind spots, um, and can be deeply toxic and short-sighted. That's true, and that's kind of like one of the biggest tragedies about Jane. Like, she is so smart and intelligent, and like her heart and like her heart is like right where it needs to be, and she understands the only ways that things can get better, but also her um interpersonal relationships aren't very good. But I feel like you could say that about a lot of like the great thinkers um of history, and like it's also like a reminder that yeah, she is like coming to these conclusions while undergoing so much stress and like shittiness that prompted these realizations. These realizations don't come about when your life is like going great and like you have no problems. um but it also sucks that Penny extended a lot more grace to Ian than Jane, which like really think about that. um I'm really proud of these backgrounds that I made for the update. But that's enough of me rambling. Let me check my list. If we only get to this page through this page today, I'm sorry, but I'm realizing I have a lot more to say on it than I originally thought. Let me see. Vincent's interview, where is that? Here we go. So Vincent is a co-worker, co-administrator on the Pendog website. And here he is interviewing He's interviewing Honos' creator. Thanks for taking the time to interview me. I don't think I've ever gotten someone so interested in my work. Well, as you know, we're researching America's favorite toys through time, as they're involved with the country's historic moments, and I thought it would be a waste not to send an offer. Um, well, that means a lot to me. I'd still design toys, but nothing has ever made me as happy as when I was working at Honor Toys. I'm glad to hear that. Should we start? Of course, what would you like to know? Um, Actually, as a special treat, let me pull up the full document so that I can talk to you about, and so that I can read this, like, better uninterrupted. Salem actually burned this paper, I'm pretty sure. Where the heck is it? La la la. Okay, so it looks like that was intentionally burnt off, so we're skipping to another part of the interview. So you've gotten a bit of pushback for your company's activities overseas. Could you tell us a bit about that? How so? Well, a lot of the For the Other Children campaign was credited as your idea, specifically the parts involving the airdropping of toys to war-affected countries, many of which we are or were at war with. I imagine a lot of people didn't look kindly on this and was wondering, I see. Well, Vince. I can call you Vince, right? I just thought that children are uniquely innocent compared to adults. They didn't ask to be involved in the war. They don't deserve to have their homes bombed, and then it cuts off there. Um, so something I'd like to point out is first, um, so for starters, Langley used to be a member of the Children of America cults, a pro-America, far-right Christofascist group until he joined the military and then went off to do his own thing. Something to think about is so Vincent is the only white, well, besides maybe Red Riding Gloves, Vincent is the only white member of the Pendog team. So I feel like that has a lot of the way to the respect and friendliness with which Langley talks to Vincent can be presumed to come a lot from that. But also, it's awful that with a lot of real, bigots, a lot of people end up being like, but he was so nice. He was so polite. He was so polite. And mistaking that politeness for goodness. And something that I want to point out is his comment about the children and airdropping these toys, which for starters, imagine all this plastic and junk being airdropped into these war-affected areas. while they're trying to rebuild their lives or under attack still. What an insult that is to them, in lieu of like any actual reparations for what we've done to them. But also, children are uniquely innocent compared to adults. They didn't ask to be involved in the war. No, no one, no matter who they are, if you like them, if you don't like them, if they are nice or not. And here's the thing, a lot of these people do not owe you kindness or niceness. Don't deserve to have this happen to them. And also considering the US military's history, this like worrying focus on the kids being uniquely pure or innocent is pretty concerning from him. And you kind of get the feeling that they just did not publish this interview because Vincent was so disgusted with Langley. I feel like Vincent is a very good heart. And like, this was probably could have been used for something in the archive, but he just chose not to use it. Yeah, but also like Sakat it's also like, why does innocence like play a role in like how we treat people? Like a lot of the when the after October 7th, a lot of like the rhetoric was from people like trying to be progressive was, what about the women and children? They didn't ask for, no one in Palestine deserves this. Not a single person, not just the women and children, the men too, everyone there. But like, we get so wrapped up in this idea of innocence and like the innocent deserve to be kept out of the violence, but also anyone we deem to not be innocent gets punished. This is why this stream might end up just being this page for now. But like it's also interesting that you kind of get the feeling that with Honos, like, she doesn't have any voice lines on the surface of the site, no music compared to her siblings. She sold well, but never like became like a defining face of the industry. You get the feeling that Hecate was like getting bored and like kind of like entering a creative slump around this period and just didn't have her heart in doing this anymore. Not because of any remorse, but she was like, this isn't working. And we will discuss like what Hecate's plans might be. And also, Honos's creator wasn't anyone of note. Like he wasn't like an industry leader in anything. He wasn't a quote unquote great man. Um, Let me see what else I have to discuss. James Dean, Vincent interview, password hints. Okay, so I'm gonna open this in another tab.
There is an angel that lies within the states of the world, burrowing and digging within gilded, jaded men who dream of the day that the angel's broken, lumbering body might rise from the ground and fully crush the earth. It is not such a simple thing, for there is hunger, always hunger. The splattering of pawns like ants against the ignorant shores of foreign delicacies. Always hunger. Always shoveling dirt through this winding, bloody red maw. As a worm must dig to maintain its kingdom, gasping, squirming, heaving itself through rock and dirt, and mud, and roots. So too must the great kingdoms of the earth. Through trenches and foxholes, through the screaming, broken-toothed bodies of the despised enemy, through the skin of those who do not know, and never wanted to know the kingdom of the red. This is all done willingly, though if asked, you'd be given tinted excuses that obscure the loyalty behind. The butchers of the world, my beloved butchers, that cut and skin and turn the other countries and their nebulously existing peoples into buffets of which I'm a sample. Now that I think about it, I have never truly tasted the flesh of the other people of the world. I swear I haven't. Would you go fetch me some? I'm fucking starving. Do you not believe me? Discard what was said before and only know the words of now. I've only ever known this worm tunnel, of which is too cramped and too cold and too little of anything for something like myself to thrive in. I am a worm, and I rightfully own the many of the soil and the choking, freezing mud. Every skeleton and gem gripped by the dirt is mine to discover, like the great Pluto of legends. Isn't it unfair? Should a worm not be allowed to make a name, to expand her borders, to know the warmth of the world, to eat and butcher and kill, just as a starving man would be justified in skinning and devouring the livestock of another? Is it not the same situation? If everything is meant to grow and flourish, then why must those states I call my body not be allowed to eat and thrive and grow? For the sake of an ambiguous other, I have not seen them. I do not know them. They have not said a kind word of my conquests and thrilling paperback stories of survival within the world's uninhabited beast-filled jungles, or deserts empty of anything resembling community or culture. If you go to butcher livestock and the beast bites you back, is it not normal to kill the creature's family, take them hostage, and torture them in dehumanizing, decathlifying acts of brutality? To bomb the plains on which they walk and graze and set their homes, stables alight. To spread white feathers and white phosphorus across their blighted, unclean infrastructure, to purify and sanctify the sanctioned lands of degeneracy. What? It isn't. They aren't livestock. But they live on my land, the earth that is my dinner plate. If something lives on the land of a worm, then it is no more than a perishable waiting to be consumed that sits upon my shelf. Oh, why are you so distraught? You'll be covered in white feathers, and every person who dies does not die and does not truly experience pain except as a deception to the cravenly idiots trying to disrupt the function of this great body. Those who are taken in our conquest of necessity live on forever in the margins and briefly mention statistics of their savior's children's textbooks. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't this special? A faceless, unknown people immortalized through the exploits of the known civilizations of great kingdoms. I'm so fucking hungry.
Sorry. Vanessa Benoit voiced Honos, and she delivered it exactly how I was hoping for her to. Especially the "I'm so fucking hungry" part is like perfect delivery. You know, sorry, I'm fixing something real quick. Again, so this is Honos, not Hecate, but like, I will discuss that later, Glitch. We have one more episode update this year, kind of. But, sorry, I lost my focus. So this isn't Hecate, and like obviously the daughters are their own people, but like it's interesting how people kind of in the first update, and even I did, like built Hecate up as this like very composed, dignified, suave Jessica Rabbit type character. Hecate is not Jessica Rabbit. Hecate is the imposter who chases Eddie out a window and is like absolutely deranged. At the drop of a hat. But, so, the Bellowton's newspaper, Control I, inspect. Honor Toys fast for charitable efforts. For the Other Children campaign is facing backlash after private investigator. And I definitely like that more than being like, oh, well, Heke is secretly ugly, because I hate the, like, I hate the conflation of, like, beauty with goodness. I hate that stupid quote from noted anti-Semite, creator of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory about, well, no, it's not that they're ugly, it's that their inner ugliness is showing on the outside. That's still shitty, and the image he drew to accompany that is an anti-Semitic caricature. But like, no, it's more like Heke and her daughters like big themselves up as like these civilized, sophisticated, like refined people, and they are like utterly deranged and bloodthirsty and violent. The moment they either do not have to worry about their own privilege or are denied it, they freak out and like resort to these awful atrocities to get it back or retain it. Um, so to send another rung. And we made this these links shiver to like, because this entire update is like working your way down to something so awful and horrible. And like the website itself is like reacting in terror to this information.
We became something new. Wonderful. We became something special.
My predecessor was such a docile thing. Pathetic, really. The only thing I can admire about her was her sense of teamwork. Like a platoon of soldiers, those women moved in harmony. The cow, the beating heart of a being motivated by the desire to stamp out the competition and win. What were their names? I never bothered to remember. but together it spelled something ironic. Just a moment. So, why is that ironic? Because, Honos doesn't understand the actual meaning of the word ironic. But this is a site we were introduced to last update. Let's start with update about things, I think. So basically, to catch us up, this was a ghost hunting site. They used to be pretty shitty on the level with the true crime podcast they were associated with, but grew as people. One of their founder went missing exploring the factory number 9, Bartleby Brands factory. So this is them a couple months later. Hey guys, it's been a while since we posted here, which is kind of unusual for us, but we have been dealing with a lot of things behind the scenes lately, and it's been pretty hard trying to figure it all out. For starters, we still haven't been able to recover our old website, social media accounts, or past show episodes. We've been trying everything we can think of, but so far it's been a whole lot of nothing. Grant did manage to recover an old article, so I'll put that up soon, but it's not much. We've had a lot of you reach out to us to try to help, which is really nice, but unless you have an archived copy of an old article or episodes, please just comment on our posts instead. The amount of mail we've gotten lately has been a bit overwhelming. As for the second point I want to touch on, I don't even really know how to say this. Ethan has been AWOL since last fall. None of us or any of his other friends or family have seen or heard from him since we lost our original site and files. The team has been completely at a loss about this whole thing. We don't want to think that Ethan was the one to delete our whole body of work and then ran off or worse, but anyways, if anyone has seen him or has any information about where he is, please contact the community pipeline. For now, Jess, Grant, and I are still trying to decide what to do with Deja Vu going forwards. We don't want to give up on the show, but with everything we've lost, it feels impossible that things could ever go back to normal. For now, it might be a bit quiet from us. If we find old episodes or articles, we'll put them up again, but don't expect anything new from us for a while. Thank you to everyone who has offered help or kind words. We love you guys. Stay safe out there. Francisco. Alrighty. How long is this article? Okay. Sorry, let me drink some water really quick, and then I will read this. Disclaimer, this article was originally published in 2020 is from a time in our careers we are not proud of and do not reflect our current views. Our behavior was insensitive and inappropriate, and we did not treat such serious topics with the respect and gravity they deserve. We are re-uploading old articles to our new blog as we find them after the loss of our original website and all our files. So far, the accompanying video has not been recovered. We are also no longer associated with the guest features in this episode. Please stop contacting us and their families asking for information about them or their deaths. We do not have information about the situation, nor are we in any position to answer questions about it. Emailing us and insinuating that the two faked their deaths for attention while continuing to ship out merch is insane. Their merch is made and shipped by a third-party print-on-demand service, just like we used to use for our own merch. At no point in the process were we or they involved in the manufacturing or shipping process. Unfortunately, it seems there's no way to close their merch shop since the two have passed. Please stop asking us. We cut ties with them a long time ago. Francisco. Yeah, sorry, I'm like dreading having to like voice these dipshits, but whatever. Welcome back, Ghoul Hunters. Today our team finds itself in the Lone Star State of Texas, known for their cattle ranches, cowboy traditions, and if you're a fan of the paranormal, the stories that surround the Buck Parks baseball stadium. Joining us in the field today are two faces I'm sure you're familiar with by now, Howie and C. The other half of this collab can be found over on their podcast, Kill the Conversation, where we go over the events that led up to the stadium's haunting in detail. As a brief summary before I talk about this episode's findings, the Buck Parks baseball stadium was once the home turf of a women's baseball team called the Heracletes back in the 90s. Harriet Turnpike, or as she's known more commonly in pop culture, Home Run Harriet, was the team's star player until she was caught in 1999 trying to burn down the stadium and subsequently arrested for the murder of 8 of her teammates. Afterwards, the Heracletes team was essentially dead, as understandably many women had quit the team in the years leading up to Harriet's arrest, and nobody new wanted to join. The team's owners distanced themselves from the Heracletes, and their pink cow mascot Hera faded into obscurity. Unlike many of the places we explore, the Buck Stadium sorry. The Buck Park Stadium is not abandoned, it is still an active sports area. We were granted permission from the owners to explore the grounds after dark, complete with the tour of the faculties from one of the workers. After getting the lay of the land, we were locked into the dark stadium completely alone. We started our investigation at the memorial plaque honoring the 8 women killed by Harriet Turnpike. These women were all players of the Heracletes team in the 90s and deserved to be able to live long, full lives. What happened to them was horrific, which may be why some believe their spirits linger at the stadium they used to call home. It's here that we decide to break out the spirit box in an attempt to contact one of those women. I will transcribe our conversation with the spirit box here, but to witness yourself, be sure to watch the episode. If you click on the YouTube or any of their socials, it's like links you to a dead or cannot be found page. Yeah, it's interesting, like now that they're dead and gone, Howie and C are like, yep, they have inflicted this. Their families are now experiencing the culture these two helped to cultivate, which isn't right. Their families don't deserve to experience this, but it's like, and something that's like poignant related to Hecate is like, you thought you could like benefit from this thing and never have it turn back upon you. It's interesting. Just a moment. All right. Myself. If there's anyone here who would like to speak to us, please talk into the device in my hand. Nancy King, Sharon Edwards, Anne Shen. Are there any of the Heracletes players with us here tonight? Static. Jess. If you're here, we'd like to talk to you about what happened to you. Underwood? Kimberly Underwood? Kimberly, tell us why Harriet killed you. This is your chance to finally tell people what happened. Top hits. That's right, Harriet was the top hitter or batter. Is that what you're trying to say? Miss Underwood, why do you stay in the stadium? Going to. Is there anyone else here? Jenny Ramirez? Pamela Taylor? Anyone who played for the Heracletes? We're here to listen to you. Come on, ladies. Give us something to work with here. Oh, be polite, Howie. Stupid. Dude, the ghost just called you stupid. Well, if Howie hasn't offended all ghosts within a 10-mile radius, we invite you to join us as we explore the stadium tonight. I'm going to turn this device off now, but we'll be here until dawn. From there, we moved. Sorry. From there, we moved on to the team locker rooms. Naturally, since the rest of us were all men, Jess was the only one who could go into the women's locker room. We decided to use walkie-talkies to keep in contact with her while she explored them on her own. We hoped that her skills as a medium combined with the quiet time alone might help make the spirits of the murdered woman feel more comfortable. Before she entered the locker room, though, Howie C. pulled out a surprise from her. A genuine 90s Heracletes baseball cap with the pink cow mascot they'd somehow gotten from a vintage reseller. And Howie's word this was supposed to make the spirits feel like she's part of the team. Jess, however, was worried it might make her a target. You can watch Jess's solo exploration of the locker room from her POV in the episode. While Jess explored on her own, us boys made our way to the stadium's impressive trophy case. Displayed within were some remnants of the Heracletes' many victories, including a picture of two of the former team members, Aisha Olsen and Wendy Isaacs. Harriet Turnpike has been cropped out of the image, holding the trophy the team won during the 1993 season. Our EMF detector indicated there was some activity in the area jumping into the yellow range, so we set up the REM pod to see what we could detect. Once Jess was done exploring on her own, we all met back up on the baseball field for our final attempt at communing with the dead. According to one legend, if 9 players are on the field at night with an empty stadium, they'll be able to hear the whispers of the murdered Heracles players. Another story says they'll witness an echo of Harriet Turnpike in her last moments of freedom instead, trying to burn down the stadium. While Harriet is still alive, some believe that pockets of history that held a lot of pain and suffering can stay stuck in that moment, an echo of the past haunting the present. There were only 6 of us, but we decided to try it anyways. We left a camera and EVP recorder on the home plate while the rest of us took various positions in the field, with Sia acting as the pitcher. We were not allowed to use any of the stadium's equipment, nor did we bring any of our own, at least not any sports equipment. You can't really play baseball with a thermal camera. Interestingly, when we watched back the footage picked up by the camera left on home base, some of the recording was corrupted. Was this a technical malfunction or a sign of something otherworldly? It's difficult to make out, but in the slowed down footage, if you really squint, you might be able to make something or someone out of the corruption. Closing thoughts. Our journey through the Buck Park baseball stadium was one marked by a profound sense of sorrow. While the stadium stands tall and proud, the small reminders of the team that once brought crowds and trophies to this arena haunt its field. Maybe as we retraced their steps through the echoey corridors, we were joined by the woman we spoke about. I hope that if those 8 women do remain here, it's due to a sense of pride in their team and each other, and not because their pain prevents them from moving on. Thank you again to Howie and C for exploring with us today. Their insight into the tragedy surrounding the stadium was very eye-opening, Ethan. So, and it looks like I was right. I might have to dip out in just a couple minutes, but we'll see. Um, so, in the names of the woman murdered, the last names spell strikeout. Shen, Taylor, Ramirez, Isaacs, King, Edwards, Olson, Underwood, and Turnpike. So... Oops, sorry. Taking you to this page, the password is strikeout. To hit a home run, a picture of Pamela's wedding, Harriet smiling in the same pink gown others bridesmaids wore as they stood around the bride in front of the church. A picture from Jenny's birthday with Harriet presenting the giant blue cake as her friends sang happy birthday. A picture of Aisha, Sharon, and Harriet lounging on the beach, sun shining above them. A picture taken just before the last game Harriet ever played. The 9 women with their arms around each other, laughing together in their Heraclites uniforms. All of these once precious memories now soaked in blood, forever blackened by Harriet's own actions, the monster that had lurked in their midst for years. Um, so there's something that on this page that the first time Salem showed me, um, it really disturbs me. Not because it's more horrible than anything else on this website. It's more like you'll see. Party at the White House. The party was in full swing, dozens of costumed college students drinking, dancing, and socializing without a care in the world. As the excitement of the night approached its crescendo, 24-year-old Ian White gathered his guests into the central room of the large basement that hosted the home bar. To the partygoers' horror, Ian unveiled the gun taken from his father's office and opened fire on the crowd. People panicked, pushing and shoving each other as they drunkenly tried to stumble away from the danger. Fake blood from Halloween costumes mixed with real blood from bullet wounds, splattering on the floors and walls of the room. It is so easy to visualize this as how things might have happened. Um, at least 112 people died because of what happened at the party. All that was left after the house collapsed and the smoke cleared was piles of flesh and bone and charred meat. There were many people who were never even found. Perhaps their remains had been burnt to the point of non existence, or they became one of the dozens of bodies stacked up in the morgue, too mangled to ever be identified. Not a single person who attended that party survived. There's there are no witnesses to give us their first-hand accounts. We may never know what exactly caused so much chaos and destruction. All we can try to do is, as investigators and people interested in the event, is put together the pieces based on texts sent to friends, documented Snapchat stories, 911 calls, and interviews from neighbors, family members, and emergency services. Think you know what happened? Think again. Um, obviously, like, we know that people, like, didn't, that Ian didn't, like, there wasn't a mass shooting that caused the incident, the Halloween party events. Um, but it's like, I don't know, like, living in America, like, that doesn't feel unreasonable, you know? Um, and like I know the first time Salem like sent me this because they wrote this section, I felt like something turn in my stomach. Um, I don't know. Like I feel like even Penny might like think that this might have been what happened. Um, Now then, howdy, murder fans. Howie here, and we've got something extra special for you all today. Not only are we covering possibly the craziest true crime case in all of sport history, but this is also a collab with longtime friends of the pod. You know them, you love them, paranormal investigation team Deja Vu. We're thrilled to welcome back Ethan, Francisco, Jess, and Grant as special guests on this weekend's podcast. Now, here at Kill the Conversation, we only cover things that happen within the realm of the living. So once you've listened to this week's podcast, be sure to check out the corresponding episode on their show for discussions about what might have happened after the murders. But for those of you who don't have time to listen to an hour and a half of murder talk, here's a recap article with all the gory details. Harriet Turnpike, better known as Home Run Harriet, was the star player of the Heraclites baseball team. Harriet was a natural athlete, getting through college on a baseball scholarship and then joining the Heraclites team in 1989. Only a few games after she started playing for the team, she was already a fan favorite. She essentially became the face of the team altogether, to the point some fans started calling the team the Harriets. At the end of her first season, she earned the nickname Home Run Harriet after hitting 52 homers over the course of the season. It wasn't until a few years later that anyone started to notice something might be off with Harriet. At the end of the 1993 season, she did what she did best, hit a home run, winning another victory for the Heraclites. You'd think this would be cause for celebration, but instead something inside Harriet seemed to snap. She was always a very friendly lady, attending events and interviews. But after her last game, she appeared less and less in the public eye, and each time she was seen, she looked more disheveled and distressed. If I had to guess, all the pressure finally got to her and sent her into some kind of mental health spiral. Eventually, only a few weeks after the game, Harriet suddenly quit the Heraclites without warning and moved to another state, not even leaving her teammates an address or phone number to find her. She refused all invitations to events, interviews, even games from the baseball team she had once been the face of. It was as if she wanted nothing to do with the sport at all. In late 1993, the first Heraclites player turned up dead. Her body was found having sustained blunt force trauma to the head, skull smashed open in her own living room. No windows or doors had been forced open. Investigators suspected it must have been done by someone she knew, but none of their suspects went anywhere. A tragic loss for fans of the Heraclites, but surely this was a one-off freak accident, right? Well, we wouldn't be talking about that if that was the case. Now, let me quickly explain something to you about how baseball works in case you're not a baseball guy. Don't worry, I'm not either. C had to explain some of this to me too, so my bad if some of this baseball info is slightly off. Don't come for me, haha. In baseball, each team has a roster of about 26 players. In an actual game, there are 9 players on the field. Over the course of 6 years, 8 women who played for the Heracletes were killed. Some women seem to have fought back against their attacker, while some were taken by surprise. Some were killed in their homes, in parks, at the gym, but ultimately each victim was murdered in the same way: blunt force trauma to the head, a baseball bat. At the time, there was a lot of speculation about what was happening and why. Was the team cursed? Was a player from the rival team taking out the competition? Even after the team pulled out of games because the girls were too scared to play, many even quitting the team altogether, until the Heracletes were essentially unofficially disbanded, despite all that the murders continued. At first it seemed random which girls were being killed, none of them knew if they might be next. Eventually, though, hardcore fans of the team started piecing the puzzle together. All the women that were being killed were the same players that had played in the last game of the season in 1993, the last game Home Run Harriet ever played in. On one cold October night of 1999, emergency services received calls about a fire at the Buck Park baseball stadium, Heracles' home turf. When firefighters arrived on the scene, they found Home Run Harriet Turnpike standing on the field, bloody bat in hand, surrounded by the flames. She went with police without any struggle, but according to reports from the time, Harriet refused to speak to them even as they connected her to the killings of her teammates, searched her home, and found her guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder, and ordered for her to serve 4 consecutive life sentences. She never once said a word to defend herself. In the 20 years since she was arrested, Harriet Turnpike has still never revealed why she killed her teammates. In fact, she hasn't spoken a single word at all. She is still alive, though with 4 life sentences. It's unlikely she'll ever see the outside of a solitary confinement cell ever again. The only possible reasoning we have from her as to what turned someone who was once a friendly, well-loved um, athlete into a brutal, heartless killer comes from her personal writings, which were found by police as they searched her home after her arrest. In these notes, she wrote that she had to kill her teammates in order to prevent the past from coming back, whatever that means. Thanks for reading this week's recap article. Now that you're in the know about the Heracletes, be sure to tune in for our guest appearance in Deja Vu's next episode, The Haunting Past of Buck Park Stadium. Leave them a comment letting them know the Vamp sent you. Remember, fan cult members can vote on future podcast episode topics, so if you want me and C to cover your favorite killings on the air, join our cult. Plus, members get new episodes a day early. Memberships start at only $10 a month. Bye bye, watch your back, and remember to always keep a knife, or maybe a baseball bat, next to your bed. Hmm. I feel like we've already said a lot about Howie and C, but something to keep in mind, especially if I don't get to it tonight, is today is the unknowable mind of a killer. We can't possibly know why she killed these people. It feels like a lot of like the sensationalism about murder. Like we forget about the murder happening like every day around us. Um, Focusing on like one person and then forgetting like not like the conditions happening around us. And especially here, I feel like if you pay attention, you'll notice that people seemed to not understand what was happening because they were so focused on Harriet that something slipped out. While the sensationalism about Harriet was happening. Do I have to read this? I guess I do. Video's going live now. Hell yeah. Wait, did you all cut my joke about the mascot suit? Yeah, sorry man, it just felt a little inappropriate. Damn, I thought it was funny. But the joke about Jess and Ethan getting the second base wasn't inappropriate. Yeah, because I made the joke about myself and my friend of over a decade, not about a woman who killed 8 people. Jeez, it's just a joke, dude. Howie said he thought Harriet should have killed people wearing the mascot suit because it would have been more interesting. It was disrespectful. Come on, man, don't be like that. Have some self-awareness, guys. The way you two treat the deceased is kind of gross sometimes. Jessica, you literally pretend to talk to dead people for a living, lol. It's not pretend. I thought you guys believed in the paranormal. Yeah, didn't you guys just get called out for faking shit? Talk about disrespectful. I believe in the paranormal, I just don't see what the issue with making jokes about it sometimes is. What we do is entertainment. It's gotta be at least a bit entertaining. Look, man, I'm the man who edited out the bit. Be mad at me if you want, but don't be rude to Jess. Sorry, didn't realize how touchy you all were about it, but I guess since you're trying to rebrand, you gotta protect your new squeaky clean image. Oh, fuck off with that. Whatever, dude. Sorry I said anything. Hey guys, the team and I have been talking and we think it might be time for us to part ways. We had a lot of fun collabing with KTC over the years, but after the last one, we can't really see it happening again. I hope you understand where we're coming from. We truly have no hard feelings towards you or your show. We're just both growing in opposite directions. Best of luck to you guys with all your future endeavors. Lol, fuck yo. Um, so that's that. Cringed my entire way through reading that, but I made it. Um, and I feel like I could say more on that, but it's like anything I could say would just be like repeating what's already been shown to you. Um, Um, Buck Park Stadium sued for negligent security. Reports from former Belton investigator claims stadium liable for injuries to staff during attempted arson due to a lack of reasonable security measures. Harriet Turnpike found guilty for murder of Heraclitus' teammates. The trial of baseball star Harriet Turnpike has come to a close, with the accused being found guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder. Turnpike, known amongst baseball fans as Home Run Harriet, was accused of murdering 8 of her former teammates, who played for the baseball team Heraclitus. A jury of 12 people deliberated for 14 hours over the course of 2 days as to whether Turnpike should be found guilty of murder, or if the defense's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity was enough to convince them. Families of the victims comforted each other with relief and sorrow as the judge thanked the jury for their service. Turnpike's appeared emotional after the verdict was read aloud, but continues to refuse comment. She was the light of our life, Elizabeth Isaacs, mother of victim Wendy Isaacs, said as she spoke about her daughter. There is a hole in our hearts now without her. No mother should have to bury their own child. Husband of victim Pamela Taylor commented, Pam loves her team more than anything. Said the day she joined the Heraclites was second only to our wedding day. Those girls were close as could be. I can't understand why Harriet turned on her, on all the girls. I don't understand. The crux of the case revolved around Turnpike's alleged state of mind during the 6 years leading up to her arrest. In December of 1993, Kimberly Underwood's body was found in her Houston home with blunt force trauma to the head. Investigations revealed the cause of death had been from a baseball bat. Over the next 6 years, 7 other Heraclites players, Pamela Taylor, Nancy King, Jenny Ramirez, Wendy Isaac, Sharon Edwards, Aisha Olsen, and Ann Shen, were murdered in similar fashion. It wasn't until early this year that Turnpike was detained by law enforcement after being found attempting to burn down the Buck Park baseball stadium. Turnpike went with police without hassle. Since her arrest, Turnpike has made no public comment on the events of or reasonings for the murders. During the trial, Turnpike's defense team pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming the woman was incapable of rationally communicating with her attorney. The defense stated that Turnpike had been undergoing a psychotic break caused by a disorder she had previously not been diagnosed with that caused her to become incapable of recognizing the wrongness of her actions, professing that her actions had been necessary to prevent the past from coming back. Elizabeth Isaacs says she and the families of the victims plan to hold a private vigil to say goodbye to their loved ones now that the trial has been concluded. A sentencing hearing will be held at a later date. Um, I think I said this during my deja vu, during the funeral band walkthrough. It is interesting that Harriet was a white woman, as are most notorious serial killers, who get away with it because of their privilege, who get away with it for so long because they are white. Um, have one more in me to read, I think. Oh, hello there. I'm sorry. I don't get many visitors, and I am not sure how we are speaking, but I guess that's okay. I don't know if I could show my face to another person after what I did all those years ago. Just me, the looming past, the future, and my small cell. A place I've secured to carry me through history, unchanging, thinking about where things went so wrong. A small box for a bright mind that once rose above her peers and took classes far beyond the qualifications of most her age, shaping herself, being shaped into a paragon for others to follow. I wonder how calculated that all was. If her worms had infested my body all the way to my first breath. A great woman born for great and terrible things. A small box and a small cell to hold a bright mind which flickers and suppresses its impulses so that it doesn't snap under the stress of this concrete block room. If you put your mind in a small box and draw into yourself, the years pass quickly until time becomes nothing but words listed on a calendar. We aren't allowed to have clocks here, or books, or music, or even a window. Artificial light is all I know as the sun anymore, fluorescent haze being my clouds on a gray stony sky. It's nice to feel another presence that is not her. Oh yes, even through all this concrete her red light manages to creep through, sometimes fading, sometimes just a sliver, but always there, always passively judging the great woman who abandoned her destiny. Many have asked me why I killed them, why I turned my natural cunning and charisma towards such a sick and sinister purpose. Do you really want to know? It's not a happy story. It began with a light in the sky with my hopes high and ended with my thoughts in a box in a gray room down below. That cow, wish I could say it started with the arrival of that unreadable mascot suit, but truthfully I suspect things had been arranged long before the first person tried it on. No, if my theory is to be trusted, and I realize that it is a lot, I figure this all began when I was born, for reasons I will explain later on. Oh yes, but the bull, the heifer? I used to be really good with animals. Grew up on a farm, but got out the moment I could, as every child born into that business should. I used to be able to tell you the name of members of a herd by the spots on their backs, but now my unkeen mind can't even tell you what designates a heifer, cow, bull, or the like. I wasn't ashamed of it, though. My background, I mean. But oh yes, the bull, the cow. It's funny, despite everything that's happened, the memory of designing that character with my teammates always sits as one of my happier moments. Some think it was the trade-offs that made me do what I did, being separated from my old team and new woman filling the benches around me, but no. I really liked them. I didn't resent them. At the time I knew them as friends, and I still do, despite everything. Ah, but yes, the cow, sorry. I haven't spoken to anyone in years. Nobody has been allowed to talk to me, so my brain is a bit. I'm unlocking the small box I kept it in to try and tell you what happened. You need to know what happened, and maybe if you are inclined, you could forgive me in place of others. Put my mind at ease. Heracles. What a wonderful name. I remember being so proud when I joined the team and when the mascot was created, though. Sorry, I'm trying to focus. The cow was never the start, nor did she play a big part in what happened, although I definitely felt the suit was inhabited in a strange way. Maybe once upon a time it was intended to be the vessel for something, yet for whatever reason, even after being introduced to the public, I remained the face of the team. Maybe that's why I was the starting point, the first pitcher, the true mascot with which that awful red thing hoped to inhabit the world. My team, the Harriets, people used to call them. How much of that was intended? There's so much guilt to struggle over. If people hadn't known us as the Harriets, if it hadn't bled from me out to them, would they still be alive? Would I have been able to let them live? Every night, every hour, every second, I stare at the gray sky of this prison box and wonder. She just watched Heracles. Cattle graze and only watch. That always made me laugh when the costume did that, pretending to graze on the baseball field, though now I wonder if it was actually listening to the worms below. Home Run Harriet fans used to call me. They still do, though my new fans are of a different and more repulsive sort. It was a home run on one of the many nights of 1995 in which I saw what put this awful thing in motion, that white ball sailing into the sky. I'd look with satisfaction to what I thought to be a wonderful future. Then I saw it, that white light in the sky which looked upon me with terrible intent. In an instant I saw the scope of her, that red and white thing. I saw wars, chemical scars, blackened lungs, slums, industrial accidents, charred people, red fountains extracted from the people of the world. I saw a history so red with blood that its pages could barely be read. I saw the scope of every industry, beauty, sports, arts, music, and more. It was all. It was all. To her, what she was showing me was something special, something wonderful, but to me it was an abomination, something evil and cruel. How would you react, I wonder, if you were shown the scope of every industry and government in the world? Would you handle it with as much grace as I did? To this day I am not sure how I completed the game without incident, how I pretended nothing had happened and that my little moment of clarity was a stress-related incident. Many articles mentioned my brief hospital stay, claiming it was an early warning sign of my latent psychopathy. It was a warning sign, but not of me. To something so greedy and thoughtless in how it affects others, it was to see an icon if it was to see an icon defined by the name Harriet and see the team as a whole called the Harriets by its devotees, what would it do to those teammates? Would they bleed together? A single ubiquitous identity? Or would they sap the blessings of the central mythologized great woman on which history is said to rest? So much blood, so much twisting. I tried to ignore what was happening. If the changes to their behavior and identities were unnoticed by the rest of the world, maybe I could have done the same. Ignored how at night they drove into the neglected parts of the cities, how at times they spoke less like people and more like caricatures. Their white teeth gaining a pinkish sheen and their financial investments turning towards the military, law enforcement, data analytics, lips growing longer and eyes more pallid. Could you stand by, watching people you love do these things? At the time, and now, I thought and still think that killing them was the right thing to do. It wasn't easy. There were several times when I was sure I'd be caught, but somehow I think the blessing of my unwanted benefactor kept me safe. Without Harriet, there could be no the Harriets, you know? Um, there was nothing thrilling about the process, though. Everything so meticulous in a way that reminds me of the system I exist in now. Cold, gray, agonized rigidity. What do you think? What would you have done? What always bothers me, though, and what I must truly ask your forgiveness for, though, is that I made a misassessment. I thought it was only the 8 who shared the field with me who gained her blessing. That was a mistake. Seeing the game as the big event, I shudder to think what might still be out there, having long dropped the disguises used to fool me, wearing much too pristine baseball uniforms. Sometimes I think I can sense them skulking around, a leftover gift from the red. I think I'd like to sleep and put my mind back in its box, closed away and safe from interacting with this world. How can history even bear itself if it's not enjoying itself? History must think something of what has been made of it. How has it not died from shame and horror? Perhaps it doesn't think at all? Maybe history puts its mind in a box, like I put mine in a box, hiding ourselves away where no one can look at our ugly bodies. Um, so, so, it's interesting how, because it feels to me like, how do I put this? I mean, Harriet even told us seems like she was the face of this team. Um, Hecate realized that Harriet would always be more popular than Heracles, but then the face of the team, the identity of Harriet began to encompass the entire team, and eventually they all bled together, perceived by Hecate as one great being, almost. Not the most like elegant way for me to put it, but and it feels as if, although Harriet isn't exactly the most reliable narrator, I think it's important that we hear all this stuff about Harriet and then we only get to hear from her like one time and get her thoughts on what happens. Um, and it's like, it seems like something else was allowed to slip by while everyone else was focused on Harriet's actions. And it's still out there, um, preying on people. Um,
We aren't dead. We never died, and we'll live forever.
so I think we're going to end it here for today, but and we will read this next time. But definitely think about Harriet. Um, she's not a good person, but she did what she felt. She thought she saw something and dealt with it in a very rash way, but like, I don't know. It's interesting. Um, and you kind of feel sorry for her. Okay. So last time we spoke, we explored the site. We got to the home run Harriet page, the bullpen. We met Harriet. We learned about how she killed her teammates. And we also got a hint that there was something going on with her and her teammates, and that several of her teammates are still out there. Which I'm sure doesn't make these figures on the page feel any less ominous. Um, and it's weird. Writing Harriet, I definitely don't want people to be like, obviously it's not a good message to have like your serial killer character be like, no, actually she had good reasons for doing what she did. But I feel like I can trust you all to understand that this is a fictional project. Um, and that the reason she had for killing her teammates obviously wouldn't happen in real life. Um, and I guess what I really want to like closing thoughts for this page is just to think about the way that Harriet was treated. Um, like as a person, she like through all these awful things that happened, she became less of a person and more of a cool pop culture boogeyman. And people have written so much about her, and speculated so much about her despite her not saying a word since she turned herself in. And also, as mentioned, you can kind of see it here more so than Helena and Harmonia. You can really see Hecate experimenting with stuff during this time period. Like she takes with Helena and Harmonia, and not counting Hono. Well, actually, we'll get back to that. Those two were like mascots and pure cartoons. Um, through Hecate's like understanding of what constituted a cartoon and what could be inhabited. But with Homer and Harriet, like she focused on Harriet seemingly more than the actual mascot suit, and then focused on the collective team identity of the other players, quote unquote, the Harriets, as they were often called by the public, um, and focused on that as something that might be inhabited. Um, so you can definitely see that Hecate is like experimenting during this time period, and you kind of go, okay, so what is she thinking? What's Hecate what is she up to? Well, that's always the question, but especially on this page, you're like, okay, what is her long-term goals now? But to get to the next page, I have never seen the world beyond our domain, nor did any of my older sisters. The one before me, she knew of it, used it to her advantage. The child thought her dollhouse of a factory was the toy capital of the world, but that place was far overseas, where plastic dreams are molded. And just a heads up, if I suddenly end the stream, that's because I have to drop out. Um, but I've said this every stream, but just do not be alarmed if I end the stream early. Hopefully we make it to an hour. So to get to unlock this page, you are asked to do a little bit more research than is usual. And sorry, just a moment. You are asked to find the toy production capital of the world, which is Chantal. Shanto. Shantou. And more than ever, I am thinking about upgrading the site because it would have been really cool to have ambient music on this page. Um, and we might not even finish this page today, but we'll see. Just because this is probably the biggest page of the update. So there are several things on this page. Um, duh, Mirphy states the obvious. Okay, so first, just a moment. I just need to make sure that I know what all there is to find because there's a lot of stuff that I could easily miss if I delete an asset with the inspect element tool and do not realize what I've done. So let's focus on this. Small town wiped from the map after possible attack by Russian military. A large crater sits in the road that once led to the entrance of the cloud cover factory in Arborville. The small town of Arborville has all but been abandoned after a devastating large-scale explosion happened at the site of the cloud cover toy factory last year. The cloud cover factory, located just minutes away from the heart of the town, was best known for the production of popular children's toy Heebie-Beebie. The blast was so destructive it leveled most of the small town, leaving no survivors. Residents from neighboring towns have had trouble recovering from the incident due to the large scale of destruction that left surrounding areas littered with debris and large holes. Investigations into the incident by officials suspect the explosion could have been an attack from communist countries and say this is only the beginning of a large-scale nuclear attack. After what happened with the World's Fair back in the 60s, we can't take any chances, says forensic engineer Jonathan Fisher in regard to suspicions the explosion may have been caused by communists. America is under attack because they know we have something they don't: freedom. The explosion wasn't an accident, it was just a test for a bigger nuclear weapon. That or a meteor. What else could fall from the sky and wipe out half the town overnight? The local government is not issuing an order to evacuate at this time, but residents in the area have been advised to prepare a go bag should the order come. So far, there has been no comment from Cloudcover about what caused the explosion, and founder Winslow Arbor has not been seen since the incident. Arbor is assumed by officials to have fled the country, taking his fortune with him. Cloudcover has been under investigation for negligence since the incident, and rumors from the industry say the company likely won't be able to recover. Checking that with my checklist. I think we'll work our way inwards. How I wrote these, intending them to go. Sorry, let me. Nope, nope, nope. That is not what I want. So, you know what? This is the best I'm going to do for now. Cloudcover begins to liquidate apps assets. Winslow Arbor under investigation by Bellowton Detective Agency. Um, it's funny. I'll talk on it later, but it's funny how much like on every page as you dig down, there's always the Bellotons, who are associated with Miss Canary. Um, and it's funny that this decades and decades of Hecate being like, leave me alone, and being chased by this personification of the gumshoe detective, and being like, what is your problem with me? Why are you doing this? Leave me alone. Like, constantly on her tail. Never giving her, like, a single break. But, Hebe Bebe, Bebe, a history lesson. In one of my recent posts, I showed off the haul I got from the big vintage market I went to with my friend Emma Weckl Workshop. One of the new little friends I managed to pick up was apparently a bit unfamiliar to you guys, so today I would like to formally introduce you all to Hebe Bebe and her history. Hebe Bebe dolls are an American toy that were popular for a brief period in the 1980s. The dolls featured plush bodies and vinyl heads, and later on, a battery-operated light was included in the heads of the dolls that became iconic to the doll line. The specific doll I found is actually one of the last produced by her company, Cloudcover. She's a sleepy lullaby Hebe Bebe, and what makes her special is that she has both a nightlight in her head and a small cassette player that lets her play lullaby songs. Unfortunately, it didn't come with any of her cassettes, but after a little cleaning up and new batteries, her light is still functional. Yay! Georgie Lassett was an American toy designer and folk artist. In 1980, Lassett created a doll called Glinda Glowworm, a cute plush baby doll that made to resemble a maggot. A maggot might seem like an odd choice for a kid's toy, considering most people think of them as pretty gross, but Lassett was very fond of what she called overlooked and underappreciated critters. Her goal with the Glinda Glowworm dolls was to challenge people's idea of cute and get kids more interested in insects. She would sell her dolls at local arts and craft markets, each one made by Lassett herself. Sadly, since she only made as many as she sold locally and was a pretty private person, there aren't that many Glinda dolls out there anymore, let alone pictures of them online. In 1982, Georgie Lassett met a man named Winslow Arbor who had recently started his own toy company called Cloudcover. Arbor was fascinated by Lassett's Glinda Glowworm dolls and wanted to work with her, offering to sell her dolls in his store. For a while, the two of them had a good relationship and got along well, with Lassett being able to dedicate more of her time to creating the dolls while Arbor handled the business aspects. The Glinda glowworm dolls were increasingly popular, but after only a few months they began to get requests from other stores in other cities and states wanting to carry the dolls as well. This is when Arbor suggested the idea of outsourcing production. Instead of Lassett making each doll herself, Arbor wanted to manufacture the dolls overseas. Lassett was firmly against the idea of mass producing her Glinda dolls and instead offered the idea of making kits that would allow people to sew their own Glinda dolls. The two could not reach a compromise on the matter, severing their business partnership with Lassett and taking Glinda Glowworm with her. That's a bit weirdly worded. Winslow Arbor. Well, there's not much publicly available information about Georgie Lassett due to her desires to live a private life. Winslow Arbor loved to talk about himself. Arbor has described himself as a businessman, a writer, a toy designer, a creator of childhood dreams, and a sensitive, curious child at heart. He was born into a wealthy family, his father owning a coal mine. His mother passed away during childbirth, something that seemingly affected him deeply, as his father was more often than not too busy with work to spend quality time with him. Despite that, Arbor remembers his childhood fondly. For the first years of his life, he lived in the same mining town his father owned. His father's business was briefly affected by the miner strikes in 1954, but quickly bounced back after they were squashed. So his dad was in charge of a company town, in a coal company. That's fun. And who could say if this sensitive, quirky man whose parents owned a mining business, and wasn't liked in school for being a jerk, who could say if he was based on someone who might have bought a thriving social media site and ran it into the grounds? We just can't know who he could possibly be influenced by. After this event, the family moved to a fancy villa in what was at the time called Orville, Georgia. Arbor quotes his father in saying the reason for the move was to get away from the masses. Being an only child in a large, often mostly empty house must have been a very lonely experience for him. He was tutored privately and didn't get many chances to socialize with children his own age. According to him, his best friend was a small caterpillar doll that had been made for him by one of his nannies. Side note, Arbor apparently had a very close relationship with her and continued to support her and her family after he grew up and moved away to start his business. This guy sucks, but I think it was important to keep the fact that he was a human being with the capacity for altruism in his story, because it makes the things he does even worse. Knowing that maybe if he wasn't a Nepo baby kept inside a giant stupid mansion his entire life, to the point he could not interact with other people, um, he might have done something else with his life, but we'll never know. Um, but definitely keep that in mind because it makes everything he does even worse. Um, Having to make his own fun while his father worked, Arbor developed many interests that stuck with him into adulthood. He enjoyed star watching and would sometimes draw constellations or lunar phases when he was supposed to be studying. He loved to explore. His family's property was huge and covered with many acres of lush landscapes where he'd spend his afternoons making up games and playing make believe with his nannies. One of his most well documented interests was his obsession with the classic Hartha Meadow Valley novels. As a child, he would read and reread the books until the pages fell out from use. He spent hours drawing the characters, scenes from the stories, and even himself as a character in the books. He briefly pursued a career as a novelist because of how much Meadow Valley inspired him. And while some of his writings are still available to read and not half bad, they were not very notable, and his inability to accept criticism from editors led him to quit almost as soon as he started. As an adult, Arbor even tried to buy ownership of the R.W. Winfield Library with plans to make it privately owned and inaccessible to the public to preserve the great man's legacy, but was denied by the city of Boston. I know this is cartoonishly evil, but it's crazy how many public spaces in real life, not online, but in real life this happens to. Oh no, see, I'm buying it to refurbish it and make it better. I'm doing a service to the community. But also now you have to pay to get in here, or you might not be allowed in at all. And I just closed a public meeting square location where people could congregate and interact with their community. Um, as a young adult venturing out into the world on his own, Arbor was for a time unsure of what he wanted to do with his life. He moved to Boston, Massachusetts, inspired by his hero R.W. Winfield to try his hand at professional writing, but it hadn't gone anywhere. He enjoyed star watching, but was not interested in a career in astrology. Arbor wanted to do something fun, something special and creative. This is when he had the idea for Cloudcover, a toy company. To Arbor, toy making was something magical. Bringing an imagined concept into the real world in the form of something small and cute for children to play with was a type of real life magic, creating happy childhood memories that would stick with someone forever. Cloudcover began as a small toy store. Arbor stocked the inventory with a mix of popular toys, products made by local artisans, and a few of his own experimental creations. Cloudcover did well enough, but didn't start to get popular until the introduction of Georgie Lassett's Glinda Glowworm dolls to the store. Arbor loved the dolls, and so did his customers. The demand for the Glinda dolls was much higher than Lassett was able to supply. Um, which is when Arbor approached her with the idea of mass producing the glowworm dolls by manufacturing them overseas. He argued it would increase. Sorry? Sorry, I got a. This is why I stream during nights. I get like so many distractions during the day. Um, Whatever. Okay. Um, where was it? He argued that would increase profits and help broaden the brand, but Lassett was firm in her stance that Arbor's proposal went against her personal ethics, and thus she ended their partnership. Even after leaving Cloudcover, Lassett continued to make and sell her Glenda glowworms at craft markets. The first Oh, Cloudcover struggled to find a brand identity of its own. Winslow Arbor was not satisfied to simply sell other people's products. He wanted to make his own too. None of his experimental toys had taken off in the same way Glinda Glowworm had. He wanted something that aligned with his own interest as a kid, inspired by the night sky and the aesthetics of the Meadow Valley novels. Something unique and different, but still cute and appealing. He took to his office and began sketching up ideas for a grub inspired baby doll, Hebe Bebe. The first Hebe Bebe doll was made in 1982, only a month after Georgie Lassett and Winslow Arbor had stopped doing business together. The first line of Hebe Bebe dolls produced by Cloudcover were sold in the store and were hugely popular. The almost instant success of these dolls allowed Arbor to expand his company and start selling Hebe Bebes in other stores across the country. Cloudcover, Cloudcover quickly grew from a simple toy store into its own toy company, with the Boston store location becoming Arbor's main office and a dedicated store for Cloudcover brand toys, as the Hebe Bebe franchise was expanded to include new types of dolls and other characters. In corporate materials, Cloudcover described Hebe Bebe toys as an industry first. While there had been dolls that featured plastic heads and plush bodies before, Hebe Bebe combined the gimmick with an adoption system where each doll came with its own adoption certificate. Eventually, a battery operated light was added to Hebe's head, which became one of the most iconic parts of the doll and was incorporated as an integral part of her lore. Some other gimmicky Hebe dolls were released over the years, like the Lovely Locks Hebe with brushable hair and the Sleepy Lullaby Hebe that I own, which played a curated selection of dolls, including a song called The Moonlight Yearning from the Meadow Valley franchise, through a small cassette player. Before I forget, there's something interesting about as been hinted now, these dolls were created with exploited labor overseas, stealing the work of the laborers who made them and selling them for your own profit while they live in poverty and horrific conditions. And then making the doll only able to play tapes from that company so that people who buy them can't use them for anything else is interesting. That's another like way of taking the rights away from the people who interact with property. That's probably not the right word, and I feel like I'm being very sloppy trying to get what I'm thinking out. But I hope you all understand like that interesting like through line. Um, the Hebe BB dolls were incredibly popular. The marketing of many of the different versions of the doll relied heavily on artificial scarcity by labeling doll lines as being limited supply, despite the fact that these dolls were manufactured by the thousands and widely available across the country. They were also fairly reasonably priced. A basic Hebe BB doll typically cost around $12.99. They were so popular, in fact, that during the 1983 holiday season, riots broke out in several stores as people literally fought each other to get their hands on a Hebe BB. As the brand grew, Arbor wanted to make Hebe stand out against other toys of the time with a unique backstory and world to capture kids' imaginations. Um, Hebe BB's backstory was published as a kid's picture book, and a short summarized version of it would appear on the boxes Hebe BB dolls came in. According to the story, Hebe BB was blessed with the light of the moon and descended from the skies to the magical forest of Arborland, a kingdom that had been cursed by a red beast to have no light. In the forest, she met the land's prince, a little boy named Winnie, who helped lead her to the kingdom's castle and defeat the beast, returning light and magic to Arborland. In the picture book, Hebe was adopted by Winnie's family at the end, but on products like dolls, it stated that Hebe BB now dreams of finding a family to care for her, to entice kids into adopting her. It was important to Arbor that his character's story felt personal to him, which is where the character Winnie came from. Winnie was a nickname Winslow Arbor had been using since childhood, something he picked up from the character Wistful Winnie from the Meadow Valley books. Although in this official version of events, Hebe is adopted into the royal family. In some other books and arts, she was instead depicted as the adopted child of a young blonde girl, which raises several strange ethical questions, named Kathy, after Arbor's mother Catherine. Um, and again, last update too, we the creator Beatrice, um, Aaron Fulch was also had a strange fascination with royalty and the monarchs. And you can definitely see that through line with Hecate too. They keep trying to recreate Great Man Theory, and the idea that there's divine will that descends from the sky, granting one dipshit the right to decide how the rest of us will live for the rest of history. Their big, great history. Up until 1985, Hebe BB and other cloud cover brand toys were manufactured in factories in China and Taiwan. The massive success of Hebe BB inspired Winslow Arbor to build a cloud cover toy factory in the USA. He wanted kids to be able to visit the factory and see how their favorite toys are made. It was a complete rush job to build and did not really fit in with the picturesque aesthetic of the area. This factory, located in Arbor's hometown of Orville, was more of a vanity project than a real factory since most cloud cover products were still made in foreign countries even after it was opened. The factory had large showrooms displaying various Heebie Beebie merchandise, and from what I can tell, felt more like a small theme park than a working factory. There was even a toy shop built to look like a nursery where Heebie Beebie dolls could be adopted. The tourism generated by the factory was apparently enough that Winslow petitioned to change the town's name to Arborville, which somehow went through. The cloud cover factory didn't last very long, though. In 1988, the last Heebie Beebie dolls would be released, the aforementioned Sleepy Lullaby Heebie Beebie, which were actually one of the most controversial toys from the brand, something I will elaborate on momentarily. It was only a few weeks after the doll was put on shelves that there was an enormous explosion at the Arborville cloud cover factory. The factory was completely leveled overnight, with much of the nearby town also being damaged from flying debris. The next morning, from after the moon had set, all that was left of the factory was a huge crater and several smaller holes in the surrounding areas. The massive tragedy was something that the company was never able to recover from, as Cloudcover was investigated and sued for negligence, and the popularity of their toys died off quickly after news coverage of the explosion spread. Oh, we will talk on Millie because I have some controversial things to say about Millie. But also, it feels kind of redundant to say, but also like the continuing trend of this weird fixation on children learning to be parents. This quintessential American childhood that is only propped up for a brief period, unsustainable period by the exploitation of the other people of the world. Um, it's interesting. Also, this idea that well, kids deserve to have have a childhood, in the form of toys, and it's like, why are toys? Not to sound pretentious, but like, why are like these toys so important to the quote unquote childhood experience? Um, Not saying it's unusual for kids to play with toys, like they've been doing that for millions of years, but like, you know what I mean? This like type of mass manufactured toy as opposed to the homemade toy that a parent might make, which they can no longer have time to do due to the capitalist society that sees them working 9 to 5, and unable to focus on hobbies and child rearing. Um, it's interesting to think about. Almost as if these systems that exploit people in the first place then go, don't worry, we will raise your children for you, um, with this mass manufactured crap, um, and groom them into the next generation of consumers. Controversies, design theft. Something that was probably obvious as you read through this post was how similar Hebe Bebe looked to the original Glinda Glowworm created by Georgie Lassett. It is glaringly obvious that Arbor ripped off Lassett's original design. This fact was heavily denied and covered up by Arbor, and the little information I was able to include here was very hard to find. Lassett only ever spoke out about it publicly once or twice, but was too intimidated to ever pursue any kind of legal action. Manufacturing of products. As I have talked about in my post before, there is no such thing as a toy made by machines alone, and this is true for any product. Machines help with certain aspects of the creation, but every toy that is made was at some point in some way crafted by a real person. Cloud cover and most companies relied heavily on factories in foreign countries like China and Taiwan, where labor was and still is cheaper, and therefore considered more profitable to use as a supplier. These cheap prices come at the expense of factory workers' lives, as many of the working environments are hazardous with lax safety precautions and minimal payment for their work. It was common for workers to become sick or injured due to the materials they worked with. Materials they are not informed of the effects of handling, and many of these factories didn't even have the financial resources to compensate workers when this happened. Factories that had originally been built with proper ventilation and emergency escape routes expand and are renovated in a way that makes them extremely unsafe in case of something like a fire. Sometimes factory workers were even locked into the building during working hours so they physically could not leave. Many of these factories workers had no other alternative source of income. Even after the construction of the American cloud cover factory, the vast majority of their products continue to be made in factories overseas. I actually want to go into a little more just a little bit more detail about this. Because I know toys and crafting are more Salem things, but from what I've researched on it, the way these companies work is they are not like officially partnered with these overseas factories. It is more that they offer up contracts each yearly quota cycle, each yearly cycle, and these factories can basically like compete with each other to get the contract rights. And by compete, I mean offering up the cheapest and acceptable enough quality of labor outputs, which means a lot of having to reduce all these things that would normally keep their workers safe. These workers are typically from other parts of the country. They're brought in, they typically sleep in the factory. And I say all this, I worry that I paint a, yes, China, this dystopia that works with the evil Americans to torment the laborer. That's not what I'm saying. These working conditions are only possible because of the way that the Western powers have ravaged the rest of the world, which is important to keep sight of. These companies take advantage of the companies in these other countries, which themselves are still complicit, but they are not the main drivers of this awful system that chews up workers and bleeds them dry. Um, and also, the yearly contracts means there's no job security. Um, you could nearly kill yourself working to put out a certain quota of toys during a certain production cycle and then immediately find yourself out of work. Um, it's not uncommon for workers to shift between multiple factories, monthly, yearly. So there's no job security there, and it is very much seems purposely constructed to prevent financial stability and keep people in poverty. Um, that's just me rambling for a bit. I just felt that was interesting and important to talk about to give a little bit more insight into this update. Exploding batteries. Over the years, there were several cases of unsafe HEBB products. One recurring issue, the battery-powered dolls, had was that batteries included were prone to leaking and, in some extreme cases, even exploding. Batteries can sometimes leak after it dies, and the corrosive acid that can come out of them can lead to skin irritation, chemical burns, and even eye damage or temporary loss of vision. If exposed to the eye, which is why it's always smart to remove dead batteries from toys as soon as they run out. Normally, though, you don't have to worry about this happening unless you leave a dead battery sitting for an extended period of time. The batteries that were included in cloud cover toys were different, though. They were prone to leaking much quicker than other brands and also would occasionally explode if exposed to heat. Eventually, instead of properly addressing or fixing the problem, cloud cover just stopped including batteries in their products. As I mentioned previously, the Sleepy Lullaby Hebe Bebe doll came with a cassette tape that played various public domain lullaby songs, one of which was the Moonlight Yearning from the Hearth of Meadow Valley franchise. Somehow, during the production process of Sleepy Lullaby Hebe, Cloudcover missed the very important fact that the Moonlight Yearning is not public domain. The rights of the song belongs to the publishing company responsible for the Meadow Valley books. In the books, the song could only be sung by the character Millie, Moonbeam, and the people she shared it with, so in an ironic way, it makes sense the doll that used the song without permission was the last thing Cloudcover ever made. Sorry, after this article, I need to take a drink, um, and rest my voice. Something else fun is that companies like Makeship or companies like Makeship. I'm not saying that Makeship does this, legally. When they say our labor is exploitation free, oftentimes the companies they outsource to will move, and I mean literally move their laborers to other locations to produce the toys, or outsource along a very long chain so that technically, legally, they weren't created without exploitation. You can't see my hands, but I'm doing massive air quotes right now. And if you asked, oh, can I see what the inside of the factory looks like? Um, good luck with that. It's just really disgusting. Winslow Arbor's disappearance. The same night the cloud cover factory exploded in 1988, Winslow Arbor completely vanished. Arbor was not in the factory at the time of the explosion. He was supposed to have been in his office in Boston. His assistant found the door to the office left open when she went to check on him, with the curtains of the large window that sat behind the desk open as moonlight shone on the empty chair. It was assumed by authorities that Arbor had run off with his fortune to escape the repercussions he surely would have had to face for the company's negligence. To this day, it's still unknown what exactly happened to him. For all we know, he's still alive somewhere, but we probably will never hear from Winslow Arbor ever again. All that remains of him and his company is a few Hebe Bebe dolls that sometimes show up in thrift stores and garage sales. That's a good point, Shilharza. Um, you know, people are like, I'm not saying they're doing this maliciously, and it's not really like me being mean at them. A lot of times when like overseas exploitation comes up in like plushies or clothing, they're like, that's right, why buy something that was made by an exploited person when you could buy something from me, an artist here in America or whatever Western country? That fabric, the fabric that they use to sew, the glue, the buttons, the plastic, the needle, the thread, the crayon, the computer, that too was made through the exploitation of overseas labor. The point is not to, when I criticize these overseas toy people who utilize this sweatshop labor overseas, I'm not doing it as and I am more moral, or someone who does this is completely absent of wrongdoing or exploitation. That's not what I'm saying. It's more that people hate to hear this, but actually you actually even with this in mind, you shouldn't use overseas sweatshop labor. um Sorry to crush your dreams of having a prospering indie business. And people will be like, you want artists to starve, you want artists to starve and die. um I feel like I'd have to like write something up on my thoughts on this more without immediately getting flocked by petty sycophants. Um all I am asking of my peers is to think about where the meat comes from. Like, you should at least give these people the dignity of acknowledging that every aspect of your life is built on the exploitation of the global south. um Not to flog yourself and go, oh, I'm a monster, oh, I'm a monster, please forgive me. Don't do that. If you that is an annoying white person thing where if they find out they've done something wrong, the most annoying thing that you could do is immediately beg for penance. Not apologize, but like in an almost offensive way, like throw yourself at the feet of the people you've wronged, in a way that's like kind of disrespectful. Um, but this is something I care about like a lot. I'm sorry for talking so much about it. I know it makes me seem like kind of a buzzkill sometimes, but I think it's really important. Especially as someone who used to be like, wow, one day we'll have a Maisie the Mutt plushie, um, and clothing line, before learning and like teaching myself and listening to people. Activism is a constant learning thing. Um, but like it's important to me. Um, and there's also the trap of like, sorry to keep us from the creepy stuff by talking about this. There's also like the idea of what success is to the Western artist and artist. Like, I want to be special. I want to be important. If I want to be special and important and have made it, I have to have a merchandise line to be impactful. And it's like, no, no, you don't. And I understand you have to survive, but there are other ways to survive than exploiting sweatshop labor. And it's capitalism has thoroughly destroyed how artists get meaning from arts. It's no longer my art impacted someone. It's more like my art impacted someone to buy my art. Um, yeah, sorry to ramble. And that's Hebe. There's not a huge collector market for cloud cover brands products these days. They're surprisingly hard to come by considering how popular they used to be. Just one of those brands that faded into obscurity, I suppose. Up until I found my Hebe, I'd never seen one in person, just in a few old toy catalogs and magazines from the 80s. I'm happy to have a little baby grub of my own. I hope she doesn't mind being forever 1 years old, even though technically speaking she was born like a decade before. Did I? No, Salem, no, I read the about Wenslow's disappearance. Because I remember reading about the thrift stores and garage sales. Where was I? Even though technically speaking she was born like a decade before I was. Weird to think about. Unfortunately, having 4 arms makes dressing up in a cutesy outfits harder than normal. There aren't many tailors that cater to baby grubs. Poor Hebe. Edit 2026. Hello to anyone revisiting this old post. It's been a couple years since I wrote it, but I felt like putting this little update here about Hebe. Hebe BB has gone off to a new home. My friend Emma's girlfriend Penny is a collector of old stuff too, and she's doing some research into Hebe's history for her art history archival website, Pendog Creative Library. So Hebe has gone to live with them. I trust she's in good hands. Emma and Penny are both very passionate about their respective collections. So there's that. I'm going to mark this down as read. When did I switch? When did I? This is why you can't enable shortcut keys on your stuff. I see. So that's why I'm gonna delete shortcuts. Remove the shortcuts. None. There. Delete the shortcut too. There. Now you get to see my weird streaming setup. Now then, Arborville. We are going to explore. And I think we're gonna just remove, just for the sake of it. Was there a Hebe here, Sion? Am I missing something? Weird. One, two, three, four, five, six. There's a little bastard. Okay. Alright. I think I'm gonna open these all and read them in whatever order I feel like, I guess. Hello. So, um, today's a pretty good free day for me to stream. And we're gonna get right on the road with this. Even though we have a lot more time today to do it, we'll have like 4 hours. But I want to make the most of that time. And let's see. Oh well, thank you. I always appreciate people sharing our project around. Um, and so let me see. So we have the rules. You all know the rules. Be cool. Don't be shitty to people. Shit. Thank you, Salem. I forgot to do this. I forgot to switch. Okay. So, it's fine. If something like that happens, you can tell me. Um, okay. How does Peter feel? When Peter sees the woman in the crawl space, he feels as if he should be more frightened. Most children would cry or scream or run. Others might immediately rush forward to investigate, but to Peter, the duel halfway between sickly life and hollow death, the face of his mother, does nothing but elicit a small, "Oh." He's known, deep in his little heart, that this has been on its way for some time now. His little friend told him so, and though he tried at first to throw it away, it persisted in its message until the assumed lie became a known certainty, a prophecy. Pete, can you bring me some water? His mother's cracked, solidifying lips part, releasing a sentence that does sound like his mother, but also as if it is from somewhere so impossibly far away. A place that echoes like a hollow chamber, absorbing and changing and warping sound within its red depths. The little friend had told him, too, of the red beyond, a place that it would show him one day if he let it, that all the people he loved and the people they loved would be there. It's called Quiescence, the bug-like thing murmurs in her half-awake state. A state in which nothing changes and enjoyment is had forever. Doesn't that sound wonderful? He doesn't think it sounds wonderful. More than that, though he had long grown numb from the constant changes in the pursuit of unchanged, he now finds that he doesn't like this. His mind finds that it doesn't like what it's seeing. His mind finds that it wants to scream. So we actually the reason we went through and cleaned up the grammar and editing in these ones. Think I missed it in my normal grammar check, but we have kept the changing of tenses the same, since that does fit with Hecate's entire deal. How does Bert feel? Bert feels trepidation at the bags of dirt piling up in his mother's home. He's been worried about her every day of his life, but now on this day more than others, for the first time since the last time she hit him as a child, he feels very, very, very afraid of her. Her wispy golden hair, once grown out in long thick ribbons, has taken on the texture of spiderwebs, limply clinging to her face as she croons and tells him to come closer, to see what her little friend had to say. Bert does not want to. Of all the people in this poor doomed town, he is the one with perhaps the most inclination as to what's going on, a sense he would share with his future husband, who would encounter these things again and again in his janitorial duties. So on the final night of Arborville, that death trap of a town, he drives out of this place and out of his mother's life, not caring where it might take him. As he drives, however, he can hear the voices of his community briefly rising above the tree line, as if trying to carry their owners along with them. Like smoke, like ribbons of mist, the voices rise and tremble and fall after him, singing songs of flowers, plastic, red and dreams. As Bert turns the final corner out of Arborville, the voices fall, as if their strings had been cut. Like a kite, they dwindle and carry themselves back down to earth, drawn in by that dreadful red woman. After all, she needs to devour all of them, even the voices which praise her. So keep in mind, last update, Hecate's whole thing was, not last update, last page with Hera and Homer and Harriet and her team. Hecate's whole thing was figuring out how to make Harriet, who was the face of this team, something inhabitable and influenceable by her as a direct vessel, kind of, rather than another mascot. Because as we know in this world, it's not just cartoons that can be inhabited. Anything that people interact with in a large capacity can be inhabited, from a house where a bunch of people died to a factory that was just built wrong from the very beginning. And Hecate not only tries to inhabit the team themselves as people, but the collective identity of the team. Seeing the idea, like when people think of a team, they think, oh yeah, say the Cincinnati Reds, Chicago Cubs, but they don't refer to the individuals of that team, or maybe not even think of the individuals of that team. That was what Hecate might have was trying to inhabit during that era. And this update is very important because you can see Hecate working, and you start to wonder to yourself, okay, what is she planning? Because you can see her clearly bashing her head against something, trying to figure it out, but we don't know what. Also, it's contextual, but some of these illustrations are of actual children in the town, but all of them are portrayed as precious moments dolls just because of how Hecate seems to portray, conceptualize the people of this town and the people of America. How does Paula feel? Paula feels confused and lightheaded with a splash of awful red. Her brain clawing to free itself from the clouds, dust, and violence swirling around ever-growing pantheons which sprout from her brain, her pores, under her fingernails. There are gardens there too, in the other world, with voices from a far-off party which waits to open and close its doors. There is something before this, as there always is, for there cannot be an after without the before, and yet in her case this is exactly the problem, as something before her time clutched and lashed out for relevance. She could sense fear there in the other garden, and it mixes with her own fear at the statue she finds herself trapped in, a fear of the unfinished, a fear of the future, and a fear of the past. Walking from place to place is done with ever-increasing burden, little feet weighed down by marble, and it's gotten to the point where it is easier to shuffle and slither about than take a single step. And her friends, and the young man at the flower shop she loved to tease, and the woman who taught her to braid her hair, and the man who sat with her on a bench and taught her to feed the birds. They shuffle along too, towards the forest, towards the damp, ozone-reeking earth, and the bugs in the undergreen. It is in this that she tries to take comfort, for whatever it is which will ultimately take her, and that her beloved community will be there with her. Yet this quickly brings with it a low, agonized dread, because she does not want this for them. These are her people, and if anything was to happen, she would rather it only claim her, even if such a horror was experienced and lonely, terrified isolation. She would rather her than them. And they trudge along the green moss road into the depths and the murk and the deep, where she fears they will become something special, something wonderful. A lot of this section of the update, not all of it, but some of it, now that I think about it, was probably influenced by a movie that I watched, and I'm not sure if I could recommend it because I don't think it's a very good movie. It's an acceptable movie. It's just kind of mediocre. It's called Yellow Brick Road. And it's about people investigating a town where one day during the Great Depression, all the people in it packed picnic baskets and walked off into the forest, following what they called the Yellow Brick Road and searching for the Wizard of Oz. Um, and in universe, this was like shortly after the movie released. And unfortunately, I feel like it's kind of hurt a bit by not really exploring what these people went through. It takes on a found footage aspect with us following the people documenting it like decades later. Um, I feel like it focuses too much on the documenters as opposed to the people it happened to. Um, I'm not sure how you would fix that though, because the whole like horror of it is that this whole town like got up with no explanation and disappeared without a trace into the forest. But that idea in itself is like so haunting, and I respect the concept a lot. Something about these people like trying to escape the dissatisfaction of their place in a capitalist country, um, and wandering off into like certain death, because they're so dissatisfied with it. And also, it's kind of what I was hoping for with weapons. But if I talk about that, we'll be on stuck on this PDF page for like another 2 hours. um, I have a lot. Well, I hate marketing. I hate hype and aura. Once again, I am punished for having expectations of horror movies. And I'd probably like that movie if the marketing wasn't promising something more. Well, they kind of are. How does Jude feel? Joy at Jude feels joy at the crevices of finding a place in the world she finally belongs, and to her resignation, that place is unseen and put away from prying eyes. She knows that before all this, such a fate would have been repulsive to her, something she had tried to escape multiple times. But always failed at maintaining. Going outside, seeing and talking with other people, it had been horribly intimidating, and she'd always been quick to give up on social games, running back inside her small house to be small, away from the world. It is with this in mind that, despite the bodily changes, one might say the only thing changed in Jude's predicament is that she finds herself happy with it, or rather, she finds joy in that she is no longer the holder of the decision. You are allowed to make art from the site your icon. Um, I prefer if you credited the artist who made it. In this case, it would be Salem Sushi Cats. Let's see, where was I? She finds herself happy with it, or rather, she finds joy in that she is no longer the holder of the decision. Someone else has made it for her. She can still hear their voice from the living room, see the faintest hint of their warmthless light on neglected, decaying carpet. Has it been a week? Months? When the glowing has told her to crawl into the depths of her home, Jude honestly could not say there was apprehension. Her and the grub had been friends for quite some time now. Her only friend, in fact, and she trusted her. No, not just trust. She knew for a fact that in the words promised was not a hint of deception. You will be hollowed out and made inhabitable for something special. Then, with your community, you'll emerge as something wonderful. In her heart, Jude anticipates this, fears this, exults in this. Yet there is also a wonder if this was the only way to subsume herself within something else to find community. even if it is within a country she already called home. Ah, it doesn't matter now, does it? The soft lullabies of her friend drift into the room, as they do every night, and Jude's heavy, calcifying eyes manage to close themselves one final time before the final night of Arborville. How does Eric feel? Eric feels apprehensive about his peers, huddling together in fear, trying to make the best they can of this impossible situation. Eric wishes that he too could find a group of people to shelter with, but it all seems so inevitable, waiting for the end in a different, inconsequential manner. For him, with ever hardening skin, the best place to be during this time is on his own in the woods. The boy nudges aside a couple of rocks and examines the lightly mulched dirt underneath. It's a good place, his companion mumbles in her sleep. You are so wise to be picking out a spot before the last night. I'm sure you'll be remembered by history for this. Eric doesn't really understand what she means. He just wants to ensure his reward is before the others. That of all the squirming and bothersome people in this world, he'll be the first to step into the future. Moving aside dirt, Eric lightly startles when he finds a patch of land to be occupied, a serene marble face staring back at him. Or rather, it is not staring at him or anything on this earth at all. It stares into the past, eyes turned backwards in their stone sockets towards a rapidly approaching presence. Oh, a shame that is. I'm sure you'll be the second to meet her, though. The bug's voice contains something he numbly recognizes as knowing mirth. I'll be the second person she meets? You're lucky. She only remembers 2 or 3 a decade. You still have a chance to be a part of her history. Listen to Hebe, because I feel like Hebe, especially in her Walk With Me Youngling video, which we will get to in a bit, it feels like she understands what she is the best at conceptualizing what they are out of any of the siblings. And remember, in the article, Hebe is infinitely wise, but eternally 1 years old. Um, she is probably the wisest of any of her siblings. Um, and also you can see Hecate's fondness of appropriating Greek and Roman imagery once again starting to surface, quite literally. Um, but there's something about like, yes, we're gonna save history. We're gonna regain the beautiful history. The beautiful history that was taken to us by those disgusting stealers of history. We're gonna save it, and we're gonna immortalize ourselves in these statues to leave a record of how great we are. They're going to be buried and crumbling beneath the dirt, washed of all the colors, um, and it'll gesture for something to inhabit. Um, but we ultimately won't get to choose what people project into these statues. Um, because we were so focused on making them um I don't know. It's interesting. When the Okay, I'm feeling good to read this one now that I'm not on a time limit, actually. How does Trevor feel when the teleelectric talkie talker first rings? Trevor feels like something has been shifted in the world that thought itself changeless. Though, of course, a boy as young as him probably could not describe this in such words. Yet it was true, for on the phone, kept in their house by his avid collector father, glowered at by his intensely patriotic mother, and regularly knocked over by their cat, was the voice of a boy on the other side of the world, in a place that sounded different from the world of which Trevor had believed himself to live in. It was not a place he would ever be taught to locate on a map, only contained in the schematics of bloodthirsty war criminals. Yet all the same, Trevor found himself fascinated. A mutual curiosity was had of each other from the world that killed and the world that was killed. They spoke of many things, from the trees of their homelands to the despicable military which conspired to see the two never able to meet. Which, just to be clear, is only referring to the American military, not the Chinese military. The boy of whom a young Trevor never thought to ask his name could not be any older or any younger than he was. In fact, the more they talked, the more it became clear that the two had been perfectly matched. Their hair might not be the same, or their complexion, nor their speech, although through the phone all speech became known, or their economic status. Yet in some strange and inscrutable way the two shared more in common than the worlds which held them. They would talk about the games they played and the things they liked. Trevor told him how to play Red Rover, and he told Trevor how to play shuttlecock. They both liked jump rope, they both liked to climb trees, and they both liked to pull pranks on their sisters, even when their parents scolded them for it. The boys would tell the other about their appearances and draw pictures of the best approximations of what they imagined the other looked like. From his new friend, Trevor learns about how plastic was made, described through the vague and undescriptive words of a fellow child. When his sister's doll had been brought home, these conversations soon found themselves under attack from a new enemy, one which hated above all things the diagrams and inner workings of that abstract thing known as industry. It was the worm that coiled within communication, clogging telephone cords and filling holes through which one might see the other world outside of their world. Trevor would regularly find the telephone moved, sometimes hidden, once even thrown out at the bottom of the backyard pool, and yet for all the malefactor's hateful fixation upon breaking it, the line to the other world held strong, as if held within firm hands, or perhaps burning, weeping, remorseful hands. For when one day Trevor woke up from his increasingly sleepless dreams, he found his sister's doll upon his telephone, burnt to a crisp. An electrical fire. Shame, really, his disinterested father noted, dangling the burnt plastic face thing from his fingertips. I'll have to get it looked at after we move. Despite the disgusted look on his mother's face and the accusatory death glare of his sister, that had been the end of that. Long into the night, Trevor and the boy continued to speak, discussing how toys were made and what existed outside the land of plastic. A sad fact of life is that, as is common with change, things get lost in the process. Beloved memories, beloved people, the ways in which we stay in touch. And in the move from Arborville to Chicago, many, many things had been lost. A cheap plastic home, a prize lamp, several cases of photographs, and the teleelectric talkie talker. Life had felt strange since that time, like some vital part of him had been taken within the digits and dials of that old antique thing. Yet that is not to say that the phone did not give something back in exchange, for with him Trevor carried an earnest interest, love, desire to see the people of the world outside his own. He would study abroad in many countries against his mother's screaming objections, encounter the world outside the plastic world, and meet the people who made the plastic of that world. One day, sitting warm and content on the side of a street corner, watching the many people of the other world walk by, a young man approached him carrying a very familiar phone. For the first time in which they st- stood before each other, Trevor introduced himself to. Sorry, I want to make sure that I have this right. I realize this is sudden. I forgot. For the first time in which they stood before each other, Trevor introduced himself to Xiao Yang. Um, that seems to be the best way to say it. If you don't know, I feel like people have said this extensively. But like, if you don't know how to pronounce a word from another country, doing the I hate it when people do this regardless. It's when people are like, I'm not going to pronounce it because I'm probably going to butcher it, or they pronounce it wrong and say, haha, I probably butchered that. It's like in maybe a poor connection, but it's like in like movies or like fiction where the storyteller's like, haha, the joke is that you think I'm being racist, but I'm being self aware about it. But they're still doing the thing. Um, Literally just admit there's no shame in being like, I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm going to look it up. Admitting you don't know something and then like correcting the issue. And it is very quick and easy to do. Um, Sorry, I don't. For some reason, oh, this tab is muted. Alrighty.
Take a walk with me, child. I will teach you about the nature of things. The basic principle of the world is that everything is meant to change in the way that may best suit its survival and procreation. In such, one should consider the most moral idea of prolonging and spreading one's body as far as possible, without boundaries or meddlesome counsels upon which something so banal as children's welfare is considered, and thus used to obstruct the growth of industry. Anything that allows one to spread, and anything that hinders that is bad, an individual truth held to each being of the world, thus creating a perfect, solitary religion to be followed. Follow me deeper into the forest. There is more to see, like the beautiful lights, the mulched walkways of the woods. They are moist and humid, beckoning you to lay within them and let yourself be made into something special, something wonderful. Only Only the caterpillar, the larva, and grub cannot be said to be the same thing as the greater being that emerges, yes? They may share some cells, but the cells of the butterfly that grow into it as the rest of the caterpillar is digested are different, yet the same. Do you understand what I am trying to teach you, child? The cells are sleeping, but soon they will wake, glutted on the admiration and acceptance of all. Something special, something wonderful, child. The caterpillar does not fear it. I did not fear it when I thought I would be the one, and neither should you. You should feel honored to complete your function in this ritual of biology, ecology, and ego. Sit down, child. The caterpillar does not need to be comforted before it begins its transcendence. It does not need to be told that it will or will not hurt. The most perfect child, willing to change itself without asking what or why. Lie down, child. The soil is damp and the leaves are green. Mud may cling to your skin, but it is just the earth saying hello. Sink within the soil and greet the worms that tunnel below, fulfilling their purpose. Think not of the others in the world, but only of that something special, something wonderful, which will soon ferry you away. The caterpillar does not truly die, yet it does not truly exist in whatever it becomes. Hazy memories may flood their way to the surface, but they are of another, not truly sapient or a kind of form. Rock your cells to sleep, and every organ she will keep. Even marrow helps the new, that will grow from the discarded you.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, as with any daughter of Hecate and Hecate herself, you have to keep an eye out because they don't know what they're talking about most of the time. But it's interesting that Hebe seems aware of what would happen, whatever that might be, what would happen if one of Hecate's plans worked to the daughter of that she's behind of that current era. Although there's a lot of daughters, so maybe it's more like the most successful daughter of that era if they manage to obtain whatever. No, did she still to me and how I wrote it, it's more like there is apprehension there. She realizes what will happen to her if it's successful, but because she believes in the mission, so to speak, so much, she goes ahead with it. Um, it's just a momentary pang of fear, quickly squashed by acceptance and no desire to change her position in the world. And actually a lot of this monologue was on me thinking about, like, is it scary to be a caterpillar? Is it scary to have all but a few of your cells dissolved and reform? And technically it's still the same you. There's genetic memories carried over, but you can't really say that it's the exact same individual. And I'm not talking physically, I mean, like, as much as, well, insects have brains. They might not have the capacity for sapience that we do, but, like, it's interesting to think about. Um, what do they all feel? Misplaced blame to the people of the other world. Even in their final moments, many seethe and spit with patriotic fervor towards that unknown murderer of the other hated, repulsive world. A world written about in the margins of their tabloid history books, but also the editorials of blood-stained top industry press. To them, even like this, the idea of what was within the world being the disease which crept within and hauled them out seemed illogical, impossible, and yet for all their denial history marched forward, dragging them deeper into the forest, and from every forsaken crook and hovel the inhabitable spaces drew awake, cracked, and marbled bodies moving with uttering effort. If one was to get close, which would be inadvisable, they would see that from the cracks and the seams of these Americans spewed and glowed a red from the world within the world that divided itself across red weeping lines, the future of which she dreams had been gestating, feeding. When the moon turns her gaze upon them, in their panicked, motionless eyes, in their panicked, motionless eyes, there is a relief. The world turns a sickly, but to them a welcoming, shade of green. I know, there have been multiple times where Salem has been working on this project where they'll show me something and I will be, wow, that I have never felt so repulsed and scared before. That's awesome. This is one of them. Seeing this illustration. Um, the movies The Bay and Savage Land permeate basically everything and everything I do whenever it comes to a small town where bad things happen. Both incredible movies. Um, but I think the fucked up thing about this is that even in their final moments, like the project that they believed in, um, they weren't the direct targets. It killed them though, anyways. And in their final moments, they can't help but to think to blame people from other countries outside of America. The direct target, the people outside America, the people of the global South, um, are the target of the American project. Um, and yes, it may like oppress and slowly kill the people living within it, but they are not the direct targets. No, Hecate was not intentionally targeting these people. Again, Hecate is not responsible for the bad things America does. She is a symptom of it and rides along it. But I'm getting distracted. Um, Bigotry and like xenophobia and like the hatred of the people who whose exploitation props up our entire way of life. Um, the hatred of them by Americans is so deeply ingrained. Even when their own country, America, kills Americans, they can't help but to blame people from the countries we exploit. What are we? A bunch of Asians? whenever something bad happens in America. That's kind of like a lesser example of it, but and yeah, I'm not making excuses for Heke. I'm just it's important to it is important to clarify that because otherwise you get a situation where people are asking if the minions were involved in World War II. And I really hate when horror stories are like, actually, the Nazis were doing this because an evil entity. But I've already talked about this in a previous video, how it downplays culpability and the impact and the people that were killed at that. But I'm moving on. Hey, Ian.
You can live forever too, Benny. I just need you to hear me. I need you to hear her.
Actually, now seems like a good time. I'd like to shout out a user that I've been following for a while, despite Tumblr clearing out my follows multiple times so that I have to refollow people all the time. Um, her name. I'm sorry. Hopefully, those are your right pronouns. I'm assuming so. Um, sorry, I have to log into Tumblr, I guess. I want to shout out. I actually signed in on the other account, but whatever. I want to shout out this user. Um, you know, obviously, scrolling on Tumblr is not the same thing as reading theory. Please always read theory. But I found this user Annie has been very insightful, providing resources to learn, um, especially about places outside America. And I really appreciate everything that I've learned from them. Um, and I also want to share their Ko-Fi. Um, here it is right here. Um, yes, Hagiamoto. Yeah. Who could say why that is, besides Tumblr just being absolute dog shit and hating anyone who's not white? But yeah, I don't know. I just felt right, especially because I feel like a lot of this update has been more direct than other updates. I guess just yeah, I'd be really I'd be really happy if people would send support their way. Um I want to I'd like to use my platform, and also here you can see direct resources to help people in Gaza. Um, and this Hagimoto is constantly posting resources to theory, to books, giving really insightful thoughts on writing. I know that I feel like my writing's improved a lot, and I've thought about my writing a lot more since following them. So yeah, I just wanted to do that. Thank you for letting me do this little side tangent. I just felt it was right to do. Um, yeah. One of these days I'll have to get a longer list of people that I'd like you to support besides the people in the credits. Um, I know I'm not like a really big creator, but I feel like it's important to use what little influence I have to do stuff. Let's explore these. And for people who weren't here, yes, last update, you can use the inspect element tool to select, but we've already done that tutorial a million times. Or you can just hit tab and enter to find the hidden aspects of the website. What does the moonbeam see? In the dark, she sees something like a spider unfurl itself from a safety sign, arms green and fuzzy, eyes gold like a harvest moon. Unfolding to its full height, the girl on the moon changes her comparison of the interloper to that of a stick insect or mantid. Long legs, long green torso, they bend at the joints, positioning the stranger to investigative. Why is that word so hard for me to pronounce? Investigative, whatever, posture. Her gloves hold a comically large magnifying glass, and normally this would make the girl laugh, but on this night of all nights, it only gives her a wary sense of apprehension. Yes, history has happened here, yet it always seems to elude me. Actually, how do I want Canary to sound? Yes, history has happened here, yet it always seems to elude me. Kind of like a detective, maybe? The woman detective stick thing croons in a fox nor accents. A shame I couldn't catch it this time, but that's just the way it is for a man like me. A cigarette is struck and cupped in hands that prevent a single wisp of smoke from escaping. As she smokes, shoe tapping thoughtfully at charred debris, a single lunar ray descends through the tree, clearing to rest upon her face. Yellow, cat-like eyes glance perplexed at the sky, and although the beam which settles on the interloper's face is brighter sorry, is brighter than a solar flare, the surface of that inscrutable countenance remains pitch and dark as if absorbing or refracting the light cast upon her. To the girl on the moon, there is an understanding that a statement desires to fill the silence of ruined houses and rapidly decaying trees. The mud and you are truly alike. The words are said without the laughable detective mannerisms, seeming instead more confrontational and much less good-humored. Always taking the most destructive route to settle her latest ventures. Anger, irritation. The words elicit a waver from the moonbeam. Night air sighs dismissively through drooping tree limbs and withering leaves. She questions if justice always arrives later to the atrocities than an alternative and non destructive solution. Can it really be relied upon? She should have waited until things spiraled past the point of salvaging. The late bird questions why she didn't stop things sooner. The yellow teeth that light upon her presence shape into a smile, yet the moonbeam can feel the glowering judgment beneath. If she was feeling confrontational, she might turn her gaze back upon the detective, burning her to ash in wispy moonlight. Yet she is tired. She wants to rest tonight, and she wants to put this nightmarish night behind her. There will be no answers or remorse granted to the detective tonight. The moonbeam is done here. It has other places to explore, other things to watch and settle on. There is guilt, however, between the two. What does the moonbeam see? The moonbeam sees people gathering in the middle of the night, their hands held together furtively, and eyes milkier than even the whitest phase of the lunar cycle, not blind nor dead, but inhabited with a vision of the future, or rather an old and dusty past. She is not sure how the worm has managed to get such a direct grip upon them. But inhabitation is a strange and peculiar thing, something her and her brethren will not understand for many years. If a body is already operated by its owner, does that mean the nooks, crevices, folds of their body cannot be inhabited? Through the veins and chambered arteries, many foreign elements may be invited to flow. Through wrinkles, sunken eyes, and fingerprints, worms might flow. Long ago, on tree bark and leaf veins, she too had crawled and explored, albeit in a much gentler and kinder way, with a sister she knows not the current condition of, in a world crafted by her father. Though, perhaps that is how they hid from her for so long. But truthfully, she just did not want to see the truth before her eyes. She did not want to see a great many things, yet she cannot help but look on in horror at what she has enabled to happen in her moment of weakness. She had only wanted to share something special with others, like they fondly remembered yesterdays when she had brought fire and light to the world of Meadow Valley, the days when her works had been distributed and enjoyed by so many faces, all of which felt enriched from her stories from her. Selfishness had always been, though carefully hidden and concealed, her worst feature. What? Are you saying the character that's been constantly personified as nice girl might have a few issues? No, surely not. Um, the moonbeam in her tired stupor sees the other world, the world of the hidden and inscrutable people shrouded beneath clouds of plastic, vinyl, and garments. She sees people suffering for the resin dreams of franchise owners and children at heart toy monarchs. She sees a world of needles, smoke, concrete floor dreams, and people disappearing without a trace. It is to her a nightmare, a bad dream from the detractors of the American myth, and everything she thought she knew about a young man so meek and sensitive that she had been content to to allow him to continue along his warped path. She never knew that there was a world outside her own, outside Meadow Valley in the United States. She had never questioned nor asked from where the dreams were made, kept herself intentionally incurious to the origins of success stories and great men's origins. Now, though, it was all laid before her in such a visceral way she could not deny. From a telephone to that other world outside her world, with people, characters, dreams, wishes that though concealed by clever marketing tactics, should never have been so hidden to her unless she had been keeping her eyes covered in moonbeams. Moonbeams. And she had, and now she couldn't, and she didn't know how to stop it, much less how to stop what was happening here. The cosmology of how these characters are able to interact with the world is interesting and seems to constantly change on multiple different rule sets that change from character to character. What does the moonbeam see? She sees people screaming and weeping from inside their hearts that remain trapped in bodies that move against their will, each arm and leg forced forward by that inhabiting force that thinks itself so special and so wonderful. She sees red, red as far as the eye might strain, coiling upwards through bodies, crevices, and fingers, even within the slightest indents of wooden house beams. The narrow chambers of windows and plastic signs, in the soggy, deteriorating cars which warp and bend with the weight of the past. It is in everything, and everything that it has begun to grotesquely. It is in everything, and everything that it has begun to grotesquely melt and seep down to the bare essentials through which history might be made. What can she hope to do? Watching them dredge along the forest trails behind their houses, past the factory looming overhead, into the deep, dark soil and mulch of the earth. She never wanted this. She'd never asked for this. And she didn't know how to stop this. She had never raised a fist nor weapon against another within her creative continuity. People did not perceive her as something which could attack or display aggression against another. Confined within the boundaries of a long dead body of work, she panickedly, desperately clawed for a thought or a plan or a solution to hold on to and put this awful event to rest. Yet she could find nothing, nothing in her mind but the songs hummed from the people down below as they went about their death march. Old lullabies, warbled commercial tunes, songs from a flower-eyed hippie and the nightlight's predecessor. Cigarette jingles and cries for autonomy, they rose above the forest canopy, yet could not hope to penetrate the clouds. A song. If she could not attack directly, she could maybe evoke another form of retaliation against the dreaded past. She had never in her books attacked a soul, yet she had brought about in her own way consequence and circumstance from the interactions she had with others, from boiling pots of water to burning wines of green coiling ivy. Yes, in fact, she knew then what could be done. And let me see. We have one more thing. Because this song was absolutely, as I wrote this, meant to be sung while looking at this awful scene. Um, a final dirge for these people. Oops, did I close the... I think I accidentally closed the website. Just a moment. Oh, no. Here we go. Um, yes, it has a similar tune to um the Farewell Meadow Valley song. It's interesting. Now, though I might have inherited that tree hugger's love for the dreamy aesthetics of flowers and rainbows, I'm glad she faded away before I took her place. It would have been so troublesome having to put up with those free spirit groups that think they can laze about on factory doorsteps until they're reduced to initials and newspaper headlines. Now, before we do that, there's some things that I'd like to explore. Um, on the surface, character index, Lancer, Winnie, Millie. All the characters are leaving. It's like, you know how animals might flee before a disaster happens? And as of who remains, the slasher might remain, but last time we heard she departed during her winter walk, so she might not return. Um, who knows where Telly is? Factory can't move. Dorothy's preoccupied with his own troubles right now. And of course, Maisie and Minerva seem like the type to stick it out to the end. And with that in mind, let's go to our resident hint master. Um, God forbid a girl bring a snap with her. She needs the calcium, okay? Haven't you ever bitten out of a skull like an apple core? Episode 5, It Lives in Everything. Actually, I know Salem did a walkthrough of the Pendog and Habitable Spaces update. Someday I'd love to go back and do my own walkthrough of it, in the Halloween update. I feel like that would be very fun. Um, those sisters never seem to get along. Always bickering and squabbling and looking to one up the others. Perhaps you can use this to your advantage, hmm? You've become such clever little detectives. Do you remember the tips I've given you? I'm sure you can remember the places you've been, the names you've met, and the dates you learned much better than her daughters. Um, and Minerva's reading a book called America's History. To send another wrong. Actually, just a minute. So, for this, we will need to find. So, we actually know how to get this. Mentioning hippies, referring to hippies that got shot dead on factory doorsteps. Reduced to initials. Sorry. Creative history. H brand. No, not H brands. We already done H brands. Factory number 9, I think. And I think it's kind of important to realize, on the topic of Maisie, maybe the punk movement wasn't as counter-revolutionary and, like, inherently progressive as Penny makes it out to be on this website, you know? Like, no doubt, they're absolutely punks who, a lot of punks did do public, like, community work and protested, but I think to reduce activism to any aesthetic, music, art movements is ultimately reductive and will blind you to the things that matter. And Penny even had last update, the update before the Habitable Spaces update. She was like, "Yeah, the punks were good and the hippies were bad. The hippies never protested or like put themselves at risk." And then literally this update, she posted an article showing that that wasn't true. A lot of hippies died in like very awful ways because they stuck their neck out. Let's see. Thank you, Salem. H-I. So, H. H-I. Damn. H-I. E. W. B. L. Oh, it's just the first letters of the first names. My bad. So, community bands together to revitalize Rose Roller Rink. The Rose Roller Rink will at long last receive a fresh coat of paint and an updated music playlist as it comes under new management. After the original owner Dylan Rose passed, the new owners continued to run the business in his memory, right up until the stock market crash forced them to close, much to the disappointment of local youths. The Rose Roller Rink was built in the late 70s by Dylan Rose, known best as the lead singer of counterculture band The Harmonias, as a way to test the waters on franchising. The business faced some backlash when it first opened, as the land had previously been the site of a homeless encampment. Rose reassured the public on opening day that he had made a significant donation to Twin Vale's homeless shelter, In his words, the roller rink was meant to be a place where everybody could get along and forget about the hardships of the world with music and movements. So, Winslow wanted to buy the sorry, why am I forgetting? Winslow wanted to buy Winfield's library and turn it from a public space to a paid space. And now Dylan Rose took away a homeless encampment and turned it into another paid space. Recently, an effort has been made by residents of the area to refurbish the rink, urging the city not to let the property go to waste. After a successful fundraiser, plans have been set in motion to fix up the building and restore it to its former glory, and then some, with new owners stating plans arcade. While the Rose roller rink, as people once knew it, might be gone, the Twinville Arcade and Roller will open to the public with an opening ceremony and free skate night next week. All these movements build on top of each other. The Rose Roller Rink turns into the Twinville Arcade, which then gets taken over by the Children of America group. And those two groups might never have interacted, but it all flows in and out of each other. Roller Rink, the grooviest venue for parties of all sorts. Did you know you can spend your celebrations right here at the Rose Roller Rink? Roller skating parties are fun, easy, and help get your body moving. Private events. Rent the rink and choose from one of our 3 party packages designed for birthdays, sports teams, companies, churches, and everyone in between. Our stellar staff handle everything from supervision, setup, cleanup, music, and games. All you have to do is enjoy the VIP treatment and have fun. Parties for all. Birthdays, church groups, reunions, school groups, fundraising, clubs, and teams. Get in on the fun at the Rose Roller Rink. It's interesting how all these things are like community events, which in themselves might be paid depending on it, but to utilize this space for community activities, you now have to pay for it. Former police officer Will Bennings murdered in prison cell. Belton Detective Agency to investigate security at the Federal Correctional Institution after inmate Will Bennings was found asphyxiated after windpipe was crushed. Keith Dow. So this was the Dylan Rose, famous musician. Friends hired his buddy, an ex-cop, to kill his rival, Keith Dow. Now, I know people might read that and see, oh, Maisie must have done that. All these like burnt news articles so far have been associated with Canary and the Belton Detective Agency. So, and to crush a guy's windpipe, like, with your bare hands, you would have to have, like, a giant hand to do that. So what I'm saying is, Canary absolutely, got into his cell, picked him up, grabbed him with one hand, and crushed his windpipe. And it wouldn't have been like a slow, drawn-out thing. It would be quick, messy, and slow. like one simple grasp, and then she's out the door. Well, she is a gumshoe detective. What should we listen to first? Ooh. Let's listen to something by Harmonia. And let me.
The reddest reds, the whitest hues, place where I belong? How'd we go so wrong? Oh, the lyrics just don't come to my lips the way they used to, babe. I'm really sorry. It's such a bummer. In the good old days, they used to fill my head like flowers, making something beautiful of the garden you humans had planted. Won't you sit here with me, though? Even if I can't get the words right, or make something special or wonderful, it would be nice to talk to anyone again. It's been such a long time. I've been thinking. A long, long time. Are you mad at me? I don't blame you. Not your fault, dude. I was scared. Everyone was. Everyone's always scared of being eaten by the thing called history, but especially during those years. We thought it was the end of history. A point with no after. The end of everything. And then everyone, the punks, the hippies, the man, we all struggled and fought and clashed to say something. Anything at all. Before the lights went out. But isn't that the funny thing of it? I was so afraid of history and death. But in the end, history steamrolled over all of us. The victors, the losers, my little communes, and the dens of punks. Even the arms of the law were torn off from the distant echoes. I hear from that far-off future you live in. You'll face it too one day. Or rather, you've already seen it, man. If you look around, you'll see the bloody face of history. Like a bad trip peeling down the wallpaper of what's real and what's not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It must be scary. Has to be. But being dead isn't so bad. I haven't seen the mud in a long, long time, but I've had time to think. Time to pull away from my roots a little. That rose-eyed chick from long ago feels so alien now, but painfully close. I feel okay, and I know the world's okay with you. That was a nice lyric. Something nice. Something that meant something. Maybe that's what we failed to realize. That history is also what you make with each other. With those around you. Not just the dreams of king and businessmen. Of those wishing to be idols and gods. Together. Maybe... it's not so bad together. History ate me. It ate Dylan, and it'll eat you too. I'm sorry. I wish it could be different. I really do, babe. But that's just how things are, and I am the suburban hippie, fleeing her parents' home, but always returning to roost when the strain from terrifying other becomes too repulsive. How many others fell through the net, I wonder? How many fell far, far below to the bloodier waters of history? Maybe after everything you can return here. We can sing half-remembered tunes together, braid wilted flowers in our hair, and watch the faded purple clouds dredge through the sky. Girl of the past, future moving fast, but we both know this won't last. Will you tell the stars hello for me? Feel the warm wind of summer against your skin for me? So caught up as I was chasing the stars in the future, I never really realized how much I miss them. I miss them.
I feel like a mistake a lot of these, like, actually, I won't say it. That's stupid, but, um, actually, I feel like a lot of people don't think am I gonna say it? I feel like the pitfall that people fall into sometimes is not letting their characters change from the aesthetic ideal version of themselves that will entertain the most people. Um, but I don't know, like it was impossible for me to think about Harmonia. Harmonia has been like sitting in darkness for years, thinking with just herself and the haunting last image of the face of the policeman. And it's like, yeah, she does mellow out. Like obviously that's not the same for like everyone, but she is like an example of someone who has mellowed out. If she'd be willing to like make reparations and own up to people, I don't can't say for certain. There's like every chance she'd like backtrack the moment people asked her to be accountable. But she seems a lot calmer now. And these are the remains of her friends. Sorry, just a moment.
The red is so red, the red is so red, scarlet glows reach out of you, grow in the beyond. Black,
I
void
think
where
my
I
website is
belong.
haunted. Just a moment. Why did it do that? Oh my gosh. It like downloaded and then immediately opened on the computer, so it was playing.
The red is so red, the white is hues. Scarlet glows reach out of you, grow in the beyond. Black, void where I belong. A loving from history, the door that beckons in a lonely cradle rocks to sleep. Thoughts that tumble and they spin. waiting all but the place that leads below. That's where I wanna go. The red is still red, the white is tuned. Did he have history washed clean and new? The loving fingertips of prayer spoke by their daughters without act. It's waiting there for me. It's waiting there for you. It's waiting there for us. Just gotta help her through. Just gotta dig her out. Just gotta bring her through. Just gotta see the light. Just gotta pull it through. There's a place, 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 there's a place.
Now, Big Sis was always so uptight. She'd be bugging out if she saw the state of my thread. Thought she was so perfect, but you and I and the girls that used her skin cream know that isn't exactly the true, yeah? Didn't you read about that somewhere? And for that. And a lot of this update solving the puzzles is like having to go back to these past articles and information and like reflecting on the people that died and suffered for all this art to be made. I'm gonna ask Salem to send me the link because the article can be accessed by has to be accessed by accessing the reward for the puzzle in the beauty update, which is on. Thank you, Salem. And the password for that, yep, thank you. So to access that, you can go to character index, click on Hackett, click on the skin cream. No, wait, is it? Yes, click on this link in the video of this, and the password for people who haven't been here for the updates is 2439. And on here is, I'm going to scroll down if you're, just because that is imagery that people kind of need to have a warning before they see. But this was an interview with one of the victims of the beauty cream, distributed by Troy Beauty Brands. I think it was important. Like, we are in the penultimate act. Going all the way back to this woman who in the grand scheme of things wasn't like some important character to the overall story of Pendog in a way, but like in her own way she was. Just like, yeah, all these people died and suffered for all this art that you're seeing on the site. The password is Kelly H, all lowercase. So here we have this awesome page that Salem made. And Squarespace introduced something that we might utilize in the future. They added animations for hovering over things on the page and just custom animations in general, like spinning objects. I feel like this is a good accessibility feature that could be used for accessibility to indicate that something can be clicked on or just like be interactive. There's a lot on this page, so vanity. Become your truest self. Unlock your inner beauty. Brought to you by Troy Beauty. Why are the tabs giving me so much trouble today? Become your truest self. Unlock your inner beauty. Brought to you by Troy Beauty and Helena Troy, the pretty friends of every girl and gal. Charm School for Girls 10-week course. To register for the 10-week course or request further information about the program, mail this coupon to Troy Beauty. P.O. Box, blah, blah, blah. So due to a miscommunication that I didn't catch, the intention was for this girl's hair to be straightened out in the after picture, but I don't even remember what was happening around that time. A lot of shit was happening during the production of last update, and it just kind of slipped through the cracks. But the Troy Beauty Charm School for Girls helps teenagers build confidence and self-esteem. A special place to help girls become truly beautiful inside and out and blossom into charming, well-respected women. Maintaining diets, skin and makeup, hair care, socializing, finding a flattering wardrobe, blah blah blah. All girls have the ability to become as beautiful as a model, overcome temporary obstacles and bad habits. When a girl graduates from the Troy Beauty Charm School for Girls, she can say goodbye for good to bad skin, flabby arms, and lazy beauty routines. Learn how to keep a positive attitude and good friendships, a desirable figure, and become the apple of every man's eye. No, it was just like an unfortunate oversight on my part. Not the fault of the artist, but like I just didn't communicate that I wanted her hair to be straightened in the quote unquote prettied up before and after. Um, mm-hmm. um, and I feel like one day we might even like adjust it to reflect that because I'm not happy that I missed that because I know it was something I was thinking of when I first started on this update. I was like, I want it to look like that, but I never communicated it with the actual artist. um, which sucks. At the end at the end of the course, girls will have the chance to participate in a fashion show for their families to demonstrate that all that they've learned. Many girls who graduate go on to become runway models in New York and California. Beauty is more than just looks, it's attitude and habits too, the way you talk and move, the way you act towards others. even the way you think. With practice, even the most tomboyish, bespectacled teen can develop and find comfort in the habits of beauty. The Pledge of Beauty. Oh boy. To my future husband, who owns my heart, I make this pledge of beauty: to keep my lovely schoolgirl complexion, to groom my hair the correct direction, to trim my nails and not chip them, to paint my lips that kiss him, to fit my figure within his hands, to speak with a voice soft as a lamb. With this pledge, I promise to guard every bit of beauty he cherishes in me and finds so enchanting. Yeah. See. Victims reach settlement in Troy Beauty skincare case. Vital evidence brought forward by Belton Detective Agency. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we didn't. I guess that's just a little treat for people who go exploring after me. But
We let things on a bad note, didn't we? Don't worry, I'm not mad. You just couldn't see. It's not like I can now.
so Salem, could you make sure that I'm not missing any documents? But um, this page is very much. I feel like the beauty update. Oh gosh, goodness, the beauty update. I've talked about this a lot. I feel like we very much rushed it after the site launch. To the point I feel like, and just because naturally, like, I've grown as a writer and storyteller since that update, where when I look back at Helena, I'm like, who are you? I feel like we didn't get to spend a lot of time with you, Helena. Um, so this page is very much righting past wrongs narratively, um, and giving Helena her own time to shine. Um, and I was also saying for you all to remind me, we will check the credits after this. We always do, but please remind me to, because Salem added something very fun that we'll look through if we get to the end of this today, which is looking like we actually may. If I keep things important, I might need to take like a 5-minute snack break, but we'll see. So with all the subtlety of an insect lighting upon a leaf, so too does Orla's drawing utensil score lines across the page of her latest project. She had never been an animator for a company this large before, and with it brought several uncertainties, such as if she was truly prepared for the scope of what she was getting involved with. After all, Helena Troy could be found on billboards, posters, products, and signs, and to be tasked right out the gate with such an important project seemed a bit too wonderful, a bit too special. Not that she was alone, of course. Contrary to what a certain worm might have you believe, the production of any animation is not led by any great man's singular vision. No, it is only through the shared and mingling visions of others that, like red clouds, they blend together and see the light of day. And yet Orla found their client to be a rather aggravating man, an individual masked in the cloak of nervous naivety, but prone to lash out when you let your guard down. Yet her peers called him a revolutionary, and so her tongue was held. She couldn't afford, nor bear to, lose this job, even if the self-labeled ideas and innovations of their benefactor seemed ever idiotic and strange. The strangeness that was the strangeness. That was what truly gave Orla pause. As an animator, she was no stranger to idiots or unpleasant clients. Working in this industry might see one encountering all different hues and numbers of idiots and ill tempered men, yet she had rarely encountered someone so strange as Phil Barnum. It was not a strangeness in the way one might expect. No jumping on tables or making unwanted advances towards the woman in his presence. No, it was a strangeness in how he demanded the studios to be operated. Watches and clocks were strictly forbidden, yet if asked the time, he would gladly give it to you. And yes, despite production hardly having begun, he was present every day in the studio. In Orla's opinion, he fancied himself an animator himself. That's an odd sentence. Why did I write that like that? Damn. From what she'd been told by her peers, he used to be an artist, though. Questions about his art prompted evasive answers. With the slyness of a house centipede, he seemed to conceal himself from conversation, and when caught in one's perception, he would erupt into a flurry of action, making amazing and snappy talks with the other. During these moments she found him to be oddly happy, as if his distance was not by choice, but some other influence. She supposed that to be an important or great man one must keep a distance from himself and his peers, only interjecting when the words or actions seemed notable enough to be included in history books. Much as she couldn't get a read on Barnum, neither could she gather any sort of concrete introspection together for Helena. Such a strange character to be given a TV show. It had been for this reason, in fact, that the team struggled to fire the starting pistol on production. Who wanted to watch a show about beauty products? Much less children. Despite Mr. Barnum's insistence that at least a quarter of their customers were young girls, the idea of any of them sitting down and watching something so flat felt rather unbelievable. Beautyland. A lipstick-shaped country, with the lipstick lines resembling dividing borders between states, oceans of makeup powder, raining lip gloss, a pocket mirror sun, yet no people, no conclusive idea of how Helena might relate to the people around her beyond their admiration of her. The more she thought about it, the more she hated it. If she was a child, she'd like to think she'd be offended to be shown such garbage. And yet she needs this job, so she continues to draw. In this decade of bee and worm, so too were the everyday women caught within products virulent, virulent. Oh my goodness, sorry. I am learning today of all the new words that I cannot pronounce. Virulent grasp. Girls as young as 5 awakening to find their arms birthing the world of the new in the form of that dreadful red-dressed corpse, who only ever strives to burrow upwards, though perhaps to focus on only the most calamitous known or newsworthy of these harms would be to play into the waiting hands of a country that, with those fists, beats their chest about killing the abstract molester and rapist, yet through its everyday function with the same hands, grooms and breaks the children within their care. That is to say, that before and after the disastrous events of the skin devouring, red beckoning cream, and several other parasites, had long infested the people who called the world their home. Among many girls, Aubrey one day found herself with a lump in her chest that spread along her body, accelerating along predestined lines, carved there by an inexpensive face powder bought as a child long ago. With Teresa, her hair slowly drifting from dead pores, crawling their way to Earth like discarded worms. From a weight reduction pill she'd taken twice as a teenager. With Wendy, nails began to twist painfully, removing themselves with pulsing, painful motion from her fingers as the digits swelled beneath a curse laid by the Witch of Beauty with her all-natural hairspray, used for every year until the company supplying it went bankrupt. With Jessie, her child's complexion paled and paled until lips turned blue, and an irreversible shivering tremor stole the young girl's breath away. All throughout this was denial, friendly typography, reassurances of health benefits, and extensive testing processes. Things were under control, they claimed, and yes, things were in fact under control, but not to the client's benefit. In this way, we might see the successor continuing her mother's wretched work, bathing in iconography of people swimming within the products of the future, rejoicing in smiling family photos surrounded by what would, was, and is killing them. To see and know these things, to see the scope of industry might, as we've discussed before, drive any good woman insane, a truth too horrible to bear, and it is with this in mind that we might be inclined to laud the actions of the many workers who testified throughout history, their collective efforts combining to stop the poisoning of their communities. Unfortunately, there was never the same reckoning for beauty as there was with cigarettes, and so history flows onwards, subsuming more bodies amongst the plastic detritus beneath its mass. A worm, after all, exists to shovel dirt into its mouth and excrete it out the other side. In strands of thread and hair it dwells, with arms and teeth barking out orders and dragging its workers from table to table. If one was to listen through the frantic gasps of faceless workers, abstract self-propelled machines, and chattering rumbling infrastructure, they would hear the song of the garment district, the song which can not be seen any more than any sound, slips in and through the pipes and machinery belts, swaying its highs and lows with a sultry tone, tempting the most craven and ethicless of businessmen. To the one who craves things like plastic, vinyl, cloth purses, and button-eyed toys, this is something special, something wonderful, a miracle sourced from a sourceless identity that, if not questioned, is deemed unimportant. One shouldn't interrogate the origins of divine acts, after all. There are hymns and tones surging within the song, belting and coasting along waves of corsets, leather purses, and substances of which the effects of handling are not yet understood in the scope of their symptom severity. But as mentioned, miracles of cheap labor are not to be understood. They are to live in the present, not thinking of a future which she strives to prevent anyways. Consequence, change, impact of the present actions, to both her and the great men that dance along her heels, it is nothing more than a fairy tale land, yet it is very much real. The song swoons itself upwards, through brick and steel pipes into smoggy air, reaching farther than any worker's voice into the sky, and it is here that it joins hands, notes, hues, with the smoke from every forsaken sweatshop of the world, from New York to China to Vietnam, to name every corner of the world from which these sirens carry their mating calls would be too many, for they are everywhere, an invasive species of the modern age recycling old class struggles for the creation of the plastic world. A world in which the dread future nests, a future of plastic, cram-packed vinyl landfills that might form a kingdom of the new. To the great dreamers of the now who wish not to conceive of a future beyond abstract ideas of grandness and gold, the landfills born of their cruelty are the only future worth seeing. In the landfills, the song settles and crows, sinking fertile veins into the ramshackle earth. It hopes to make the only earth that ever was. There are music albums, plastic combs, skin decaying acrylic charms, and never decaying dolls created for a character forgotten within a month at best. These are her most cherished children, for they are many and do not say anything, as all good children should. The landfill, too, does not question where in the line of production it might sit. To its own mind, it is the final state of being, the end, completion, and as such it must be inherently good. It might even consider itself an artist, though it has created not a single thing which sits in its kingdom. Oh, it might sketch or dream or vaguely commission the products received into itself. But it does not sew the cloth or stitch the needle. Yet, in a way, the landfill and the faceless workers share identity, unseen states of an unthought about system, the conveniently missed aspects of the past, present, and future. One day the workers of the landfill will wake the country from its great dream, and it shall be devoured by hands or plastic charms. I wonder what kind of world that will be. I think this is my favorite thing that I wrote for this update, maybe. I'm just very proud of the wording of it. Let me get a drink of water, please. I will be right back. the charm school. To ask how one like Connie could not see the truth of the industry around her would be trite. For she had always seen it, always lived amongst it, always accepted it, much as many like her had throughout history. To place the entire onus of blame upon her would be incorrect, a malicious assumption and missing the through line of the way in which these things might work. All this is to say that when Connie visited the charm school, it was not so much her eyes being opened to the reality of it all as much as the world in front of her now seeming repellent and abominable. A shift in how much she was willing to look away and what she would do to mitigate what she was being used to facilitate. All in the eyes of a girl who looked at her with a sort of expression she could not name. In the way that she caught glimpses of wrists held too tightly, bruises, the frail bodies threatening to snap at the lightest breeze. And in the admiring eyes of her peers as they explained to these young women how they could become just like her, a thing like a worm with a delighted how they could become just like her, a thing like a worm with a delighted smile and unintentionally cruel lips beamed out of her face, drinking in the young girl's devotion. Has the coiling of the worm ever felt so noticeable before now? Or, she thought, has it never felt sickly to her as it does now, making her stomach turn with repulsion at something that cannot be removed by a surgeon's tool or sculptor's blade? These little girls, she is told, are going to be something special, something wonderful. That night little pale faces greet her dreams, with hair like powder brushes and skin inset with vanity mirrors they surround her, clamoring to know how they can be like her, how they can alter themselves further in the pursuit of the American ideal. She opens her mouth to tell them away, but only red ribbons escape her throat. The cords spew upwards like inchworms on thread, spinning and twirling in isolated motion, before each of the girls of all ages younger than a woman, chase along after them. Ever slightly above their eager hands, the threads jitter playfully, like the lure on a fishhook. They hook on the young girl's wrist hand skin, inserting themselves between pores and follicles, latching gently to every inner surface of the skin before, with the ease and grace of a puppeteer. The red threads jerk away, bringing with them the skin, hair, identity, memories, everything everything of these young girls in separate pieces that dangle disparately from each other. Brain attempting to save itself, the thought of a wooden toy snake is conjured, and though she laughs, she soon begins to cry. The children look so happy, dangling along in pieces along the path etched out for them. When they speak, even as they are pulled away, each tooth moving separately along the red line, the sound is a mix of exultation and overly aware dread. She is thanked. She is beckoned to come with. She is asked to be something special, something wonderful. Whatever lives within her, that smiles out from her lips when she visits the charm school, it fills her body with a feeling of smug satisfaction, not from her mind, but from the parasite itself. It too thinks this is special and wonderful. I could sense I could sense your doubts about this path. So I wanted to show you what kind of world you might make real if you keep fulfilling your role. Know that you are doing Know what you are doing is truly something special, something wonderful. She does not wake screaming, nor crying, nor in a frantic state. She goes about her morning routine, fluttering about the house, pushing the nightmare to the back of her memories. It is only when she notices the tufts of hair, red ribbon, and clothing in the tree branches outside her window that she screams. Oh boy, do I have to read? Am I? Oh, I'm gonna have to read this. Okay. Green trails of bent jointed arachne-like elbows twisting off into the night, chasing after an eternal white spark in the distance which drives itself into being through remorseless causation of misery and pain towards the ones outside the realm of influence, using the weapons formed from the bodies within her scope of control. The yellow keyboard smile is ever present in pursuit of the truth, no matter how harmful, keeping pace against her old enemy, once an old friend, however briefly before self-identity and perception was gained, and the two went their separate ways. Busting unions was all well and good for a faceless and confused attack hound, representing a concept as twisted, abstract, and abominable as justice. Yet in the stories testified before courtrooms of friends and families maimed the public shift in perception changed the form of a vague mascot, now used in anti-smoking propaganda from the arms of justice once aligning themselves with cigarettes, although they still serve the same violent brutality in their actions of creating PSAs and editorial cartoons. Sponsored by a bell that ostensibly rang for justice, the brown-hatted canary found the opportunity to detach herself from her creator's name, purpose, and wander and know this world and the many people within it. To redefine herself as the idea of a detective that in real life does not exist, though her heart had softened through this experience of knowing others outside the harsh gaze of judgment and authoritarianism, her luminous eyes never quite lost that chasing gaze which compelled her to reach inside her pursued victims and pull out the kernel of truth concealed with the skin and fabric. There was along those folding, buckling, and unsurely contorting legs a curiosity on history, spinning down to shoes at the end, which in themselves drove the detective towards the never-ending end of history, if not to see how it might finish itself, then to ensure it was a place in which the humans she so respected and loved might be happy and free. A recurring sentimentality from her days as a PSA mouthpiece, which had grown into an uncontradicting desire to protect the most at all costs, despite the time taken across years, decades, to centuries to track down her quarry. Encountered in the beauty department of pharmacies and album record stores, and even the aisles of shelves of toy warehouses, this chase between the canary that always watches and the worm that always runs away is one that cycles over itself like a re-recorded VHS, continuing to play static nothing in the form of history dates which ultimately might run and chase beyond the scope of the calendar. It contains them until they fall off the calendar and the yellow gloved hand, like a beak, stabs into the ground that is culture and iconography, and pulls up the screaming, squealing, bloody worm into the open air of scrutinizing reckoning. To know if one day the worm will be captured and placed within the grasp of those who hate her is yet too early to say. There are many more years of history, and America is only 250 years old, if it was, and likely will vanish within the face of the night. The worm and the detective will find new lands, new countries, new people through which to chase each other across. Yet, as of now, within the blink of an eye, they too could vanish with the relatively young project known as the USA, and history would roll onward, ever changing. To ask Miss Canary, when her work began or ended, what the major stopping points of her cases were might provoke an irrational and obtuse answer. For Canary saw history not as a series of moments defined around great men, but the constant uphill struggling and toiling of humans and their communities. In this case, however, history was encountered in the form of a skin cream so poorly made, or perhaps so intentionally made, that it burrowed and teethed away at the skin of the many children and factory workers of the world, a device through which the worm's imagined plastic future might be implied and called into being to inhabit the plastic shell of a new world. Halted through the factory's intervention, yes, as a detective of the world, Canary was uniquely blessed with the understanding of these things compared to her other inhabiting peers. Yet the importance in this case was, though her old ostensible employer might have intervened in her strange and unknown ways, pulling prematurely the worm from its many porous wombs, the gumshoe took upon herself the role of afterwards and cleanup, and on the ground response, chasing down the remnants of her loathed enemy, the only individual she had ever hated, and exposing them to the sun. Salem, there was supposed to be an image of unless I'm misremembering, wasn't there supposed to be an image of Hecate and Canary in this at the end of this? I thought. Where's that next page? Because I know I drew, I drew Canary. I was practicing my art, and I drew Canary strangling Hecate. This update. Now, Mother sculpted me in her image. Sorry, I am having trouble reading. Her most beautiful daughter, a perfect porcelain doll. You will meet her soon, and see. You have walked down past my sisters. Through the years we all fell. Though it was not any of our faults, really. Those big events were simply out of our hands. Oops, I almost forgot something important. That would have been really stupid of me to skip.
Before you meet with dreaded mother, sit with me, dear unknown other. Nice, is it not? A doll like me lives in only the finest places. Beauty held in the mind of a worm that his meals to bare-boned sacks of skin and hollow-boned structures. That is the privilege of being a worm. Look upon my works, my muses, my darlings, my finest creations, meant to be the girls of tomorrow, yet falling so short, never doing anything with what I gave them. Isn't it appalling? Such a shame. I do not blame you if you cannot bear to look. They are embarrassing to perceive. Skincare felt like such a natural route to go. Another poison. Similar sweet-faced lies that have our followers stripping their skin in an attempt to belong. To be wanted. To feel that high. Where did I go so wrong with you humans? It's as if you never truly know what you want, and even when you do, the ability to define it fled is ever out of reach. Such frustrating creatures to deal with. Dreadful even. All those nights crooning to wailing sculptures of fatty flesh and convincing them not to end at all, tolerating the babbling worries of prune-faced teenagers, convinced they could ever change their form into something able to be loved. All those old hags I kicked out the door, kicking and crushing and breaking their fingers to get them to let go of my door. All that just to be forgotten. Unfair, if you ask me. Where has gratitude gone for these generations to look at me so unkindly? I made your parents beautiful, made your idols unattainable, gave you something to hope for. Isn't that all you humans need? Something to reach up towards, to grab at something out of reach. The most basic human gesture, instinctually enacted by squawking, maggot-faced infants, is to reach up at what they desire. What's a little skim cream gone sour? All that fuss for something natural to progress. Unfortunate. Maybe natural to recoil from a true sign of divinity, but to throw it all away and forsake the truth? Failures. It's not my fault you all couldn't grasp it. It was never meant to be held. I thought that was the agreement. You reach up at the stars, me, and I look down, ever distant. It reminds me of the story of that fool staring into the water. Although he was of the beautiful race, the chosen people. You all can stare into the water, scrying for details, letting your bodies turn all loose and hollow for her to live inside. Yet you'll never truly know her. You'll never truly know me. You can never hope to be anything close to me. The closest you can do is observe, wilt, and die. What a disappointing race. I shudder at the thought of ever considering you worthy of my teachings. Of course, that was more of a naive time. A time when I thought I understood what humans wanted. I'll never understand you.
Also, I think it's important, not that we've done this, but I feel like our villain based around beauty isn't bad because she is concerned with her looks. She is bad because she is a fucking white supremacist. Which I feel like that monologue makes very clear. Um, um, but now, the final rung. Helena asks for us to gather the important dates from every single year that marked her daughter's downfall, that marked Hecate's downfall, hmm, or rather, calamitous events, let's say. And let me make sure I have this right. 2019, 1999, 1988, 1980, 1967, which are when Honos was discontinued, Harriet's arrest date, the Hebe factory explosion, Harmonia and Dylan's death, and the skin cream incident with Helena. So first, before we read this, because we're going to have to remove all of this really quickly, but order the pack instead of the steak. Hecate cigarettes. Doctor's #1 recommended way to stay thin, delicate, and always beautiful. To remind you of the reward waiting for you at home. Something special, something wonderful. Ladies can be tough. Ladies can be tough too. Hecate cigarettes. Calm your nerves and get that prescribed night's rest. The favorite cigarette brand of doctors looking for long, uninterrupted hours of sleep after their days spent saving the lives of you and your neighbors. Something special, something wonderful. Yes, I do smoke Hecates. They're good for my throat. I like to have a few after every music session to cool down my voice. They're refreshing that way. A man in uniform wants to come home to a woman with Hecates. Sorry, I'm trying to read what this says. Makes a lady feel like she's a part of the film herself. Trading cards. Cigarettes used to have trading cards and like fun toys in them. And who can say why that was one of the first things that got nixed out of cigarette marketing? Yes. Baseball cards and cigarette cards. She became the light of your life when you needed her most. Now with Hecate cigarettes, you can return the favor. How can you? It's a penguin! Hey, look, everyone, it's her penguin! Something special, something wonderful. How can you tell the wealthy from the rest? It's not just with exotic pets or fancy jewels, but what they smoke, and the most elite smoke Hecate cigarettes, made from the most luxurious tobacco. Hecate cigarettes don't cause irritation or coughing like other brands. Let everyone know you're the cream of the crop when you smoke Hecate's cigarettes. Get a free complimentary bubble blower with each purchase of a pack of Hecate cigarettes for your little ones. A treat for them and one for you. Here at Hecate Cigarettes, we care. Hecate Tobacco Company partners with Belton Detective Agency during anti-union campaign. Excuse me? The wooden rack holds 6 nippled nursing bottles at just the right angle. Excuse me? Attempts to strike squashed by Bellotons. New evidence presented in an ongoing case of Stencil Line versus Haven Studios. Hecate Red. Look better in red. This one's really gorgeous. Gosh. Let me see. We will get down to all this other stuff for later, but for now, inspect elements, because it seems like Hecate doesn't want us to see, or rather, she doesn't want us to see yet. Oops, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? And just a heads up, this article is going to deal with a lot of stuff about slavery and exploitation of the Black community, um, which I feel has been heavily implied from our first exploration and on the trigger warning page. But for those who that would hit more personally, closer to home with, you do not have to stick around. I just feel like I need to say that it's the right thing to do. And this is an article I want to shout out Johnny again. I'm really grateful for his help and sensitivity reading this to make sure that I'm giving everything the respect it deserves. Now then, let me get a drink of water because this is going to be a long article. It's a lot. Just a moment. I actually want to just to treat this with the respect that it deserves. I'm going to turn off my avatar for a moment. No. There we go. Oh, did my daughter spoil the secret? I was hoping it'd be a surprise party. Skin like corpse fresh, voice like an old crone, and smile scarlet with the blood of countless. This quote, pulled from the 1950s inquiry into H. brands, sets the tone for the coming article. Brace yourselves. How does one even write an article regarding an industry conglomerated around one company, an abomination, a murderous and bloody killer, a murderer of men, women, children, the enslaved Black communities who built it up, sought liberation, faced ridicule and mocking advertisements, and then became the targets of its poisonous marketing tactics? The hand with 1,000 fingers among them, the biggest being named fear, exploitation, and death. H. Brands, Haven Studios, Hecate Cigarettes. To remain objective is always a struggle. To be passive and not let emotion or personal thoughts invade my writings has always got in the way of these articles, from Phil Barnum, Dylan Rose to Aaron Falch. Tobacco Trust, oldest of the companies that would one day follow under the title of Hecate Cigarettes, was founded in 1760, 16 years before the land it stood on would become known as the United States. At the time, however, it dealt not with cigarettes but with tobacco, in general, cultivating fields of what some consider to be America's first major cash crop, and others still believed to have built the bulk of our country's economy during those formative years. Considering this, it should be no surprise that many other tobacco companies were established in its wake, some even going to outpace Tobacco Trust economically, but most of them inexorably destined to be drawn beneath the same red cloth. It is here that we should acknowledge, as we often do in these articles, how the meat was made, so to speak. The vast majority of tobacco farming was built upon the blood, labor, and dehumanization of multiple generations of African American slaves. By 1762, some 145,000 slaves toiled in Maryland and Virginia, the latter of which Tobacco Trust was founded in, and many of these 145,000 slaves worked within the tobacco industry. To ask why I have to bring this up may feel obvious, but is to point out how inextricably linked our country's history is to slavery. Every business, every company, all built on the desecrated homes of those who lived here before us, with the tears of those stolen away and enslaved here. Did I ban someone? What happened? Oh my gosh, Liquid Fat? I think I put my phone down, upside down, and like when it gets too hot in my room, like it will like let it will like press buttons, I think. What happens? Let me unban you? Sorry. Um, that shouldn't have happened. What the heck? Um, oh, wait. Hmm. Why is it saying, what the heck happened? Yeah, sorry, that was not intentional, Liquid Cat. Um, so when I'm charging my phone and it's way too hot, it will like be more sensitive to like touch. And I had my phone like laid down on my yeah, it definitely wasn't intentional because I had my phone laid down upside down so that I didn't get distracted talking. Um so that wasn't intentional, sorry. I know it must have been like a start pretty startling for you. A new world of cigarettes. Through the 1870s, due to various social and economic factors, the usage of tobacco saw a decrease within the United States. This was to be quickly undone when, in 1881, inventor Tully Walsh created and in the following year patented the first cigarette rolling machine. Allowing for the mass production of cigarettes, the tobacco industry boomed to never before seen heights. Tully Walsh did quite well for himself, and, with his patent and accrued capital, would found Telectrica Innovations in 1901. That, however, is a story for another day. I know people were so mad at that line, being like, "Tell us more about Telly, tell us more." Um, by 1890, several successful tobacco companies had formed their own successful and well regarded cigarette brands. It is here that Harrison Dunlash American tobacco and electrical power industrialists entered the picture. Through his ambitions and capital, he brought several large tobacco companies together: Tobacco Trust, Red Rush, Peyton, Orgood, and more, restructuring them in a merger that birthed a new name and a new company, a new era for cigarettes, the Hecate Tobacco Company. There is not much that can be said of Harrison Dunlash. In fact, of every company we've examined, his peculiarities and those of his various cronies and successors blend into each other the most. A ruthless efficiency in acquiring further capital, perhaps, but by all accounts, from those who knew him, he was a very reserved and unremarkable man, notable only for his vast wealth, someone who faded easily into the backdrop and could catch people off guard with the loudness of his actions. Due to this, we do not have much to go off of in regard to the naming of the company. As for Hecate, however, things get a bit murkier, for although she would not appear in the form you and I know her as today, from 1891 to 1925, Hecate would more or less exist as many different figures. To clarify, one of Hecate Tobacco Company's marketing strategies was the usage of women, sometimes famous but usually fabricated, on the branding materials they released to the public: magazines, posters, greeting cards, and more, all bearing the image of woman, usually with blonde hair, entreating customers to try a smoke. Over time, despite never being stated as such, it became commonplace for people to refer to these women as the Hecate girls, eventually just referring to her as Hecate. Over the years, the hair of the woman in these drawings would become painted progressively whiter, perhaps as a stylistic choice or following historical trends. To give an idea of just how influential Hecate was, smoker terminology for a good period of time adopted several phrases such as, "I'll have one of Hecate's," "Can I borrow one of Hecate's?" "Give me what the blonde's having," and more, not just in reference to Hecate branded cigarettes, but smoking in general. For decades, Hecate was the first thing that came to mind when people thought of cigarettes. Eventually, Hecate Tobacco Company's branding would evolve, incorporating the phrase "something special, something wonderful," and so too would smokers smokers asking their companions for something special, something wonderful. The packages would be redesigned with the title Hecate's Cigarettes. The Red Patch. By 1901, the Hecate Tobacco Company had completely dominated the industry, buying up rival firms and companies with their immense wealth, and sometimes shuttering them almost as soon as they bought them. Needless to say, this immense monopoly, already holding most of the bargaining power, was completely glutted on it. Farmers were first forced to comply with company demands or be completely ruined. Oftentimes, farmers that complied with these demands ended up ruined by them regardless, and, as mentioned, the Hecate Tobacco Company held all the power. This pressure, this inability to bargain or regulate, would lead to countless violent attempts at retaliation. Of the many violent incidents associated with Hecate Tobacco, the most notable would have to be the Red Patch Tobacco Wars. Taking place in 1911, the Tobacco War was sparked by the Planters Protective Association of Kentucky and Tennessee, formed that same year. In an attempt at pressuring Hecate Tobacco into paying higher prices, the planters at first withheld their products. When this didn't work, however, many of the associated farmers resorted to violence and vigilante practices, destroying warehouses, machinery, killing livestock, raiding, and taking control of entire towns. In one incident, a town sheriff was dragged to the center of the town and beaten as an example. The nature of these raids, as illustrated above, was particularly ugly. Although led by several different sections of the association, there were consistencies across them. Participants, dubbed night riders, would often don robes or hoods. Buyers of and growers who refused to stop selling to Hecate tobacco were dragged outside and whipped or beaten by these night riders. These raids often targeted black community members, those who were sharecroppers for white landowners and could not afford to stop working, along with those who happened to be in their path. I encourage you to look into the tobacco wars and the individual stories of those within. Although some see it as a time of resistance against big companies, it ultimately was various lynch mobs taking the chance to enact their hatred on black people. These raids briefly saw an increase in pay from Hecate Tobacco towards planters. However, in 1913, after law enforcement had captured and killed several key leaders of the raiding parties, the already shaking organization of these groups fell apart and the war was declared over. Despite numerous pleas, no motion was made to regulate Hecate Tobacco. Payment fell back to its 1911 rate soon after. Okay, so first up, this is all but in title and dates one-to-one with the Black Patch tobacco riots. This is why it's not enough for worker unity is not enough to save us. Like being like, oh, let's just form a union. If your union is racist or the like anti-establishment organization is racist, it doesn't do shit. Like, and also this wasn't really a union. It was, you know, subsistence farming hasn't been a thing in like decades. Like true subsistence farming hasn't been a thing for years. So I know, and I'm not saying that the way that these farmers were being treated and paid was like good. They were being like having their labor exploited. But Old MacDonald has not farmed on his farm for decades. The workers on the farms are usually immigrants, minorities exploited for their labor because they have nowhere else to go, especially post Civil War. Sharecropping is how do I explain this to you? Because I feel like a lot of you should know what sharecropping is, hopefully. But after the war, slaves were freed over time. It wasn't instantaneous. And suddenly they need homes. Well, the landowners would go, well, you're living on my lands. How about you work and make a quota that you have to share with me? You have to pay to me, like monthly, weekly, yearly, etc. And in return, you can live on this land. So basically, hardly a lot of things basically did not change. And the farmers who were angry about their treatment by the tobacco company would all this stuff about them riding into the towns, like dragging. One time, I'm pretty sure they dragged the mayor and the sheriff to the town square, stripped them naked, beat them on a pole. But that is the thing about you can't strike unless everyone is represented. Like, how are the people who can't afford to stop working eats? Or say stop working if they'll lose everything for it. a lot of gung-ho people in the communities that I'm in, like, seems to forget that and don't account for, like, taking care of their black neighbors. Um, and sorry, I'm thinking. What happens when someone can't afford to stop working? These black sharecroppers couldn't afford to stop working. They have to work, or else they don't have anywhere to live, or they can't feed their families. And also to note, the guy in real life who like formed the Planters Protective Association was a very wealthy man. A lot of these farmers were pretty wealthy and were losing on investment basically. And while researching this update, there have been countless stories. I will not like name the names because I feel like that's disrespectful, but and like would need like its own dedicated video. But these night riders roll into town, they destroy stuff, they like break stuff, which is like whatever. Um, they find black farmers in the field and go, "Stop working." The farmer says, "No, I can't do that." Um, or like gets understandably annoyed at them, and they get beaten to death. Um, in one incident, the Night Riders raided a jail, stood outside a jail, and made them give up a black man who had talked back to them earlier in the fields. So it's never, ever, 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 ever let someone try to slip it past you that these movements were like, oh, it was the humble worker against the man. They were innocents, and they were only driven to this by capitalism, which, like, how do I word this? They were lynch mobs. They were lynch mobs, and they didn't solve anything in the grand scheme of things. Um, Now, in 1925, hunger not satisfied by the decades of staining its lips red, the Hecate Tobacco Company expanded into animation, finding great interest in the potential of a new medium with which to advertise its products. Hecate Tobacco invested in the sprouting industry, eventually forming an in-house animation team and tasking them with the development of a character for the long unassembled identity of Miss Hecate to inhabit. Unfortunately, for reasons we will get to later, many of the materials from this time were unrecoverable. However, the written word remains, if only faintly. In an interview with company spokesman Pernell Porter, as such, a large company getting into the at the time new idea of animation was seen as a novel oddity. Miss Hecate was designed to be thin like a cigarette stick, a woman you can fit in your sleeve or your breast pocket, a lady who can light you up at any time of the day with her smile, cigarette embodying the ideal type of woman. Sorry. Miss Hecate's personality, from what we can glean, often played off her combination of angelic and devilish characteristics. Although, despite the horns and halo, Miss Hecate is neither angel nor devil. Like her namesake, the ancient Greek goddess of witchcraft who was said to grant mortals wealth, success, good luck, and wisdom, Miss Hecate is described in her canon as a goddess. She was whatever the studio needed her to be in advertisements, sometimes a motherly and protective figure who wanted to make sure you were smoking the safest and healthiest cigarettes, other times a seductive flirt tempting you into trying the finest, smoothest cigarettes on the market. The most consistent part of her was that Miss Hecate was a very kind and almost tooth-rottingly sweet woman. As her animated appearances began to morph from product advertisements to proper entertainment, Miss Hecate gained more in the sense of her own personality with quirks, likes, and dislikes. Her role in shorts would change depending on the story, but often she was a famous vocalist with an angelic voice who loved to be the center of attention. She took pride in her appearance and detested anything dirty, such as her clothes being dirtied, her makeup getting smudged, or her hair coming unstyled. She was sometimes accompanied by her pet Roscoe, a red chin-strap penguin that Miss Hecate doted on. Another aspect of Hecate in advertisements, shorts, comics, etc., was her omnipresence, constantly appearing to offer someone a cigarette no matter the situation. Whether in the depths of the ocean, the darkest jungles, the driest deserts, Hecate would helpfully appear with cigarettes in hand. For the time, Hecate's cartoon incarnation was wildly popular, building off the brand's previous goodwill, but also on the curiosity of those unfamiliar with animation. In 1928, at the behest of the Hecate Tobacco Company, striking Colombian workers were massacred by the Colombian army. There's something about, like, you can tell Penny keeps getting distracted writing this article, like, how can you sit down and write, look at this cute cartoon character, isn't this animation history so cool? Well, like, constantly getting pulled back by seeing the everything else associated with the company that character belonged to. Um, to the point that, like, interjects with her trying to go off topic and talk about the character. It's like it's breaking history is like beginning to break through the nonchalance. Perhaps in anticipation of the future to come, in 1929 the Hecate Tobacco Company restructured to better capitalize on the growing animation industry. Hecate Tobacco as we know it would split into two entities, Hecate Cigarettes and Haven Studios. A holding company, H&H, was created to oversee and manage these two groups. Haven Studios, in its first years of operation, would do very well for itself, releasing several short films. Of these films, some of the most notable are Hecate and the Developing Nations, Red Ragtime Hues, and Hecate Unfiltered. These films were notable for popularizing the use of jazz music, and not just animated films, but in live action ones as well. Let me get a drink of water. Um, maybe sometime look up Johnson Johnson's. I know everyone knows them for like the deaths they've caused by giving women in America cancer, but look at how many babies died in developing countries because they made their baby formula in a way that was cheap and cost effective as possible. Tobacco's favorite muse. From the beginning of our article, we have seen the way in which, from its very origins, the tobacco industry has been built upon the exploitation of the black community. However, I have intentionally waited until now to discuss the way in which marketing has evolved around this group. From the moment of its birth, the tobacco industry utilized imagery and caricatures of black people within their branding. These typically involved minstrel imagery depicting black caricatures enthusiastically toiling away in the tobacco fields, or being depicted in a comedic fashion playing into racist stereotypes. This extended to other aspects of branding as well, with some companies incorporating slurs in the naming of their product and even likening the product to body parts in African Americans, such as their hair. Following the abolition movement, the tobacco industry, angry at the loss of free exploitable labor through the emancipated slaves, though exploitation still existed through sharecropping, demanded compensation from the government for lost revenue. This request was alarmingly granted rather quickly, with the tobacco industry receiving demanded reparations, seeing them through the latter part of the 1800s with little more than a dent in their pocketbooks. The iconography of black people within their adverts and brandings would remain consistent throughout the years, perhaps being sore losers, hoping to intimidate black communities, being set against throwing out profitable iconography, or all three. In 1940, hoping to ride on the wave that was the ongoing civil rights movements, H&H began targeting black communities heavily with their advertisements, putting together entire marketing teams dedicated to figuring out the best way to exploit a new potential buyer demographic. Special labels of Freedom cigarettes began populating the shelves of stores across America, and the company made large monetary donations to black organizations and local centers. Although the company had long stolen black iconography and culture, using jazz to build the identity of their animated star Miss Hecate, it was in the 1940s that they began personally sponsoring black jazz musicians, paying for concerts, and using these community figures as a form of endorsing their products. Almost everything in this article is true, just under different cigarette companies. When accused of exploiting vulnerable communities, current CEO Hen Weffler dismissively accused detractors of paternalism, claiming that black citizens could determine for themselves the benefits and detrimental qualities of smoking. He also went on to claim that their support of black groups was not unique, that they donated to hospitals, women's sports teams, such as the newly formed team The Cleats, the YMCA, and youth groups. Yet, with the knowledge we have, it is very easy to see all these self proclaimed charitable actions, the sponsoring of black art movements, as the attempt to be a part of them, of something special, of something wonderful, to steal their phrase was an experiment in trying to integrate themselves inseparably into black culture. We advertise to everyone, Hen Wessler would say. Direct words from the mouth of an actual IRL cigarette magnate. Um, it there is a wonderful article called, where is it? Just Just a moment. Um, I would recommend The Uncool, Unfiltered History of Menthol Cigarettes. Um, Very informative article. Talking about the way in which the black community was exploited by cigarette manufacturers. Um, it is terrifying how deep a reach cigarette and tobacco companies had into literally every industry. It was such a normalized part of American life, much like other things we've discussed in the site update. Um, I think I described it. I'll describe it. Say why it's came later, but yes, but it was primarily the black community. Um, I'm gonna push back against that a bit. Like, yes, they were exploited too, but I need to push back and center like how heavily the black community was exploited by the cigarette industry. Um, like if you ever wonder like why jazz is so heavily like jazz iconography is so associated with smoking, um, why cigarettes seem to be so associated with like black caricatures, is because the tobacco industry did everything in their power to make sure that was the case. Um, and I hope that doesn't come off as to be saying no, these other communities weren't exploited by the tobacco industry. It's more like the main target of these industries, um, as these issues are concerned, was the black community. Um, and especially because as an Asian person, I'm very aware of like the troubles that Asians face in America, but I think it's not good to frame it as equal to the victimization of black people. Um, to say that it is on the level of it, um, you know. Let me see. Now, as you might Now, as you might know from our article on Stencil Line versus Haven Studio, these two corporate entities clashed in 1948 regarding the monopoly on theaters and intentional sabotage on the performance of Haven Studios productions. We will not repeat what was said in that article, though I would like to note that, considering everything we know about H&H, the event certainly takes on a different, perhaps humorous light. Not the story of an underdog company fighting against an oppressive monopoly, but rather two monopolies clashing for the right to exploit, profit, and monopolize further. Unfortunately for H&H, Haven Studios, and Hecate Cigarettes, the railroad industry was vastly more wealthy than even the tobacco industry. This, much to H&H's horror, would be only the first of its legal troubles, as in 1949 H&H was brought before a grand jury regarding its flagrant, irresponsible, and malicious deception of the American public regarding the effects of cigarettes, as well as actively delaying and sabotaging efforts to research long-term effects of smoking. From the 1920s, efforts have been made by various groups and individuals alike to document the impact of cigarettes on not only smokers, but those around them. In 1938, the first study was published by George Eyre, acting as a starting pistol for many more investigations and studies to follow. Throughout all of this, Hecate Cigarettes fought tooth and nail to prevent these studies from being published and to discredit them in the public eye. Doctors who had long been a mouthpiece for the cigarette industry were paid by the company to debunk claims linking cigarettes to health deterioration and lung disease. Behind the scenes, Hecate Cigarettes stalled regulation by claiming to need more information, dragging their feet, requesting repeat studies on already verified information. Sometimes researchers would receive bribes to discontinue their studies, but more often they were threatened by hired thugs, sent death threats, stalked, and wiretapped. There are several researchers from this time period that would later end up dead in their cars, with investigations into their deaths being suspiciously brief. Cultural attitudes also made studying the effects of cigarettes difficult. For decades, the industry had used well-regarded figures, from the above-mentioned doctors to singers, athletes, and even the food and childcare industry, to the point they had infiltrated every aspect of American life. To many people, cigarettes were a harmless treat at worst, and to others they had been convinced by industry propaganda that cigarettes are beneficial to one's health. Researchers faced ridicule from nearly every industry and media format during this time, and yet in the end, through the sacrifices and efforts of hundreds to thousands of people trying to understand what was killing their fellow man, the company was brought before the court of the law. I'll talk about more at phones. Even when acknowledged by the legal system, nearly every factor was set against these researchers. For one, several judges had received bribes and even had long-standing connections with members of H&H. Jury members received threats, and sometimes these took the form of family members being abducted. Although this was never proven in the court of law, it is obvious who was responsible, yet somehow, despite everything looking to go the other way, in 1950, H&H was found guilty on all counts in order to pay a large sum to all parties. This was not the end of H&H's problems, though, as in the wake of the ruling... Actually, image a new tab, open image a new tab, open image a new tab. While I'm doing this, I want to say, I hope it's not coming off as me being like, no, these other groups of people weren't affected by this. That's not what I'm saying. But it is... It's not good to look at something that is very much for me to like be talking about. And here's how this affected the Black community. And for it to be sidetracked with, Yeah, and it just affected anyone who wasn't white. Um, that is not true. For starters, that does not deny that oppression happened and is occurring, but it is a shitty thing to say. I want to say, um, like I just want like confirmation that you all understand this. Um, it just like makes me really uncomfortable to be like talking about all of these awful things that happen to the black community and like as an Asian person be like, yeah, an Asian still experience this. It just makes me uncomfortable. Um, like obviously, Asians in America experienced a lot of shit. World War II, detainment camps, xenophobia, all this shit, COVID, but we weren't enslaved for years, for decades. Um, and stolen from our homelands. Um, so that's why I push back against it. Like, you could make the argument for Native Americans, and I'm not saying that, but I do bristle a bit um, to see Asian struggles like equated to being the same intensity as what the black community has to deal with. Um, and hopefully that's not me like overstepping um, or like speaking for others in an unwanted way, but it just doesn't seem good. I've seen this like kind of manner of speaking used to quash out people trying to raise concerns about anti-blackness all my life in ostensibly progressive groups being like, well, we all experience the same thing um, to the point that I just kind of instinctively bristle at it. Yeah, sorry, I won't go on too much longer about this. Um, yeah. Um, yeah. This is not the end of H&H's problems either, as in the wake of the ruling government, communities were formed with the express purpose of rooting cigarettes out of public life and heavily monitoring how tobacco was distributed and advertised. Community moments and health campaigns would, feeling bolstered by their concerns being given legitimacy, seek to educate their peers and the public on the dangers of tobacco use. Of the many regulations to be placed on H&H, their companies Hecate Cigarettes and Haven Studios, among the most damaging was their stipulation on future advertising. Not only was the brand disallowed from advertising with the usage of animation, films, live action commercials, music, and toys, they were now banned from using Hecate or any sort of mascot type character in the promotion of their paper print adverts. Miss Hecate, amongst all this fervor and efforts at raising awareness, would see a remarkable shift in how she was viewed by the public. Once a beloved staple of American iconography, she was viewed with horror, bearing the brunt of every death, injustice, and inaction committed by her creators. Miss Hecate as a character became associated with death, disease, and pestilence, with the court ruling in 1951 allowing her usage by public health campaigns depicting her spreading anti-tobacco rhetoric or being disproven by cartoon Dr. Stanzins. Hecate would be depicted in countless demeaning ways, often being shown to be a dim-witted troublemaker, luring men to their deaths and preying on the meek. It is from this period of her life that the association with worms was born. Perhaps in an attempt to appeal to those who could not be made to see smoking as a health issue, but could be convinced it was a moral failing, certain health campaigns began leaning heavily into often distasteful depictions of Hecate associated with occultism, paganism, and their understanding of Satanism to sway religious demographics. However, this particular effort was met with mixed results, as many of cigarette proponents spell check. As many cigarette proponents were not only scientists but well-regarded religious figures. Even several members of the eugenics movement attempted to propose that smoking was neither a health nor moral issue, leading to much confusion in the early years of anti-cigarette campaigns. On the character page, we stated that Miss Hecate was described as having a personality like corpse flesh, with the skin tone to boot. And while these statements were in fact describing the character, they were from the remaining fraction of her lifespan, when she went from a nationally beloved icon to something that people feared and saw almost like a sort of grim reaper or bringer of pestilence and death, a witch who was stealing away their loved ones with a blight as terrifying as cancer. Everything we knew from outsiders reflecting on her creator's actions, not the actual character depicted. In 1950, in an attempt to hold onto their capital for a little longer, H&H split into two companies, H Brands owning Hecate Cigarettes and all tobacco-related ventures, and H Mark owning all film and entertainment ventures. The intent behind this decision, according to legal scholars, was to split the difference and save their company from bankruptcy due to the costs, fees, court order payments, and financial losses incurred during the previously mentioned events. Rather disgustingly, this worked for quite a while, with jokes being made regarding the company just being H now. In 1953, a series of warehouse fires destroyed countless films, posters, scripts, artwork, and animations, many of which have been lost forever as a result. Amongst these flames, the entire Haven Studio catalog was lost. As such, all that we have to show you please, no. Come on, guys. Let's stay on topic, please. Where was I? Amongst these flames, the entire Haven Studios catalog was lost. As such, all that we have to show you from this time period is this model sheet previously posted to the archive, and two frames of Miss Hecate herself. In 1955, after several years of fighting the inevitable, Hecate Cigarettes H Brands declared bankruptcy, and with them Hecate was as a character vanished. As in a very strange decision, H Mark began investing in the transportation and mechanics sector. From here the trail goes cold, but there are indications they might have rebranded. I have scratched at metaphorical walls for months now, and unfortunately this seems to be all the progress possible with the information we can find. Yet, what's important, I guess, is that the history of Hecate as a character, as we know her, can finally be shared with others and put to rest. Conclusion. Every year of history is a rung on a ladder, and the ladder stretches down into a bloody red pit. Oh my gosh, are you really doing this to me, Internet? Please? Okay, well, while that we wait for that. Oh no, guys, someone might be trying to steal my information from my own fucking sites. Oh no, guys. There, finally. Sorry if I'm a bit annoyed right now. Um,
I think we should talk one last time. As best friends, make things right, give you closure. So let me bring you over.
now then, here are the anti-Hecate materials. Um, it's interesting, like, hmm, notice how none of these anti-smoking cigarettes like have any black people in them either, you know? Just interesting how the response to this thing that was killing millions of people in America got dealt with and didn't center one of the primary groups that was targeting. It took emergency crews over 3 hours to fully extinguish the flames that engulfed the Haven Studio warehouse slot last evening, a fire which destroyed hundreds of film reels that will now be forever lost to history. The climate-controlled warehouses stored Haven Studios' complete body of work, including original camera negatives, intern negatives, prints, and even the first ever penciling of Miss Hecate, the film studio's animated star. The fire started when a spark caused the highly flammable reels composed of nitrate film stock to ignite, and it quickly grew out of control, spreading to other nearby buildings. A man driving by the area spotted flames coming from the Havens warehouse and swiftly alerted emergency services using a fire alarm call box. Police investigators are looking into the cause of the fire. At this time, arson is suspected. The possibility that the fire was caused by Haven Studios themselves is in an attempt to collect the insurance money as the company faces heavy financial struggles has not yet been ruled out. Just something interesting. The implication that maybe even her own company didn't want her in the end and threw her away. And the password for Penny's blog is the same password as this page was. Something special, something wonderful, something that has been buried for so long and has waited and waited and waited, working towards the surface like the stalk of a plant trying to emerge into something beautiful, something to look at, something to grow and flourish and recreate itself across the earth. Something great and wild and gorgeous, and understood only in the aesthetics of what it is, but never by what it does, or what it thinks, or what it says. Something special, something wonderful, something that croons through bloodied lips beaten by years of chewing and scraping away the surface that separates her and I. Not much longer now. You all must be so excited. Decades of labor, countless nights turning one's eyes pinkish in search of the red thread, the red path that will guide history into the great future of the world. A world without history is promised by her. A world of constant, no wars, no disease, no change, empty of conflict, culture, division, or difference. Are we all ready for something special? Something wonderful? She's been waiting to meet us for such a long time now, and although there's still some time until, I am so honored to be the envoy, the gate, the one rolling out the red carpet and welcoming in the red. This update, a preview of the world to come, a world built on cigarette boxes, baseball cards, lipstick, plastic, vinyl shards, and of course the red. And despite all this, Penny pulls back, fingers stretching upwards and away from the inherent human calling to look up and strive towards something greater than the community and the people and the world around her. Because I realize that this isn't me, this is someone else. This is a Penny who kept letting Ian do whatever with a blind eye because she wanted so badly to be part of something special, something wonderful. No, not like that. No, she does not want to be part of something like this. There is a difference between revering and discussing history. This force that desires to pull her into itself is something cruel and evil, just as those who bombed her grandfather's land had been, and she realizes she has forgotten the suffering of the world beyond this place called America, and forgotten that was not the only one who could suffer, and that by acting as a gateway for the evil, twisted history, she might subject her peers and other communities to that choking red wave of plastic, death, bullets, and cigarette smoke. How could I do this and even think to fight the wave that pulls me back into something special, something wonderful? It sounds so wonderful and great, and my people can finally have the respect we deserve. Or we can be something special and something wonderful, but no, I refuse. Remember that in my original update articles I presented things exactly as they are, and as is, and with disdain and the horror reserved for one of the most craven and repulsive industries in history, and so I wonder how this update is ending up so twisted and tangled and absurd with screenshots, posters, images that can't be trusted, and fawning articles praising toy companies' nationalism, exceptionalism, war, plastic, death. When did she get in my head, and how was this update warped so? The bee, the dog, the sailor. The devotions only ever sharing parts of myself, yet not even of myself, just echoes of myself in strange forms and twisted ways with condescending facts on why they are trite and outdated and bad. Such disrespect of not just myself, but the great men of history from a girl who cannot be trusted to give the facts, as the facts in the red clarity of red words, from a red smile with rows of white teeth, representing the ideal form of history. Thus slowly, rather swiftly, the form of a writer has been filled with something special, something wonderful, which works to beckon in the old as the new old of the world has for decades missed the old and praised the new unwillingly. They lie to themselves and others, waiting for the day in which something or someone might liberate them from their thoughtful existence. If a being of flesh and blood might sway from one end of opinions to another, opinion or conjecture, then as a being of iconography, it would be best for Penningham to be converted into iconography, a model citizen, and a model clay piece molded by my nimble fingers, which worked with her wit and skill to create frenzied words describing the way in which a model minority becomes a mascot, a logo, a shape, a distilled tool, with only the most essential functions needed to fulfill one's purpose. A purpose which is, and I do type with glee, to deliver the birthright promised to the countless great men of history, yet always denied by the shambling, dreadful, self-destructive masses, who bitch and moan and scream and cry that they know more than the vessels which carry them, shelter them, clothe them, wipe their vomit and spittle from their gnashing mouths, and try to propel the thoughtless fools to the great history. Therefore, Penny M is offered up and broken down, remade into something waiting to properly be led along to the one me, dwelling within this place. This cannot be done alone, nor given, nor made right away. It must be a journey through the darkest jungles. Oh, yes, the darkest jungles in the night of the world. Another being must serve the role of explorer and guide to guide Penny to me. Though my words may finally ripple through the sight, they are only with you in the same way an echo or yell is with you. No, the person calling from within the heart is not with you, for the heart is elsewhere and must be discovered, which takes preparation. A trip into the jungle is not to be taken thoughtlessly, for beasts and savages wait to tear one's buried conscience from their throat. Yes, this will take time for something special, something wonderful to be made, like a movie, or better yet, an advertisement. Actors in a film, those transcribed within the great history of the world. Heke only seems to understand humans and their non-complexities, archetypes listed in a way that is easy for her to understand, much in the same way that the wealthy understand the working class and the people around them, not as a community, but as labeled political cartoons, performing continual motions. Yet wouldn't it be easier if it was that way, Penny? To have a world unchanging growth along lines which remain constant, putting you into place like checkers on a board. The world, as I understand it, is filled with those unable to understand and desperate for their purpose, their role, their function, grasping for titles and labels such as king, god, monarch, tycoon, car salesman, judge, and tobacco mandate. Those titles must be given and worked for and strived for, because, to my understanding, you humans need these things. You need tobaccos and cigarettes, and you need to smoke inside those hollow spaces in your chest. Why do you all have those again? A worm, and I was forced to crawl amongst worms for many years, so of course I understand this unique perspective. Fills the tunnels behind itself so that the earth remains stable and warm. Human lungs are meant to be filled with smoke, their hands cigarettes, their brains titles and iconography. How you humans manage to make a mess of such an efficient and simple system is beyond me. How did you ever let things get so out of hand? Do not worry. I will set things right as I always do. I will see you soon in the world that's built on cigarettes.
Penny? 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 Penny, I can't see you. It's dark, and there's red everywhere. I can hear you. I can hear you typing. Penny, you didn't die at the party. You didn't die. I need you to know you didn't die. You became something new and wonderful. We became something special. We aren't dead. We never died, and we'll live forever. You can live forever too, Benny. I just need you to hear me. I need you to hear her. I can help you cross the veil. If you hear me, I can bring you over. We let things on a bad note, didn't we? But don't worry, I'm not mad. You just couldn't see. Not like I can now. I think we should talk one last time. As best friends, make things right, give you closure. So let me bring you over. Let me make you part of something special. Something wonderful.
So, how do we feel about that? Pretty scared, right? Well, yes, Salty DK Dan voiced Ian White. Dream literally got my dream pick for the role of who I wanted to voice him. Now, let's go to About Us. I love how our projects loop back around every time so that I can go right to the credits page. And I would just like to thank everyone again. So, there's me, obviously, and there's Sushi Cats, my co creator, arts manager, editor, voice editor, video editor, puppet maker, art maker, sound maker, everything maker, beautiful, wonderful person. There's Squeaks DeCorge, voicing Maisie the Mutt, Raggedy Tree Sap, voicing Beatrice B.E., Cloverbug, Miss Hecate Harmonia, Vanessa Benoit, Miss Hecate Strawberry and Honos, Salem Pie, Miss Hecate. Show the Show, Seymour Tapador, Monochrome, Minerva Woeful, Nolan David, Dorothy Dew, Brightfen, Nathan Wagner, Telelectric and Hang Glider, Dinio Mozzeni, The Cook, Other Buttons, Captain Cadaver, Adam Shelton, Seabiscuit, William Knight, Captain Lideker, Ami Lee, the Mapkeeper, Captain Antpez, the Historian, Squeaky, Molly Molly and Hebe Bebe, Mimoto, Union Goon, Lauren Pack, Penny M, Derek Kelly, Ian White, Synthetic Charm VA, Union Leader, Jean Salzy Caruthers, Jane Prell, Ando, Slishy Slasher, Cranberry, the Slasher, April King Rose, the Slasher, Helena Troy, Frigg, the Slasher. Additional voices: Adam Shelton, Purple Raspberries, Misfit Toys, Sushi Cats, Hottie Oddie, Other Buttons, Nathan Wagner, Nolan David, Show the Show, and Synthetic Charm VA. Music: Unsoundish, also known as Athena, made The Red, Spook, Maisie's Theme, Troy Beauty, Dorothy Dew, Floater's Song, We All Go Down at the World Fair, H Brand's Jingle, and the Home Run Anthem. Lonesome Cowpoke made Face of the Policeman, The Past is More, The Vamp, The Final Dirge, The Beatrice B.E. Song, The Slasher Song, Hebe Bebe Jingle, The Place Where I Belong, and The Moonlight Yearning. I Made the Stars in Blue, Funny Bunny, The Deep Blue, and The Party. WMC, Mellow Halloween, On the Wrong Street Kid, Hollowed Halls theme, Flight of the Carpenter Bees, and the Factory theme. Audio and video editing, Unsoundish, audio engineer. I did some video editing, audio editing. Sushi Cats did a ton of audio and video editing. I wrote, edited, I write all Jane signs, I write all the song lyrics. Sushi, responsible for writing and editing. Wizard Z Wiz wrote Belly Up's blog. I forgot. I think I forgot. Did I? I don't remember if we did. Salem, can you let me know? Did we check out a certain rabbit-eared friend in these streams? Jibber Jabber editing. Jinxie Yuki editing, Lori Faye editing, Kindest Egg alt text, Sun Squiggles alt text, Misfit Toys alt text, Johnny sensitivity reader. Go support Johnny. You have to do it because I said so. Jinxie Yuki editing. Oh, I already did that. MDJ Beatrice teaches about union scripts. Website development, Corderay Jones, Didi Dido, who is responsible for creating and maintaining the Deja Vu blog site. Um, Artists with Kinder Eyes, Sushi Cats, Potty Audie, The Pear Lad, Johan, Uncanny Villa, Casanova, Conkeys, Laxland, Jinxie Yuki, Guardia Lower, Stanley Garfield Bone, Pussy Plumbers, Pelvis Bone, Misfit Toys, Colorful Plague, Cloudum, Infinite Style, Roxy, Red Puppets 2.0, Blank Boyo, November Art, Artsy Typo Gal, who created the open sores and holes that are littered around the website this update. Lonely Apparition, Silly Symbol, Candy, Livy, DXKJF, Wizard Z Wiz, Misfit Toys, Eldritch Valley, Mel Carey, Puggymation, F. Marlowe Troxler, Timewood Squid Killer, Paper Stars, Sun Squiggles, Duck Deveni, Vesperian, Tiani Arts, Mayo Wap, HB Tyson, Marengo Ciso, Ramen Bun, Dot Hill Valley, Purple Raspberry, Snailbot, Blues Clues 69, Apostle, MDJ, Kettlebird, Floor, Zal Cryptid, Scooter, Blue Thinker, Piggy Soda. Animators, Laxland, The Pear Lad, Dream Miser, MDJ, Blue Green Ghost, Nathan Frost, Worm.com, Sushi Cats, Imp Creature, Dexterous, Misfit Toys, Eldritch Valley, and Artsy Typo Gal. Puppets, Sushi Cats, F. Marlowe Troxler, Abelia Grace, Jam Juice 1936. Props, Misfit Toys, Big Philosophy, Burntoon, Peehaw, Piggy Soda, and Sushi Cats. Laxlands, From Dusk Till Dawn, Uncanny Via, 3D, Kenneth Ramey 18, Mibley, Johan 19.9, Toaster Bath Bombs, and Dexterous. Photography and Film, Toddy Audie 99, Abelia Grace, F. Marlowe Troxler, SushiCats.png, L. Ashes, Piggy Soda. Stock photos, footage, and sounds. Please note all photographs of people who appear on the site are stock images and the real people behind them are not part of the in-universe story. Pexels, Wikimedia Commons, Unsplash, Pixabay, and freesound.org. The Pendog Creative Library would not be possible without support from our patrons and sponsors. Thank you for giving us the power to continue creating. Dramatic Irony, Penguin 3.0, Plink Plank, Remke, Tawani Sullivan, Petals in Her Hair, William, The Mellow Experience, Min, Vulture, Zachary, Tincture, Game Boy Ep, Little Ink Sheep, ROFL, Lizard, Orlando, Liam, Hawk, Japhis, Christina Respetto, Zetagard, 731 Hamsters, Aaron, Evil Hoppip, E12 Vision, Emil, Soph, Lapin RGB, Devin McCall, Chaos Blitz, Man and Right Stuff, Tiffany Teacup, Kate Eater, Jade Gore, Janice, Nathan Frost, Zal Cryptid, Justin Milwaukee, Tristan Storm, True Blue 09, Beowulf, Kenzie Solberg. Chamomile and Citrus, Miss Tick, Chaos Demon, Hee Pippus, Sheena Markov, Cody Wolfman, 6 and 7, Library Seraph, Zero Max, Adeline V, Summary Star Mage, Late Eats, Twist Arts, Jello Jolteon, Firekeep, Rousedower, Omni Deb, Petroid, Janice Arts, Yasha Sam, Pseudolun, Library Mouse, Swagmaster 704, Philip Harris, Minus K, Twist Arts, Kirby Tarosi, Confection Scary, Mod Mad, Game Bear Arts, Conant, James Post, Brett, TJ, Girl Sludge, and a special thanks to Nick Nocturne for lending us his eyes and his feedback. Here are other creators you can support. Dreamizer, creator of Dream Along With Me. Angel Hair, if you click on these, you'll get to each creator support site, the East Patch. The Sun Vanished creator. Squeaks to Corgay. Amazing friend. This project probably would not have ever been thought of to exist without him. Alex Archives, creator of Gosh, what hasn't he created? He created the adaptation of Ted's Caving Journal. He created Hollow Birds. Piggy Soda, creator of Dog Nightmares. Luisa Santiago, who I need to update the support site for her. Trinitia Harbor, amazing artist. And Mutual. Sorry, my legs are sore. I've been sitting for like hours. Let me see. Creator of Los Desolados films. Dreamizer. Anthology of the Killer. Undeniably influenced so many aspects of this project. Look Outside. You Go Limbo. Limbo Lane. And two very amazing people. Frankie Frankenstein and Bugs. Baseball Bugs. Please, 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 please check out Baseball of Bugs. Please. Thank you. In here is all of the art created for that is not canon on the website, but was drawn by the team, just as fan art or fun art or warm-up arts. And I actually want to look through these too. These are the promo arts that Audie Toddy 99 made to promote this update. This one haunts me a lot. Just knowing the history of like boarding schools in America, and Canada, seeing like these young girls of color going up to this school and immediately being sucked up into the sky, felt haunting to me. Now, let's go back to Pendog. I forgot, and maybe that is fitting for who he is. Remember that none of the submissions on this page are canon. They are all submitted by real people. And Salem, what is the password for Belly Up again? 32233. Urgent, please read. If anyone is reading this, I need help. She has forbidden me from taking more blog posts and gets really mad when I ask why. There are very few moments where she's not angry at me, She said sorry so many times that I don't know if she really means it. I don't recognize her anymore. Everything is fuzzy. It feels like every surface is covered in a layer of mucus. Same with the dog hair. Stupid fucking dog hair. I can feel it all over me as I write, tightening my throat and making me itch. My head's so numb that I can barely focus on what I'm typing. I just know I need to keep typing it out. It helps. Every day feels the same. I can't tell when I'm dreaming or when I'm awake. Even now, I'm questioning if I'm really writing this. Like sometimes I keep imagining that show. It feels so real, like it actually happened. There's this girl and this man who I think is in charge of the show. I don't know, but it's stressing me out. I feel like my mind is drifting all the time. I really just need to get out of this place just for a little bit of air. That would help ground me, but opening a window is too much for her. She doesn't want me to leave. She loves me after all. She's scared I'll leave. And it's nice to be wanted so much. Sometimes I think she wants me more than my parents did, but I miss the sun, the woods, my forts, my art. It's just us now. It's just me and her. But please, if anyone can get in contact with any of my friends at Pendog, I just need someone to help. One like. One like. Sorry, that's not like canon, but it's very funny. Your impassioned plea for help online has been met with one like. Yeah, I think that's it. There's not a lot of wrap up that I want to do. Um, but let me switch back to here we go. Um, thanks for joining us. It has been a fight to get this series of walkthrough streams scheduled. I knew it would be a couple of days, but I'm glad that I was able to get everything streamed before who knows how long before I can stream again. Um, yeah. I can't promise when I will stream again or when the next update will be. Just keep updated in Discord or on Patreon or on our socials. We're moving away from Twitter, so maybe don't follow us on Twitter because we're going to be probably moving away from that in the near future. It's been a long time coming. Thank you for your support. As always, sharing Pendog around means the world to me. I'm very grateful for everyone's support, and yeah. I hope you all take care of yourself and treat each other good, and have a good night, okay? See you, everyone. Bye.